US is electing a new president, and if you're not staying up all night with us here on BBC One, then BBC 5 Live has all the news on breakfast from 5 a.m. in a special extended programme. Now though, time to see in a new era in history with BBC News.
We're in New York as the land of the free chooses its destiny.
So join us for every bitter twist and turn of an election night to remember.
Don't let anyone tell you we don't have what it takes. We do.
We are going to build a great border wall.
Tonight, we've reached a milestone in our nation's march toward a more perfect union.
We will make America great again.
Good evening. Welcome to Times Square in the heart of New York, our home for history in the making. There's never been a US presidential campaign quite like it. Long, bitter, divisive, full of vitriol, even hatred, sometimes vicious, always tumultuous and unpredictable. A titanic struggle which will finally be resolved tonight for the most glittering prize in American politics. The two people who would be president even managed to up the pace and the rhetoric in the last day, campaigning into the wee small hours of Tuesday morning. Hillary Clinton started her final swing in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and returned to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania last night, underlying just how key that northeastern state is to her hopes of winning the White House. In between, she visited Michigan, another Rust Belt state she wanted to shore up, and finished with a midnight rally in Raleigh, North Carolina, a toss-up state she's fought hard to win. Tonight, she's here in Manhattan and will soon be heading for a huge rally at the Javits Convention Center on 34th Street. It's just a few blocks away from us on New York's West Side. Donald Trump started his day early in Florida, that swing state of swing states, and one he has to win to secure the White House. He then took to Michigan and Pennsylvania, Democratic states he thinks his appeal to blue-collar workers can turn Republican. Then North Carolina, of course, and finishing late last night in New Hampshire, the only New England state he has hopes of winning. Now he's here in Manhattan too, just a few blocks up the road at his campaign headquarters in the massive New York Hilton. In recent weeks, Americans turned out in unprecedented numbers to vote early in this election, but that was as nothing compared with the tens of millions more who started queuing from before dawn this morning to cast their votes across this huge nation in an election which will have profound consequences for them and the rest of us. Now, throughout our extensive coverage of the results, we'll be joined by a distinguished panel of experts who will help us analyse the results as they come in. We'll introduce them as we go along. But first, the word goes to my co-presenter tonight, World News America's Katty Kay. Katty, you've covered 4 presidential elections. You've been everywhere in this endless campaign. What are your thoughts tonight?
I've never seen a campaign like this one, as you suggested, long and bitter, with two candidates who are deeply unpopular and have almost Shakespearean character flaws. But almost more than Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump themselves, it's what this campaign has shown me about the state of this country. America is a country that is changing at lightning speed. It's changing economically, it's changing culturally, and it's changing demographically. And perhaps that's the most important. The backdrop to this saga, this drama of the American presidential election, is that the United States is on the doorstep of becoming a majority non-white country. And in these changes, Andrew, some people are winning, but others are losing. And they are the people that have been drawn to Donald Trump. Now, I should say, as I've travelled around during the course of this campaign, overwhelmingly, the supporters of Donald Trump that I have met have been decent, hard-working, thoughtful Americans who have often said to me they don't like what he says about immigrants and about women and about Muslims. But they're so desperate that they're going to take a roll of the dice, and they're taking that roll of the dice tonight. We will see if their candidate wins, or after having sent 44 men to the top job, America elects finally a woman as its president. The stakes either way are enormous. Enormous. I haven't seen anything like it.
Enormous, you're correct. Well, many of these themes Cathy was talking about there, we will come back to as the results start coming in. The first states close their polls in just over 35 minutes' time. So let's go now to the Clinton headquarters, where the BBC's John Sopel is there. John, tell us the mood at Clinton HQ.
Well, the mood, I think, has changed quite palpably over the past 2 or 3 days. 3 days ago, sort of tetchy, tense. They hadn't had the latest letter from the FBI. Then they got the letter from the FBI saying no further action would be taken. That seemed to coincide with polls showing a slight widening of the Clinton lead, and whether that was in nationwide polls or battleground polls or tracker polls, it all seemed to point in one direction, not uniquely, but generally speaking, a slight Clinton lead. Today, I think that any sense of confidence they had is replaced by that sheer nervous anxiety on the day of an election. Are you getting out the vote? Is every car going to pick up every pensioner and every disabled person that needs it? Have you got all your kind of block captains going down every particular block and making sure that the people who said they would vote have voted? I think the other thing to pick up where Cathy left off, which is on the kind of changing demographic of the country, where Donald Trump made a big play about talking about how he was going to almost rewrite the electoral map of America, bring people back into the political process who it seemed had got lost. Well, a waking giant has awoken, and it seems to be the Latino community who do seem to have come out in record numbers in early voting states. And it's worth saying, Andrew, that probably a third of Americans had already voted who were going to vote before today's polling stations opened. So that is where the Clinton camp have cause for optimism. But I think that at this stage, it's getting out the vote, it's checking everything down to the last detail that you're doing all that you can do.
OK, John's going to be with us all night at the Clinton campaign headquarters. Laura Trevelyan is just a couple of blocks from where we are in the Hilton Hotel with the Trump headquarters. John there describing a mood of cautious optimism in the Clinton campaign, Laura. So what's the mood there at the Trump headquarters?
Well, Cathy, I should say that the media are currently outnumbering Trump supporters. They're beginning to trickle in, just a handful are here right now. And people are enthused by what they see as a big turnout across the country. Remember, Cathy, the hopes of the Trump campaign resting on bringing back those missing white voters, people who are registered to vote but just haven't turned out for whatever reason. And Trump desperately hoping that he can take those states in the upper Midwest, like Michigan, like Wisconsin, that these states will come home, that late-breaking undecided voters will break to him. But we're also seeing signs tonight, Cathy, of some unhappiness in the Republican campaign. We've just heard the Republican campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway. She's been complaining on television about the lack of support from the Republican infrastructure for Donald Trump. A tacit acknowledgement there that Hillary Clinton, Republicans feel, had a better Democratic get-out-the-vote machine. Now, Donald Trump himself, he's not here. He's just a few blocks away at Trump Tower, where he's watching the results on television. He tweeted, but he was asked today in an interview, would he accept the result? And he said, well, I have to look at what's happening. And he said that there have been reports of voting irregularities, that when people vote for Republicans, the entire ticket turns over to Democrats. So he's obviously reserving the right there, Cathy, to challenge a result if it doesn't go the way that he wants.
Thanks, Laura. Laura, at the Trump headquarters there at the New York Hilton, right in the centre of Manhattan. And in just over half an hour, some of the states on the East Coast here of America will begin to close. The speculation will end. The results will start to come in. And when that happens, there's a magic number we need to keep in mind tonight. That number is 270. Because you don't become President of the United States by winning the most votes across America. That would be too simple. After all, Al Gore got more votes than George Bush in 2000, but Mr. Bush got the White House. No, you become president by winning 270 votes in something called the Electoral College. Confused? Don't be. Here's Jeremy Vine to explain how it works.
I will try. I've actually just had a tweet, Andrew, from somebody who said, can you just run the Electoral College past me one more time? No problem at all. We can explain it as many times as you want. Here's the map of the USA in our virtual graphics center here. 50 states. There are 538 Electoral College votes. And as Andrew says, you've got to win 270 or more to become president. So you need a majority of them. Now, the way it works is this. It'll be helpful, actually, if I show you the result of the last election in 2012, when Mitt Romney, the Republican, whose colour is red, of course, was beaten in his second election by Barack Obama, whose colour is blue, the Democrat. So each state has a certain fixed number of Electoral College votes. State like Montana, up here with not very many people, only has 3. California over here has a huge number, 55. Well, there are 38 million people living there. You win by winning the states. When you win in a state on the votes, you get all the Electoral College votes from that state, with only 2 technical exceptions, Maine and Nebraska. Let's park those for now, though. So you win in the state and you get all the Electoral College votes from that state. And what's really interesting about the system is that last time, actually, Mitt Romney was not that far behind Barack Obama in terms of the actual weight of the votes across the nation. Obama got 51%. But have a look at the actual result. In the Electoral College, there we go, 332 to 206. He was basically 60-40 was his advantage in the Electoral College because he piled his votes up in areas where there were the most precious Electoral College votes, in areas of the greatest populations. If we have a look here at the state list, we'll see the states with the highest number of Electoral College votes. So we're flashing them on the floor for you here. So you've got, for example, classically, California, I mentioned, with 55, Texas, reliably Republican, 38, and down the list we go, Florida, New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and so on. But actually, in a funny sort of way, that's not our focus through the night, because some of these states, California, for example, are almost sewn up before the elections even started. It would be unthinkable for California to go anything but Democrat. So let me change these flashing states for you and change them to the most tightly contested states. And this is where the heat of battle really is. So now you see the Electoral College votes assigned to the states that are most in play in this election. First thing you notice is most are blue. That's because we've coloured them in with the colour of the party that won them last time. So Trump needs to win, well, at least half of them. Colorado, 9, Florida, 29, Iowa, 6, Michigan, 16, then Ohio and Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, you can see there with 10 Electoral College votes. Awful lot of them here, actually, in the Midwest, the Great Lakes region. Places that are, some of them, predominantly white. That should help Trump. A lot of people hurting still because of the 2000s recession. Different story as you go down the East Coast there. Places like North Carolina and Virginia, where I'm standing, have increasing ethnic minority populations, lots more college graduates who are working, younger workers. Their character is changing. As Cathy was saying, this is partly an election which is describing a new America to us. Here's Florida, 29 Electoral College votes. Pivotal in 2000, wasn't it, when George Bush Jr. won the presidency, squeaked it in Florida by 500 votes. Florida changing too. Its white population only just above 50% now. So these are where the battles will be fought tonight. We'll be watching so carefully in the Midwest, down on the East Coast, here in the West as well, to see whether those blue states are turning red. And they will need to for Trump to emerge as the victor by the end of the night.
Jeremy, thanks for that. So, how will we know who has won each state as the polls close? Well, our American sister network, ABC News, is just across Times Square from us tonight, and we have a BBC team embedded in their results room. And as each state closes its polls, they'll look at the exit polls and the early declared results. There you can see the ABC studio. That's where they'll be doing their election coverage from. That's where our BBC embeds are. This is in Times Square in Manhattan. It's the city to be in tonight for these results. Hillary Clinton's here. Donald Trump is here. The American networks are here.
Andrew Neil is here.
Katty Kay is here. So it's only right that the BBC should be here as well. Now, when they're sure at ABC News that there's a clear result in each of the states, they'll predict the winner. And we'll bring that to you. It's what's called projecting a state. Norm Ornstein is a veteran of those nights. Norm, projections, they're what matter here. Did you ever actually get around to counting the votes?
We see the votes counted, but you know, we have very sophisticated models that the networks have done. Sometimes they've been wrong, and sometimes they've jumped the gun. We're not going to see that anymore. They look at votes by county and by critical areas from the past. They look at the numbers of votes coming in. They're able to use the exit polls as a little bit of a check. And generally speaking, they can get a pretty good handle on it. But we're not going to see results given until they're pretty sure. And if we get results very soon after a poll closes, we're going to have a pretty good idea. And that's where we're going to be looking, for example, early on, Andrew, at Florida, where the polls close at 8. If we get a result soon thereafter, that'll tell us a lot about this election.
Okay, Andrew, we're going to bring you, of course, the results and all the analysis from both left and right, Democrat, Republican, during the course of the evening. We're also going to bring you bits of news as it comes in. And a spokesman for former President George W. Bush has confirmed that he and his wife have voted today, but they didn't vote for Donald Trump and they didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. That gives you the backdrop to this election. How extraordinary is that? That the last Republican president did not vote for the Republican candidate for the presidency today.
Wow.
That's big.
It's unprecedented.
Unprecedented.
So just to reiterate what Norm Ornstein was saying there, when we say to you it's too early to call a state, for example, Florida, which all eyes are on, that doesn't mean that it's really close, that it's like 51-49 and we don't yet know. It could be much broader than that, but we need to be sure before we can call it. And that's why we will wait until the exit poll and the early precincts mesh up and make sure that we are that we know which way that state's going. Let's speak now to the first of our two distinguished guests tonight. Michelle Bernard is an independent political strategist, but she voted for Hillary Clinton, has supported her, and Joe Borelli is a Trump campaigner. Welcome to you both. Michelle, you first. Why has this been such a difficult election for Hillary Clinton?
The amount of animosity against Hillary Clinton as a person is really, it's a phenomenon that we are just not accustomed to seeing. It is unexplainable. There is backlash against Hillary Clinton from people who dislike her husband, from women.
But he was a popular president.
Well, he was a popular president, but there are, for example, in the African-American community, there is a lot of anger, for example, over Bill Clinton's crime bill that he passed, and a lot of belief that we have seen a large number of African-American men incarcerated as a result of that crime bill. Language that Hillary Clinton used in the past, referring to African-American men as super predators. There are people of a certain age group who just believe that a woman should not be president.
But that maybe explain why there's a big chunk of the African-American community doesn't like her, though you and I both know they are going to vote for her overwhelmingly.
Yes.
But the dislike of Hillary Clinton is far broader than that. If it was just for these reasons, she wouldn't be struggling so much during this campaign. Why is the broader dislike?
Well, the broader dislike falls into so many categories, but I think the largest amount of dislike that we see for Hillary Clinton is the fact that people still expect women in politics to behave a certain way. And there is a sort of coarseness to Hillary Clinton where people are always feeling that they want to see through the veil, feel who she is more importantly. You remember in 2008, there was an instance when she cried, I believe, in New Hampshire, and her popularity ratings escalated at that time. We are still grappling with how Americans view women at the highest echelons of power.
Well, Joe, let me put that same question that Andrew put to Michelle in a sense to you, because I've covered, 8 political conventions in this country. I was there in Cleveland for the Republican convention. I've never been to a convention where the hatred of the opposing candidate was so visceral. Why do you think Republicans and Trump supporters hate Hillary Clinton so much?
I would venture to say it's even beyond Republicans and Trump supporters. I think a big chunk of the population is pretty unhappy with Hillary Clinton. And it's not, I think, as you pointed out, just because she's a woman. In fact, I don't think it's at all because she's a woman. Remember, the Republican Party had Sarah Palin run as their vice presidential nominee 8 years ago. It's because the Clintons themselves have walked this narrow line between ethics and scandals for the better part of 40 years. People have been ingrained with this history of this particular couple, whether it's the foundation or Benghazi. The list goes on in perpetuity. I think a lot of the American public is just fed up with these sort of the quintessential insiders of all insiders in a year that's been framed as the insiders versus the outsiders.
Well, let's say all that's true, just for the sake of this argument for the moment. Would it not have made more sense for Mr. Trump then to try to broaden his appeal? If he was up against such an unpopular candidate, even unpopular with the Democratic base, would it not have made more sense to broaden his appeal and not make himself an enemy of Hispanics, not make himself an enemy of the black vote in this country, not make himself an enemy of women, and really reduce his core constituency to white, blue-collar workers?
I think that's a fundamental mistake of the campaign, and we'll see within the next 2 hours whether or not he gained the support of enough Hispanics to even narrow the gap between sort of the Romney numbers to the Bush numbers.
He won't get what Mr. Bush got.
He certainly won't get, but
he'd be lucky to get what Mr. Romney got.
He would be. If he gets what Mr. Romney got, I think he'll win the election. But you're right. I mean, he did. It's one thing to say there's an issue with immigration in this country, and this is certainly not the only country in the world that's having this debate about immigration right now. It's another thing to kind of phrase it in the ways he did, and it probably only served to alienate a chunk of Hispanics. I mean, obviously it did. We could see that from the exit polling.
Let's flip it. I've been to Trump rallies. Clearly, there are an awful lot of people who turn up at that rallies who feel that Mr. Trump can give them a better deal in the country. What is it do you think that he's tapped into? What is it that he's offering those voters in tangible terms that will make them feel that their life is going to get better if we have a President Trump?
The message has been great from the beginning. I mean, it's kind of the simple "Make America Great Again," but it sort of appeals to the heart of a disenfranchised electorate that feels that there is sort of two sets of rules. There's a rule that the Washington elites play. There's a rule that these big corporations play. There's a rule that global trade and global elitism played, and they feel left out. If you're someone from Peoria or anywhere in between in the Midwest, you feel fundamentally left out of the election process. And it's amazing, to be honest, it's amazing that someone who's a billionaire and who's as bombastic and as as gold-plated as Donald Trump could probably talk to middle-class, working-class Americans better than people whose job it was as politicians to communicate with them.
All right. I mean, you mentioned Peoria. Nixon used to say, "Keep your eye on Peoria." Peoria, Illinois. The way Peoria goes is the way America goes, a quintessential middle American town. And of course, there's lots of towns like that in Ohio, too, another Rust Belt state, one of the swing states, one of the states Mr. Trump has to win tonight to keep his chances of getting into the White House alive. Our correspondent, Barbara Plett-Usher, is in Cleveland, Ohio. Barbara, the Ohio's had quite a lot of attention in this campaign, and I guess we're all going to be watching what happens there this evening.
Yes, it's interesting, Ohio, because it has pockets of strong traditional Democratic support and pockets of strong traditional Republican support, which of course is why it's a swing state. It also has this reputation for voting for the man or woman, perhaps, who wins. Since 1964, it's picked the president. So there's a lot of attention here. The Trump campaign is feeling quite bullish because he has been consistently ahead in the polls throughout the last couple of weeks of the campaign. They feel that he is going to be able to pick up quite a lot of those angry white working class votes. A lot of those white working class people are in the Democratic camp, the blue collar Democrats, and they feel that they might be able to win those over and tip the scales in that way. The Democrats would say, well, the unions who have traditionally backed them are still backing Mrs. Clinton. That is true, but there is uneasiness amongst the union membership. So it's not clear that the unions will be able to deliver all their members. Having said that, Mr. Trump has had a very antagonistic relationship with the Republican elite and leadership in this state, the state Republican committee, the governor, even the man running for the senator who is a Republican. So there is this division between his campaign and traditional Republicans. There are also quite a few Republicans who've benefited from President Obama's economy, technologically, from globalization. Will they support Mrs. Clinton? Will they go that far? She's hoping they will, but they may not. So there's quite a lot at play here. And as you said, Mr. Trump has to win this state. And of the swing states that he has to win, he seems to be doing the best in polling here. So his campaign is really hoping that that pays off for them.
Okay, Barbara Petesha there in Cleveland, Ohio for us. One of the most interesting visits I made during the course of this campaign, Andrew, actually was up to the Cleveland area, to the old steel area of Ohio. And I met there a steel worker who had voted Democrat his whole life, a union member who changed party registration this year to vote for Donald Trump. And for me, that was so telling. About the way this campaign is going and about the state of the country.
And so these, what we rather disparagingly, I think, called the Rust Belt states around the Great Lakes and in the Midwest, traditional Democratic territory, really highly unionized, lots of blue-collar workers. Donald Trump's appeal to them has brought them into contention.
Andrew, let me just a few things from the exit polls that elaborate on these things. We have Latino Decisions, which focuses on Latino voters, did its own in-depth exit poll of Latinos. 18% for Trump, a new low by quite a lot. White...
Some might be surprised it's that high.
The broader national exit polls, white educated women are going for Clinton, which is a dramatic break from the past. And a poll from Wisconsin, which is particularly interesting, which is an even more dramatic education break. The educated voters in Wisconsin are going for Clinton by a larger margin than they've ever seen for a Democrat. The less than college-educated voters going for Trump by a larger margin than we've seen. We've got different divisions in this election and different numbers. And one final, it looks like we're going to see 70% of the electorate this time will be white. That's down 2% from the last time. Inexorably, we're seeing that mix change. And getting back to what Joe said, it may prove to be a really big mistake for Trump to have moved away from some of those groups of voters that are growing and focused on those that are not.
It was something, of course, Republicans wanted to do, be more inclusive. It hasn't happened this time around. Women voters critical. Of course, this is the election that might put the first woman into the White House. Regina Vaidyanathan's down in Miami, Florida for us, another key state that we're going to be watching during the course of this evening. And you've been have with you to speak to women voters down there, Regina.
Yes, well, I've spent quite a bit of time in Florida throughout this campaign, as indeed have both of the candidates. For me, on my travels, I found pretty much a straight split down the middle between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And certainly that is something that is reflected in the opinion polls here. And so for both the Clinton campaign and the Trump campaign, it's been all about getting the base out, all about driving turnout. Now, to discuss this, I'm joined by BBC Mundo's Liliette Heredero and Anne Henderson from the Nonpartisan Women's Fund. Thanks very much for joining us. Liliette, let's start with you. There has been early voting here in Florida, more than 6 million ballots cast. And when we look at those, there's been a record turnout amongst the Hispanic population. What do you think's driven this?
I think Donald Trump has been driving this. I mean, the fact that Donald Trump started his campaign referring to Mexicans as rapists and murderers has put the focus on this anti-immigration rhetoric. So many Latinos feel fear in this campaign. You know, if Trump wins, will he build a wall as he has promised? So will he deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? So Latinos do feel that this time around their vote matters. And I think that's why we've been seeing the large numbers in early voting and also today in the polls here in Florida.
Let's bring you in, Anne. Your role in this election has been trying to drive turnout amongst women in certain communities. What have you seen in terms of turnout? Because Donald Trump does have huge support here as well, even if it's not in large numbers of the Hispanic community.
In Florida,
registered women voters outnumber male registered voters in every demographic, in every age group, and in both parties. Therefore, if turnout is really the question tonight, it will be women who make the difference. Our organization, which is nonpartisan, started 6 months ago to canvass and educate women about the two issues that would really make a difference in their life: equal pay for equal work and sexual harassment. We have found great enthusiasm, especially among low-income women who live in some of our poorest 4 neighborhoods in Miami, and it's surprising.
And what do you think is driving this turnout on previous elections?
I think it's a woman candidate.
That doesn't necessarily mean, Liliette, that Hillary Clinton's going to take this state. I've certainly travelled to parts of the state where Donald Trump has huge support, including amongst women. But there is another factor in Florida, which we've both seen in our reporting, and that's people who dislike both of the candidates and might not turn out.
I think even with Hispanics, I mean, yes, we tend to say that Hispanics tend to vote for the Democrats. Now, I've come across and I've interviewed many Hispanics that also don't like Hillary Clinton and also distrust Hillary Clinton. I think there are several reasons for that. They tend to see Hillary as part of the political elite. And also Hispanics in particular tend to say that, look, Hillary is just going to carry on with Obama's legacy. And, for example, Obama promised an immigration reform and didn't deliver. And that's a big deal for Hispanics. So there's also that mistrust between both candidates for Hispanics and in Florida in general.
And Anne, let's just bring you in. I saw in Tampa at the weekend huge lines of African American voters trying to get to cast their ballots before early voting closed. What impact do you think early voting will have here in Florida? Because from what I've been reading, this state's had the highest number of early votes than any other state.
Yes, almost 40% of our state voted in an extended voting period. We put money into those voting systems and improved it. And we have a legacy here of having to work hard to vote. This time, that wasn't the case.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us, Anne Henderson and Liliette Heredero. Well, as I said just then, it all boils down to turnout. And of course, some of the voters, like the ones I met in Swing, Hillsborough County, which is where Tampa is, those voters who said they'll make their minds up when they get into the ballot box.
Regina, thank you for that. We're getting reports coming in that 2 polling stations in California have had to close because 4 people were taken to hospital following a shooting incident there in the West 4th Street and Orange Avenue in Azusa. There, we're getting reports there from the Los Angeles Times and others. We don't know what the condition of the people are yet. In fact, we don't know very much at all. It's just coming in. We'll bring that to you more as we get it. Now, throughout this campaign, we have heard that Hillary Clinton is the most unpopular presidential candidate to run ever since polling began in the early 1940s. The most unpopular, except for Donald Trump, who is actually the most unpopular, according to polling. So what do Americans really make of both of these presidential candidates? Let's go back to Jeremy Vine.
Andrew, it comes down to, I think the word we will use is favorability. So when you poll people and you say, do you feel favorable to this person or unfavorable? And then you put the pluses and the minuses together, you get a score, favorability score. And we're going to take a look back at political history now, back to the 50s, and just have a look at the kind of favorability figures that were being scored by candidates, say, in the mid-50s. So we have here Adlai Stevenson against Eisenhower, 1956, and you can see, okay, Stevenson lost, but pretty good favorability rating, 30% in credit with the voters, even though he lost. Ike's off the scale there, 72%. Let's just go through the graph here and have a look at some more. It's quite a standout figure for here. Poor old Barry Goldwater down on -4%. Lyndon Johnson, the winner, of course, after Kennedy's assassination by a big margin. Interesting little history point that actually Hillary Clinton worked on that campaign incredibly, in the Goldwater campaign. So presumably learned a lot from that. But as we go through the graph, what you see is gradually a whittling away of these favorability ratings. So by the mid-70s, they're still pretty high. Here we've got Carter and Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford lost in 76. They're still pretty high. Even the losing candidate gets quite a high favorability score. And then watch what happens in the modern era of politics. So we've gone through here Watergate, haven't we? And I guess we've gone into a situation all over Western democracies where political leaders are getting more and more of a focus on themselves. The searchlight is very, very bright indeed. And by the time we get to Bush against John Kerry. Look at this, 17%, 22%. And yeah, she's still very, very low when you see the last presidential election in 2012 of Obama against Romney. But let me show you something that's really striking now, which is when we come to the end of the graph. So you can see here this whittling away of favorability. Politicians just generally held in lower esteem. Even Obama, with all the hopes and so on that came in behind him, still not breaking clear of that. Have a look at the end of the graph here. Look at these two candidates now, just as you've been saying. So they're minus 11 and minus 28. Exactly as Andrew said, that yes, Hillary Clinton is the lowest there's ever been, lower than Barry Goldwater, but my goodness, Trump is twice as low in terms of favorability. And that is so stark. Yes, it might partly be about the modern age. It might be the post-Watergate era. Maybe it's something to do with the Clinton White House in the USA. But it's still just exceptional, isn't it, to see it that low? And it explains why there's so much just a sense of real misery around the election and the sense that the candidates maybe could be better and so many voters disillusioned with the whole thing. Now let's ask some questions, some individual questions of these candidates. So you're asking a question of voters here. Are they qualified to serve as president? This is material we're getting from exit polls taken today. So this is exit poll material that's really very fresh for you. 53% saying yes, Clinton is qualified, 37% for Donald Trump. So Trump lower than Clinton here. Now let's put another question to the voters in our exit poll. Personality and temperament. Again, Clinton wins on this by quite a margin, more than 20%, 56 to 34 for Trump. So she's ahead on that as well. Now this one we have to look quite carefully at. Not honest and trustworthy. You don't want to have 65%. You want your score to be low in this one. Trump is, again, losing in this category as well. More voters thinking of him as not honest and trustworthy. These are poor scores for them both. One more is striking because it's the one Trump wins on by quite a margin. Have a look at this. Who could bring change? And look at that. Trump, 82% of people saying yes, he can bring change. And that must surely include a lot of people who disagree with him and are not voting for him, think he's going to bring change, and people not really believing that Hillary Clinton can. So if there's a change candidate, peculiarly, that's of course the message that Barack Obama ran on in 2012, it seems to be resonating with people either voting for or against Trump. Reading between the lines of this one, goodness only knows. But there are some categories anyway where he is stronger than Clinton. The overall message here, Andrew, is that the favorability of politicians is really low now, and in this race, exceptionally so.
Work with the guys in.
Jeremy, thanks for that. It's only 5 minutes to go, and some of the first states will close, and we may be able to project some results for you at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock here, East Coast time. Before we do that, go to Anita Dunn, former Obama White House Communications Director. She's in our DC bureau. Anita Dunn, in so many areas, Mrs. Clinton has been ahead of Donald Trump in terms of experience, of character, and so on. So why has this campaign been such a struggle for her?
Well, there are a couple of things that have been true throughout this campaign. One is that the majority of people in the United States in polling feel that the country is headed in the wrong direction. And this is a general sense of unease that has really been here since the financial meltdown of 2008. So that is what we like to think of as a change electorate. When you have 2/3 of the people in this country feeling that the country's in the wrong direction, there's a strong pull for change. Now, as Jeremy was saying, Donald Trump is seen as the candidate of change. But given the fact that he is viewed as unqualified, that his temperament concerns people, that he doesn't have the experience people believe, it shows you there's a fine line between being a change candidate and being a risky candidate. And what Donald Trump has become for, I think, a majority of voters in this country is too big a risk to try and go for change. But it is also true that in this country, it's very hard for a political party that has held the White House for 8 years to win that next term. Since World War II, it's only happened once, and that was with George Bush following Ronald Reagan in 1988. It's just very difficult. And so I think that Hillary Clinton has been fighting uphill in many respects for the entire campaign, but that she has always been seen as experienced, qualified, and prepared to be president.
Anita, it's Katty Kay here. The two issues on which Hillary Clinton does not rank higher than Donald Trump, are improving the American economy and defending the country against terrorism. The problem for her is that those are Americans' two top issues when it comes to what they're concerned about in this election campaign. How's she going to overcome that gap, even if she does win?
One of the things that's always been true about Hillary Clinton is that she is a better person in government than she is as a candidate. I think that was true when she was a U.S. Senator and was really able to work with people in both political parties and was a very effective senator by all counts and was reelected by an overwhelming margin when she ran for reelection. She was a polarizing figure during the presidential campaign in 1992 when her husband, Bill Clinton, ran. Once she became First Lady, again, she was able to build effective coalitions. A lot of this is what do you do once you get into office, and how do you show people, not just tell people, that you're going to be a strong president who can protect this country from terrorism and that you have ideas to rebuild the economy. I think Hillary Clinton fully understands those are the two issues facing this country, and should she win the presidency tonight, that they will be her major priorities. And at the end of the day, once you're in office,
we're going to leave it there. Sorry,
here.
Sorry, Adita Dunn. I have to hurry you up there. Thank you for joining us from our DC bureau. I cut in there because we are less than 2 minutes away from polling closing in 6 states. And we're joined by Emily Maitlis. She was on another BBC programme earlier this evening in the BBC studios in downtown New York. She's had to run across Manhattan because the traffic is so bad to make it here in time. And you have.
Bit of a scout's pace. I've just got to find my voice now, Andrew. Yes, this is a critical moment because in the next couple of moments, we're having the first polls closing in several key states. This is how the map looks like now. Right, blank, and a clean sheet to start with. But this is where we're going to see the polls closing. And the most interesting ones, the most marginal ones, those fierce battlegrounds are the ones we put at the top. Virginia, then. Let's start with that one. And this is a very tight race. You can see from its electoral history, it's been taken twice by Bush, twice by Obama. Tim Kaine, the senator here, Clinton's running mate, has been campaigning in fluent Spanish, probably trying to attract that Hispanic vote we've been hearing about so much in the changing demographic areas of North Virginia. You can see how the campaign polls have Clinton on 47, Trump on 42%. This is just a campaign poll. This is how we went into it. They haven't given us any real results here yet. Let me just take you on to another one now, if I can. Georgia, we're watching very closely before, which seems odd when you look at that electoral history. It's had 5 solid runs of Republicans. The last Democrat to win here was Bill Clinton in 1992. And this is putting Trump ahead on 48% of the vote, Clinton on 44%. Again, we're talking about campaign polls. If either Virginia or Georgia has been called, then gets called early, then it will be a big moment. Indiana is our first result of the night. It has been called projected for Trump. That is the language they use here. It's been projected for Trump, but they wouldn't be telling us this unless they were fairly certain. The polls here have closed for statewide at 7 o'clock, but some of them started closing at 6 o'clock. That's why the counting's already been underway for an hour. I'm just going to scoot through. You have to come with me and see if we've had anything else. South Carolina, we should expect to get pretty quickly as well. It's voted Republican 9 times in a row. The last Democrat to win here was Carter in '76. And let me just scoot through to the other ones. Kentucky, also been projected for Trump, a 65% share of the vote to 31%. This is not an unexpected result. If Trump wasn't winning Kentucky for the Republicans, it would have been an upset indeed. The last Democrat to win here, once again, was Clinton, governor of Arkansas. Kentucky, a neighbouring southern state, probably gave him a help here. But this one, very much in the Republican, Trump deep south states these, so no big surprises. Virginia, we're coming back to, just to say it's too early to project. Now, that's in itself interesting. It means it's probably quite a tight race. This was never called last time round. It was never called. And if it's called quickly, then that tells us an awful lot. So this is how the map is colouring up so far. We've had the first 3 states called. Clinton on 3, that's the state of Vermont. Bernie Sanders, her rival in the Democratic nomination, is the senator there, but it's a clear Democrat win for her, landing her 3. Trump is on 19 with Indiana and Kentucky. Both of those started counting about an hour ago, so no big surprises here. If Trump starts to take the lead early on. Do not be surprised. It's more a reflection of the kind of states in this part of America, the Deep South, the South, that are closing earlier. Clinton on 3, Trump on 19. What does this tell us? We have a long way to go yet.
Get the coffee on.
Yeah, and catch your breath, Emily, there. Thank you for that. Now, Catty, the states that have closed are Georgia. We don't know, that's an interesting one. Indiana for Mr. Trump. Kentucky for Mr. Trump. South Carolina, I'm not sure we've heard you, but almost certainly will be for Mr. Trump. Vermont for Mrs. Clinton. Virginia, of course, is the toss-up. He had to win Indiana and Kentucky. There's no surprise there. These are Republican states.
No, he has to win Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina. Otherwise, something very peculiar has happened during the course of this election campaign. Virginia is the one we're all going to be watching. It would be a big take, an important take for Hillary Clinton. It's one of those states we've been talking during the course of the evening that has been changing demographically. It's very close to where I live, a mile or so away from where I live. And it's an area of Virginia in the north where you've had a younger voter, millennials coming in, a lot of women living in those suburbs, a lot of Hispanics. And then you have down in the southeast of the state, military bases, and in the southwest of the states, energy areas of the country, much more Trump land down there. So Virginia's going to tell us a lot about how other states are going to go as well. Georgia I'm going to watch too, because there's been speculation, it's unlikely, but if Hillary Clinton were to take Georgia tonight, we're looking at a very different kind of election day.
Bishop, Mrs. Clinton must think she's won Virginia because she hasn't been there, I think, since July and hasn't spent much money on TV ads. So she must think it's in the bag. And it will be a real shock to her if it's not.
It would be. I think it would be a real shock to most people if she does not win Virginia. The largest shock was when Virginia went for Barack Obama in 2008. The state has changed, as Catty was saying, so much. We see so many people with a lot of professional degrees, a lot of women in the area, and very changing attitudes about what the country should look like and about the role of women. And I feel fairly confident that Virginia is going to go for Hillary Clinton
Well,
this
we
evening.
shall see. It could be a long while before we know. Joe Borelli, are you worried that the Republicans for almost 2 generations now have been able to count on the South? Unless it was a Southern governor like Bill Clinton or Jimmy Carter running for president, and they did pick up Southern states, they were pretty much in the Republican column. But now we begin to see, at least question marks, I put it no higher than that, over Virginia, over Georgia, over North Carolina too. Are you worried the Republicans are losing their grip on the South because they're not going with the changing demographic that Catty has been talking about?
Well, as Catty mentioned, Virginia is becoming more northern, for lack of a better word, and it's not part of this traditional Democratic stronghold South anymore. And in fact, the Trump campaign essentially pulled out of Virginia a number of weeks ago when they realized that the state might be too far gone. The 2 states to watch in this particular set of states, though, is certainly Georgia or Virginia. If Hillary Clinton doesn't win Virginia and Donald Trump does not win Georgia, it will be a groundbreaking landslide in one direction or the other, I think.
Take a quick trip down memory lane here.
Why not?
Date myself ferociously. I remember in 2004, in that election, sitting on a roof overlooking the White House. It was absolutely freezing. And somebody said in my ear that Virginia had gone to John Kerry, the Democrat, by 5 points. I remember thinking to myself, this is not possible. There is something wrong with these polls. And it was our first indication that the exit polls were wrong. We should bear that in mind tonight, by the way, because there was no way back in 2004 that a Democrat was going to win Virginia, let alone by 5 points.
Can I add also, one of the things that we find very interesting that is changing and possibly changing some states that are traditionally Republican states or red states, as we like to refer to them, to blue states or purple states, are that we see large numbers of African Americans and Latinos who were living in northern states and living in the Midwest are moving back in droves to the South because the cost of living is easier in the South. It's a lot less expensive, and for a variety of reasons. But it is changing the nature of the South. Georgia is the race to watch because of the large turnout expected of Latinos and African Americans
and to
in the
see
state.
if the growth of the Atlanta conurbation has turned the state more Democrat. I think you would have to say if Hillary Clinton was to win Georgia tonight, it's a wave election. On the other hand, if she's struggling to win Virginia, Mr. Trump is in there with a chance of the White House. You mentioned the red states. I just want to explain to our viewers across the world. It's a little confusing in the United States, and many things are, because in most of the world, red means the left. Red is the socialist, the social democratic colour. The British Labour Party sings the red flag. We remember the Soviet Union was the red menace, and so on. And blue normally means conservative, to the right of centre, as in a true blue Tory. Here in America, well, it's a new country, I guess. It takes a while to catch up with it here. Blue is the Democrats. Blue is to the left and centre left, and red is to the right and centre right.
Andrew,
So
we can thank Tim Russert, the late Tim Russert, for that.
Late great
You
Tim
remember
Russert.
that Tim Russert put these graphs up, and he used to draw these things, and he was the first one to do a map that used the colors and picked those colors.
So he just did that himself. You see the power of the media.
Yes,
You thought it had something to do with the driving.
And I thought there was a
Andrew's going to get ideas now. He's going to think he could change the whole system again and introduce
What
yellow
can we
and purple.
say that will change? And of course, purple states mean that they're a mixture of red and blue. So anyway, just remember, red is Republican, blue is Democrat, purple is we don't quite know. Now, the financial markets, particularly the Dow here in New York, soared on the prospect of a Clinton victory in the past 24 hours. It's interesting that Wall Street wants a Democrat to win rather than a Republican. So let's just find out what the business consequences could be of a Trump victory. Michelle Fleury is our North American business correspondent. She's on the roof of the BBC's facilities in New York. Michelle, if it looks like Mr. Trump is winning tonight, do the markets now go in the opposite direction?
I think we can pretty much assume that is exactly what would happen based on the financial markets over the last couple of weeks. When we saw the polls narrow, the market started to fall. We saw the S&P 500 had a 9-day streak where for 9 days in a row it closed lower. The last time it had done that was 35 years ago. Then suddenly, as it seemed like Hillary Clinton potentially might win, the markets rose higher. We saw the S&P 500 have its best 2 days in years, all on the prospect that investors think that potentially a Clinton win would be good for them. A Donald Trump win, which is seen as more uncertain, less predictable. That's why the markets are more concerned. If it looked like he was winning, you could expect a bumpy road ahead on the financial markets.
All right, Michelle, thank you for that. Which is interesting. We are used to Wall Street wanting a Republican to win and getting a bit nervous if a Democrat wins. And of course, if you were a Trump supporter, you would say, that only shows she's the candidate of Wall Street in this situation. But of course, I would just remind our viewers that the market soared on the prospect of a Brexit, of not winning, of Remain voting on June the 23rd.
Markets don't like uncertainty.
Yes.
And Donald Trump has not laid out a very comprehensive list of policies, and there is a lot of concern about what a Trump presidency would mean for America domestically and America internationally. And I think that's what you're seeing in the markets. It's a reflection of uncertainty.
I would guess that Wall Street's ideal result would probably be Clinton in the White House, but the Republicans still controlling the Congress.
Yes, they
would probably like that. Of course, one of the ironies here is if you go back over the last 100 years, the markets do extraordinarily well with Democratic presidents and very poorly with Republican presidents. So when they show those preferences, usually it may not reflect their economic self-interest, or it may reflect the fact that we shouldn't listen a whole lot to them.
Okay, well, that may be a very good idea. Yeah. And indeed, under Mr. Obama, the S&P has shown an average increase of 15% a year.
Well, let's speak to another Republican, in fact, a former presidential candidate, Republican Jim Gilmore, former governor of Virginia, former chairman of the Republican National Committee. Jim Gilmore, you dropped out of this race back in February. Having looked at how it's gone during the course of this year, I'm wondering whether you're not rather glad you didn't run for the whole thing.
Well, no, I don't regret for 1 minute entering the presidential race. I had an opportunity to meet people all across the United States, particularly in New England, and it was a wonderful experience. I learned a lot, but now the key thing is that we have to make sure that the future of the United States is intact and secure, and of course we're making a big decision on that tonight.
Okay, you have supported Donald Trump in his bid to become president of the United States. The same is not true of all of your Republican colleagues. And as we said earlier, today we got the news that former President George W. Bush and his wife Laura voted today, but they did not vote for Donald Trump. What does this all bode for the future of the Republican Party, of your party?
Well, I think that's a great question. I think the Republican Party is going to be in a crisis at the end of this election, unless Donald Trump is elected president. Then I think he will guide the Republican Party in a particular direction. But let me be direct about this. The national Republican leaders who did not support the candidate this year, I believe, are wrong. I believe that we have a general direction of the nation that is at issue here in this presidential campaign, whether you're going to move more to the right or more to the left. And I chose my party's candidate because I believe that Hillary Clinton will be very bad for the economy, will be very bad for investment in this
country. But many of them, of course,
bad for jobs.
Many of them said, Governor, that they couldn't support the unsupportable, that some of the things that Donald Trump had said, particularly about women, in that Access Hollywood tape where he talks about groping women that has been seen as sexual assault, that they just couldn't support Donald Trump. Were you okay with what Donald Trump has said and done about women? Is that why you've supported him?
Well, of course not. You're not okay with that kind of thing. But the main thing is that we have a direct comparison here between Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. And the question is, what are the big picture directions for the United States of America? We need to be a strong country, one with a growth that exceeds this miserable 1-2% that we've been seeing for many, many years. We need to make sure that our military is intact, that we're good leaders of NATO, that we're wonderful partners with the United Kingdom and other allies across the world. And we're not going to see that. We're going to see more of the same that we've seen for the last 8 years. The American people know that that's not good. They want to change. That's the reason why this election is still in doubt, because the American people want to change. Hillary Clinton doesn't represent change. She represents the same. And that's the difference. And that's what made me decide that despite the criticism of both party candidates, that I would choose my own party's candidate and stay with it. And I think national Republican leaders that betrayed their local rank and file people who are out there putting up signs, going to the polls, calling people on the telephone, I think those national leaders that don't support those rank and file people are guilty of a betrayal.
All right, Governor, thanks for that. I guess George W. Bush didn't get the memo about that since he didn't vote for Mr. Trump today, we are told. Let's just have a look outside. We're here in Times Square. It's where New Yorkers gather on presidential elections night. That's already beginning to happen. ABC News, our partner broadcaster here in the United States, there they are waving on a bus going by. Yes, they always wave, actually, on buses going by. They have no idea what they're waving at, but even so, there is the ABC News studios on the other side of Times Square. Of course, we are embedded in there, waiting as they project the results. We'll bring it to you just as soon as they do. The excitement is building up. More and more people are going to come into Times Square as the evening goes on. So if that bus wants to get anywhere else, it better get out of there quickly or suffer some gridlock. Let's now. What we're going to talk a lot about tonight is the changing face of America, the changing demographic face of America. And Jeremy has more on that.
Yes, Andrew, race, that one word underlies a lot of what's happening here in this election, a lot of what we've heard in the run-up to Election Day. And it'll be possible to look at the polls afterwards and see how the vote is broken down. And in many cases, race may well be a factor. Let's just have a look here and see these very interesting figures about voting preference. If we look at white Americans and how they vote, you can see that the majority do go for the red column, the Republicans, for Trump. So 53% for Trump among white voters compared to 39% for Hillary Clinton. Go, on the other hand, to black voters, to African Americans. My goodness, the margin for Clinton is just extraordinary, more than 80%. By the way, it was even greater for Barack Obama. So if we look at Hispanic voters now, or Latinos, 67% to 27%. Again, a really massive margin for Hillary Clinton and the Democrats. So the thrust of this is that Trump is stronger in the largest group here in the electorate, but Hillary Clinton is way ahead in these growing burgeoning minority groups. And the question, of course, is how that will affect each state's voting. Let's take a wider look at America, the changing face of the USA. We go back to the presidency of Ronald Reagan in the early 80s, and we look at the breakdown of the country. So we see here that 8 out of 10 voters in those days were white. And we go down, it's 12% black and Hispanic 6%. And this is a graph. You've talked a lot in the studio about how America is changing. Just watch this as we go through the years since Reagan, and we come now to 2016. Have a look. It's gone from 80% white to 62% white. And that second line, the 18%, is actually Latino, not black voters. So you can see that the Latino presence in the electorate has trebled in the last 3 to 4 decades. Quite remarkable. How will that affect voting in states? Well, there may be some states where it doesn't matter that much. Take a look, for example, at this one. So, Ohio, talked about a lot in the Rust Belt, flashing here on our map, and 18 electoral votes. Significance of Ohio, firstly, it's tight between the two parties. You can see here on the map, lots of rural Republican areas. The city's classically blue. But the really interesting thing is how accurately it's foreseen the winning candidate all the way back to Bill Clinton's first victory in '92. So Clinton, Bush, and then Obama, and maybe tonight it will vote the same way as the winning candidate again. Now, Trump has hopes in Ohio, and this is why. Have a look at the changing demographic in Ohio specifically. Remember we said how 80% whites in 1980 all over the USA. It was even higher in Ohio going back to the early 80s. But as America changed around it, the demographics of Ohio didn't change that much. So it went from 88% to 80% over 35 years. And meanwhile, the minority voters, Latinos, black voters, didn't change all that much. And that is why Trump hopes that he can take a state like Ohio, because he knows he is strongest among white voters. And in places where white voters are dominant, he has a good chance. Of course, his problem is in states like Florida, where you have a hugely fast increasing minority voting population, there's a danger that even if he turbocharges his core vote, he can't overwhelm Clinton supporters. But you can see from this why he thinks he will win in Ohio. Andrew, race at the heart of this. Back to you.
Kathy.
So, Jeremy, I've got a question for you to do with what you were talking about disaffection with politicians just a short while ago. It's clear that it's happening here. Is it happening in the United Kingdom as well, and in other countries in Europe and in the West as well? Just for our viewers around the world, is this a singularly American phenomenon, or is this a global phenomenon?
It's so interesting you say that, because just after we did that graphic, I had a look at Twitter and somebody said, this is not to do with Clinton or Trump, it's a much wider thing. It's Western politics, it may be even global politics. I think it's to do with the power of social media. It's the power of what they call the return path. It's voters coming back at you if you're a politician, which creates a culture of no more heroes. It may be that we just look more closely at stuff that's done on our behalf by our leaders. Obviously, the USA had the Clinton White House and it had the Iraq War and Afghanistan. We had the same in the UK. So yes, for certain, I think there's been a change in the UK as well, in that politicians are not, and all figures of authority, whether they're park keepers or archbishops, are not now granted automatic respect. It's a change we're all dealing with.
You know what, Andrew? I think it's true of journalists too. Unfortunately, we're not granted automatic respect anymore.
When did that happen?
I don't know. I think it happened yesterday, actually. Last week.
Are we the evil mainstream media?
Jeremy, thanks.
I can't really believe that's the case. Now, as Jeremy was explaining there, the changing demographics of the United States, the growth of the Hispanic vote, more Asian voters coming to this country as well, the millennials who have different attitudes from their parents, even young white millennials are very different often from their older white parents. All that has resulted in a different politics in America. And Mr. Trump, the manner of his campaign has cut off a number of routes to the White House. It means his support is overwhelmingly concentrated in the southern states, traditionally Republican, and in those states where there are lots of white blue-collar workers, the Midwest states round the Great Lakes. Now, Michel Bernard is still with us, and we're joined now by Ron Christie. He's a Republican strategist. Ron, I would suggest that, since you're a strategist, that it's not a great strategy for your party to tie itself to the declining part of the population and do really badly in the growing part of the population.
You're preaching to the choir.
Well, give us a song.
Let me give you a song. Look, politics is quite simply, it's about addition rather than subtraction. If you can't add more people of color, if you can't add more college-educated white women to the GOP, we're done.
And that's the Grand Old Party, which is the Republican nickname.
Indeed. And so what you're going to find tonight is, in order for Donald Trump to win, he has to do better with the white vote than what, of course, Mitt Romney did, which was 59% of the white vote. And so when you look at the millennials, who, by the way, are now tied with the baby boomers, the senior population here in the United States, as the largest voting bloc, if you can't peel off on young people, people of color, and women, Trump has a very difficult path tonight.
And in a nutshell, does that sum up why, whereas Mrs. Clinton has many paths to the White House, of course she may fail in all of them, but she has, that Mr. Trump's routes to the White House are quite limited?
They're very narrow. And now that we're in the 7 o'clock hour here in the United States, you look at the southern states. He has to do extraordinarily well in South Carolina. How is he going to do in North Carolina? How is he going to do in Georgia? And so when you start looking at some of these key states in the South, Andrew, if Trump cannot do well in these southern states, his narrow path almost becomes extinct.
All right. Well, as we're saying, he has fewer routes to the White House, but he has routes to the White House, and they certainly aren't closed yet. And Emily will give us more details on how it could be President Trump.
It could be, and Ron's point is right, that it just feels narrower at this point. People talk about the difficulty of the mathematical route because, of course, this time round we are talking about Electoral College votes, and the key thing for either candidate is to get past this crucial figure of 270 of those. They are spread out through the states according to the size of the population. They're not the landmass. So this is the map as it looks at the moment, coloured up just by the states that have been projected so far, Indiana and Kentucky for Donald Trump. The small state of Vermont, just 3 Electoral College votes there for Hillary Clinton. And this is what has to happen for Donald Trump to make it through. Let me put into this map of real results what we're going to call our campaign polls. This is how the campaign polls coloured up the safer seats. In other words, before the actual election, this is what happened. This is how the campaigns have coloured it up. Everything in blue is considered to be safe Democratic seats. Everything in red is considered to be safely Republican. And all these grey bits and pieces are the real battles of the night. Those are the ones we're going to be watching most closely. What I'm going to do now is go into my calculator mode. And at this point, I can use one of the pens and I can colour in the states according to what we're imagining could happen tonight. So as things stand, Clinton has what they call a blue wall. She has a more solid base of Democratic states on 200, according to the campaign polls. Trump only has 180. He's short by 90. In other words, he already has further to climb at this point. How does he do it? Well, let's imagine that he got at least what Romney got last time round in 2012. Mitt Romney picked up Arizona, so we're going to colour that in red. And he also got North Carolina, and we're going to colour that in red. That's another 15 in North Carolina, but he's still short by 64. So even as the map looks now, he can't do it. He's short by 64. What else could go his way? Well, it looks like could be his tonight. Another 6 Electoral College votes there. He's also campaigned tirelessly in Ohio. I've seen him myself on the stump there in Toledo, in that Rust Belt part of America around the Great Lakes. He expects to take Ohio tonight. Even if he does, he's still short by 40. What does he need then? The really big battle states. Let's imagine, although Florida is neck and neck at the moment, that he takes Florida tonight. It's another 29 Electoral College votes, but he's still short by 11. OK, let's chuck in a few more then. What about New Hampshire? He thinks he can probably win that. It's the only part of the Northeast that he's really set his sights on. He won his first primary in New Hampshire and he had a superbly big rally that night. They liked him very much for the Republican side in New Hampshire. What about Maine? I'm adding these in bit by bit. He's still short, OK? He's still short by 6, even when he has Arizona, North Carolina, Ohio, Florida, New Hampshire, a lot of these are in the balance. What has to happen? He has to take another one of these really big states now. He has to take Virginia, which Obama won twice. He has to take Pennsylvania, which has a solid blue run behind it, or Michigan or Wisconsin, which his campaign manager said tonight is looking tough. You can read into tough what you will. Colorado, the demographics changing there. It's becoming more Hispanic. Nevada, centered really around Vegas. He's quite a big presence in Vegas. Let's imagine he does it with Nevada. At that point, he has crossed the magic line and he has got that number, 270. He has a path to the White House. But can you see how much of the map we've had to colour in? How long it's taken me?
Everything has to go right for him.
Yes. This is what they say, isn't it? That Hillary Clinton can afford to lose Florida or Pennsylvania or Ohio. Donald Trump pretty much needs all those three major battlegrounds. Without them, it's very hard.
And the trouble is, we know from early voting, and there has been record turnout in early voting, that at least Nevada, possibly even Florida, are actually looking better for Hillary Clinton than they are for Donald Trump. We've been talking about demographics. One of the most interesting thing about Hispanics, and I'm sure Ron knows this, it's the thing that keeps Republican strategists up at night, is that every month 50,000 Hispanics turn 18.
Yes.
That makes them eligible voters. Now, in the past, they haven't turned out to vote. Hispanics have turned out to vote in lower numbers than any other demographic group.
He gave them a reason for Mr. Trump.
But you look at this election, I mean, Norm, what do you think? Do you think they're going to change this time around?
We already know from the Latino Decisions exit poll that there's an even stronger tilt towards Mrs. Clinton. The exit polls tell us a little bit.
And turnout.
And the early voting. But for beyond the early voting, what Trump has to do is get a massive turnout today on Election Day in Republican areas with Republicans coming home. And there will be some states where that might happen. But what we can see from some of the votes coming in Florida now for today is that, for example, in Duval County, which is around Jacksonville, a Republican stronghold, the numbers are not coming in a fashion that would make him feel comfortable. I'd make one other point, though. Robbie Mook, the Clinton campaign manager, said a little earlier tonight that we might not know North Carolina's results tonight. And it's not simply because it's that close. There, they've had tremendous problems. In the area around Durham, where Duke University is, I don't know why, maybe it was Russian hacking or maybe it was just a screw-up, but the electronic poll books have been way off. And now we've got a dispute going, and whether the North Carolina Board of Elections will extend those voting hours. Right. We may find this in a couple of other places.
But let me interrupt you, Norm, because we don't know the result yet, but we can tell you now that 3 million votes have now been counted in Florida. 3 million, still a long way to go. And the results so far, Clinton, 49%, Trump, 48%. I think the word cliffhanger comes to mind, because we've been there before in this most swing of swing states. Now, it's coming up to 7:30 here in New York on New York time. Let's go back to Emily, because some more states are about to close, and we may even be able to project some results.
I'm just having a look at this because we're expecting West Virginia to get called any moment. West Virginia will not be a big surprise on the night, I'm guessing. It is heartland Trump supporters there. It's white working class, one of the poorest states in America, and home to some of Trump's most loyal supporters. Let's just see whether we can get that result now. Yes, it has gone red. Red means it has been projected for Trump. He'll be pleased to have that in the bag, but I would have thought not that surprised by it. Let's just go through to some of the other ones that we're expecting tonight. If we can scroll through, let me go back to my list here. These are the ones that we're going to be watching. West Virginia, we've already seen turn red. Ohio and North Carolina. Now, I would say some of the most exciting races of the night. If I take you into Ohio, you can see it's too early to project. As I said, this is the kind of place that Trump will really feel he's started to make a move towards that mountain he has to climb. If he can take Ohio, it lands him 18 Electoral College votes. No Republican has won the presidency without Ohio. If he doesn't win Ohio, it starts to look a little bit more shaky. Of course, this is the election of new precedents, of rules being ripped up. But certainly he will hope to take Ohio tonight. And if he doesn't, it will start to mean that his path gets even more difficult than I already suggested it would. Let's just take you to one more if we can. And that's North Carolina. Now, you heard Ron was talking about the kind of battles that we've seen here in North Carolina. There have been allegations by the Democrats of voter suppression, really, certainly of the African-American voting areas, let's say, where they had fewer days and it was Republican-backed laws that made it much harder for them to get to the polls. North Carolina, also the scene of quite a lot of racial tension a little bit earlier in the autumn, in September. This is somewhere that they have both campaigned tirelessly and right up till the last moment. And you can see from its electoral history, it's particularly interesting. Obama won it once, lost it once. Romney took it in 2012. This is somewhere that Donald Trump has been saying he can take and he expects to take. But if the Democrats take it back tonight, they'll be pretty pleased with that, I would have thought. That definitely makes her route a little bit easier. So how is the map coloured up? We've only got one new addition in this half hour. You can see Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, all solid Republican heartland states have gone for Donald Trump. They're in red. And the sole state of Vermont, 3 for Hillary Clinton. Don't read too much into these early results. It's just a reflection of which polls and which states close when.
Thanks, Emily. So no surprises so far. Early days, those states that were meant to go for Mr. Trump have gone for Mr. Trump, and the state that we know so far that was meant to go to Mrs. Clinton, Vermont, has gone to Mrs. Clinton. Now, Emily mentioned Ohio there, and of course, Mr. Trump has to win it, but he has been ahead in the polls in Ohio most of the time. He must be, he's leaning towards him at the moment.
I think of all of those close battleground states, that's probably the one that he feels most favourable about. And we should remember that tonight we're not just talking about a presidential election, we're also talking about elections for the Senate, for the third of the senators who are up for re-election, and that's a cliffhanger as well between Republicans and Democrats. Republicans hold the Senate at the moment. The Democrats would like to take it back. And one of the Senate races that we've been looking at actually is Ohio. Rob Portman, he is the senator from Ohio. He's a Republican. He has just been re-elected to the US Senate. It wasn't a massively close race. It had been close at certain times. It was one perhaps that the Democrats might have hoped to pick up earlier on.
They did at one stage think they might get it.
About a couple of months ago, they thought they might get it. But Rob Portman is one of those more moderate Republicans in the Senate. He's seen as somebody that Democrats can do business with. He does that thing that is becoming increasingly unforgivable in American politics, and that's compromise, Ron. He looks like he might be sticking in for his job a bit longer.
It'll never catch on, this compromise business. Michelle, you can criticise Mr. Trump for narrowing his route to the White House, almost doing it, knowing he was doing it. On the other hand, the Rust Belt strategy must have been doing something to work, because what did we see in the final days? Mrs. Clinton rushing off to Michigan. Yes. Mrs. Clinton starting yesterday in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, not finishing, but second last stop last night, Philadelphia. Yes. It seemed to me the Clinton campaign began to get worried that some of the Rust Belt states they thought they had were back in contention.
Absolutely, and the reason for that is that Donald Trump, in addition to the many things that we've discussed that he has tapped into, Donald Trump has been able to tap into this area of the nation where manufacturing jobs have decreased. For example, when he talks about the impact of NAFTA and globalization and free trade, and he is anti free trade and talks about.
And of course, it was Mrs. Clinton's husband who famously signed the North American Free Trade Area.
Exactly, and so when people hear from Donald Trump, I'm going to bring jobs back to the state. Manufacturing is coming back to Michigan. Manufacturing will come back to Ohio. Those are people who are very happy to hear someone who is telling what they need to hear. West Virginia, Mrs. Clinton is famously anti-coal. We have from Donald Trump that West Virginia will continue to be coal country.
Which is a big coal state.
It's a big coal state.
Big coal state.
And so we also see globalization and free trade on trial in our election tonight.
Okay, Michelle, let's go to Pennsylvania now. The BBC's Jane O'Brien is there in Philadelphia in a very jolly-looking bar, Jane. I hope that you're staying at least for a little bit longer, since we haven't got the result yet from Pennsylvania. But this is a very important state for Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump to win. It's one they've both spent an awful lot of time in, isn't it?
That's right, and as you can hear, the party is still going. It's a hangover from the star-studded rally that she held here last night. Philadelphia is, of course, a hotbed of Clinton support, but not like the whole of Pennsylvania, and that's why both candidates have been campaigning here right up to the wire. I'm actually at McGillen's historic pub, and most people here are Clinton supporters. But I do have something as rare as the sighting of a pink unicorn, and that is a Trump supporter. Jack Cannelli, you voted for Mr. Trump this morning, but you voted in Western Pennsylvania. That's one of the Rust Belt areas that we keep talking about. Why do you support him?
I voted for Donald Trump because of the Second Amendment rights. We need to protect our military. We need to bring this country back to where it was before.
Well, where was it before? What exactly do you want to see? Because it's changing so fast. Is it possible?
There are a lot of different things that's changed over the years. In the last 8 years with Obamacare and everything else, there's a lot of things that have happened that really have hurt a lot of people. My own son, who's a self-employed individual, had to pay a fine of $750 because he himself didn't have insurance, while all the other immigrants that are coming into this country are getting free insurance on the back of everybody else. We need to change that. That is something that's definitely wrong. It has to change.
Well, now that's your perception of the problem where you live. But how will Donald Trump actually make a difference? Because we haven't heard that much of his policies.
Once he said here when he did his speech in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania here about 10 days ago, what he was going to do in his first 100 days of office, how he was going to change America, how he's going to shake up Washington, D.C., how all the liberals and all the other people are just going to run for cover. It's just his way of doing things. You can't take anything away from him. He is a brilliant man.
Do you have any confidence that Hillary Clinton, though, is listening to people like you who clearly feel that you've been left out of the changes that America has seen?
Well, she's run on her thing that she's been in politics for 30 plus years. What has she fixed in those 30 years? Nothing. She's part of the problem.
So, Jack Cannelli, thank you very much. Very quick question. How do you feel about being in this bar with all these Hillary supporters?
Well, I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be a Donald Trump supporter.
And you're also a former Marine. I guess that makes a difference.
Ma'am. Hoorah!
Hoorah indeed. Back to you. Okay, Jane, thank you very much. That's the kind of unity that America needs to start seeing after this election. A Trump supporter in a Clinton bar. We need more of that. Let's check in with the Clinton headquarters, a few blocks from where we are in downtown Manhattan. Kim Gattas is there. What's the mood now as some of these states are starting to close? Some of them are being called, some of them being projected. What are they making of it all there, Kim?
Cautiously confident, Catty. There's already a crowd of supporters here, but it's too early in the night to tell how good the result will be for Hillary Clinton, who is expecting to win. I've been speaking to several of her aides over the last few days, traveling with them on the campaign plane, checking in with them tonight. They're still telling me that they feel good about the result. They're not telling me how good they feel. A few days ago, they told me that they were hoping to cross beyond 270, beyond 300 electoral votes even. Of course, we'll have to see how it plays out this evening. But they're counting very much on the ground game that they've been working on for so long now, for 18 months, to get the vote out. Not only the early votes in those states where early voting is allowed, but also in those crucial states, those battleground states on the day of the election today, including states like Pennsylvania. She had a last-minute mad dash across some of these states yesterday, finishing at 3 in the morning, back from Pennsylvania, from Michigan, from North Carolina. This was her last day of campaigning. She had it, she put all her efforts into that, and now it's a waiting game. Her aides tell me that she has prepared 2 speeches, a victory speech and a concession speech. But as one aide told me, they expect a victory, except, of course, if a strange, freaky confluence of events comes together and means that there is an upset here. And, of course, they don't expect that, but we have to remember that it has been that kind of year.
more than that kind of year.
It certainly has. Kim Gattis there at the Clinton headquarters, a few blocks away. Maybe she'll have to start drafting a third speech for a tied result. Now, Norm, help me here. Florida.
I'll try.
The data geeks, as I'm calling them, they think Florida's looking good for Hillary. They say that she's doing well in key swing counties, a bunch of Democrat favorable areas still to declare. But with over 5 million votes in Florida now counted, 5 million proper votes, it's Trump 49, Clinton 48, even Stevens.
We just have to remember 5 million sounds like a big number. In a big state like Florida, it's not. We still have a sliver of the vote in. And a lot of those early votes, we have, for example, almost nothing in from Miami-Dade, which is a huge county that is a very, very Democratic one. We know from the exit polls in Florida, where you're going to get a stronger Hispanic vote for Trump than you will in other places because of the Cuban Americans, that he is doing much more poorly than Mitt Romney did the last time. And we know that, as I mentioned earlier, Andrew, in one place where we're getting a sizable number of votes in, at least a third of the precincts, Duval County, which is Jacksonville, it's dead even, and that's a very Republican area. Trump probably needs to win that county by 300,000 votes to have any kind of a chance, and right now he's not. So it's still way too early to make any projections, but all of the early expectations that we had, that Florida was going to be a good state for Clinton because of that surge in early voting and the Hispanic votes, suggests that we shouldn't pay a lot of attention to a Trump lead at this point.
As we start to get, and our viewers as well will be getting on their Twitter feeds and on their mobile phones, these kind of early indications, it's really worth reminding everybody that each state is almost like a country. And we have to make sure that we've got representation from every bit of the country before we can draw any conclusions, right, Ron?
That's exactly right, Katty. And I want to go back to something that you and Emily touched on a little bit ago. Ohio is that country. Ohio is that state. 18 Electoral College votes, yes, very important. Rob Portman's resounding early victory, I think, is a good sign for the Republicans. And here's another area where I think Republicans can take heart. John Kasich, the governor of Ohio, was resoundingly reelected 2 years ago with 27% of the African-American vote and over 40% of the Hispanic vote. Seems to me that if the Republican governor can get those sorts of numbers and the Republican senator can get reelected so early tonight, that might very well trend well for Mr. Trump.
All right. In Virginia, 15% of the precincts have been counted there. Mr. Trump is leading 54 to 41. And of course, again, that doesn't necessarily mean anything because it depends on the precincts. If most of the precincts being counted come from the rural areas, that is more likely to be for Mr. Trump.
And that's just what's happening.
And if they haven't started counting in the north. You do wonder, though, that since the north is meant to have the college-educated pro-Clinton ones, that why is it that the non-college-educated rural folks can count more quickly than those in the northern areas? You know, you think they could actually just get their act together so that we get a better picture on Virginia.
Have you ever been in a university faculty meeting, Andrew?
It's the universities that are running it. And we got more on Virginia and the exit polls about women voters and so on. Let's go back to Jeremy.
Thank you. I was just enjoying that conversation there. Let's just have a look at Virginia. As we get exit poll data, we're just parsing it and we're seeing what we can tell you. And here we have a look at the state that should say, importantly, it went Democrat with Barack Obama in 2008. And what Katty Kay said earlier was a real shock result that made you think, hang on, are the polls wrong? It hadn't been Democrat since 1964. It now seems to be reliably Democrat. But let us see here what we can tell you. Now, here is exit poll data on the vote among women in Virginia. And you can see here Trump is way behind Hillary Clinton. She's on 57%. And he's on 38. So among women, Hillary Clinton has an immense lead. Exit poll data among men, something like 5%. So that is a really interesting insight into a state which is starting to look much less competitive, much more Democrat, and it's going well there for Hillary.
Jeremy, thanks for that. Again, Virginia, one of the key states that we're keeping an eye on tonight. In a sense, if Mr. Trump can win Virginia, that's a big if, then he's definitely still in the race. But if Mrs. Clinton wins it, then she is well on her way to the White House. That's
Andrew,
why we're looking so carefully at this. So
just
what,
one
have they started
quick point on
counting
Virginia.
yet?
Yeah, one quick point on Virginia. There's a suburban county, Loudoun County, that has been a bellwether in Virginia before. It went for Obama by about the same margin that he won the entire state by. Right now, she's winning by 16 points in that county.
So you would say that from what we know from drilling down into the counties, that Mrs. Clinton is on track to win Virginia quite comfortably?
Quite comfortably, it sure looks
Mr.
that way
Obama
now.
won it by 4% in 2012.
And he won Loudoun County by 4, and now she's up by 16. And that's a sign that these educated white women, I think, are really moving even more sharply in her direction.
Loudoun County is a county I've spent quite a lot of time in. It's one of the richest counties in the United States. Actually, Northern Virginia has 3 of the richest counties in the United States. Loudoun County is one of them. It's got a lot of these suburban women voters, Andrew, and a lot of independent suburban women voters as well, who, many of whom only made up their minds in the last couple of weeks. But if Norm's numbers are right from Loudoun County, that's a very good sign for Hillary Clinton. It suggests that a lot of those women are turning out to vote for her.
All right. We have now got 2 more guests here. We've got Ben LeBeau, who used to work for Mr. Obama, and Suzanne Del Percio, who is a Republican, but not a Trump Republican. Is that
I'm
fair?
not supporting Donald Trump for president.
Susan.
No.
Susan, how's it going?
Well, it's still early to tell, although like your previous guest said, there's some good news on the horizon for Republicans, seeing Portman win so decisively and so early in Ohio. But we still have a way to go.
What would you say, Ben?
Well, I think it's looking like a good night, certainly better than the night
Look at that
we
smile
had
on
a
Ben
couple of years
LeBeau's
ago.
face.
Why are you
when we
smiling?
lost the Senate.
What's causing you to smile?
Well, we don't want to be overly optimistic, but I think that the early numbers are positive. Look, if Hillary Clinton wins the state of Virginia, which hadn't been in play for Democrats before President Obama won it in a long time in 2008, that's the start of a very good night. She actually doesn't even have to win the state of Florida if she picks up Colorado and Nevada after that. So she's got a lot of paths to the presidency. If she can win Virginia early, that's a very good sign on where she's headed tonight.
So if she wins Virginia, she doesn't need to win Florida, you're telling us?
She doesn't have to. I mean, that's the difference between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump tonight, is that she has many options to get to 270 electoral votes to win the presidency. Donald Trump has a narrow path tonight. He has to perform very well in the states that are still in play.
And he has, above all, to win Florida.
I think if Donald Trump doesn't win Florida, it will be nearly impossible for him to win the presidency. He'll have to win a series of states that Democratic presidents have won recently, states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Minnesota, where he has campaigned late, but it would be a big surprise for him to win in those states.
Susan, you've been a lifelong Republican. You're a Republican strategist. You work for Republicans.
I do.
But you haven't voted for Donald Trump. Explain to us why, how you came to that decision. What was it?
Well, I don't see Donald Trump as a Republican. I see him as an opportunist. I see him as someone who ran as a populist, who certainly ran away with the nomination. He took out 16 other very good Republicans because he was able to effectively speak to the voter who feels like they were left behind. And that is that's how he won. And that's why he does have cross-party appeal, like some of the Bernie Sanders voters. He really does reach across to a union worker, for example, who hears his opinion on trade. Donald Trump is not a free trader. That's a tenet of the Republican Party. It believes in free trade. So for me, it wasn't a hard decision not to support him because I don't feel like I'm dissing the Republican Party in any way. He's not a Republican.
So what did you do today?
I did not vote for either Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton.
Who did you vote for?
I will not share that with you.
Well, there's only 2 others on the ballot.
You don't have to only
You
vote
can
for
write
the-
in.
Did you write in?
I'm not.
Did you spoil it? None of the above.
For disclosure, I wanted to make it clear I didn't vote for either one.
All right, I think we can now talk to a former director of the CIA. He's also a Trump supporter in our DC bureau. Let's go to James Woolsey. Mr. Woolsey, welcome to the program. It's good to see you. How do you think it's going so far for Mr. Trump?
Close. I could go either way. Some of the early returns look a bit more favorable for Hillary Clinton, but not decisive and not necessarily at anything that would shut off a Trump surge. So we just all have to sit here and watch these lights flickering on our television sets for a while.
Well, I'm glad they're still flickering. It means we must have paid the electricity bill. But are you happy with the way that, in the manner of Mr. Trump's campaign, was that he ended up depending so much, overwhelmingly, on not just white voters, but white voters without a college degree, not just those, but also white male voters? Was that a sensible strategy?
Well, I think he tried for all, and the thing that has set him aside, in a way, has been a very unique, what's called in the musical trade, shtick, a routine that put some people off, some aspects of it put me off, but it also got a lot of attention and was ultimately, I think, drew a lot of people to him. Sometimes such a pattern of the way he speaks and so forth is popular, sometimes it's not. When I've met with him privately and talked to him on the phone, none of the kind of bombast of his public speaking is there. It's always been a very straightforward, matter of fact, Jim, how about this, how about that? You know, I don't know. I don't think that the way he's approached this has excluded any potential voters or.
Well, let me ask you
included.
this.
I don't know.
Because I understand you're not a campaign strategist, but you are a former director of the CIA. Have you been comfortable with the fact that he's barely uttered a word of criticism either of Russia or of President Putin?
Well, we have to talk nicely to some countries that we have diplomatic relations with, even though we realize that at basis we're very hostile to them and them to us. The U.S. and Britain were close allies of Stalin, at that point the greatest killer of humanity in history in World War II.
Well, I think that's because we faced an existential threat from Hitler.
Sure.
I mean, we didn't just become friends for Uncle Joe for the sake of it. We needed help in beating the Nazis. But it's rather different from Mr. Trump and the Kremlin.
But anybody who thinks that expressions of friendliness and even to some degree hostility and so forth in a campaign or definitive policy statements is just wrong. Nobody uses them for that.
Well,
I think
are you happy?
What I'm not happy with is Hillary Clinton's approach. Well, let me get to one point here. What I'm not happy with is Hillary Clinton's approach toward maintaining national secrets and toward taking care that we have a decent foreign policy that is not run in craziness and is not reflective of what President Obama has done, which is to make it much easier for the Iranians to get a nuclear weapon. I think those issues absolutely dwarf style and nuance and of speaking and so forth.
Well, Mr. Woolsey, are you happy also that your candidate has described NATO as obsolete and doesn't seem to be a supporter of it at a time when Russia has been on both hard and soft war maneuvers on the eastern borders of Europe? Is that a sensible foreign policy for the United States to pursue?
Ever since 1949 and NATO's formation, the United States, which carries pulls the laboring oar in terms of financing and the forces for NATO, has always been criticizing its European allies because they aren't doing more. This is nothing different than we have seen for 50, 60 years.
No presidential candidate has described NATO as obsolete until Mr. Trump.
I just don't think putting so much weight on which word he chooses to exhort NATO to do more is something that you want to bear down on from the point of view of understanding his foreign policy. It's really irrelevant.
All right, Mr. Woolsey, we'll leave it there.
Let's go now to California and to Congressman Javier Becerra. He is a Democrat. He joins us from our Los Angeles bureau. We've been talking a lot during the course of the evening already, Congressman, about the changing nature of America and the Hispanic vote. Historically, of course, Hispanics have not actually turned out to vote, even though there are now increasing numbers of them in the United States. Are you seeing a change in this election?
Dramatic. There is no doubt that this will be a record level turnout of Latinos this election, and it could be so large and so significant that it tips the election in some of these battleground states. So there's a very strong chance that we can say that the Latino vote will be the decisive vote in this election.
And is it entirely Donald Trump that they are voting against?
No. Hillary Clinton has a long history with the Latino community. She started working with the Latino community before she was ever in the public's eye so directly, but she has done a number of things during her public service, in her 30 years of public service, that has drawn her to the Latino community. So she had a history with us, and so she had a great deal of support, as did her husband. And as a result, that gave her an opportunity to really build on it. It helped, of course, that there was an opponent running for president who did everything to shun the Latino vote from the Republican Party. And today, the party of Lincoln is paying the price of its nominee.
Congressman, we know that Hispanics in different states have different priorities. In California, they're interested in the economy. In Texas, they're interested in healthcare. In Florida, Hispanics say that their priority is actually terrorism. Where does immigration and immigration reform rank as an issue for Hispanics in America? And do they think that under President Clinton, they'll have any greater chance of getting comprehensive immigration reform in this country than they did under Barack Obama, who, after all, wanted to do it and tried to do it by executive order, but had those orders overturned by the courts?
Well, first, I think you'll find that Latinos throughout the country, regardless of their original heritage, probably place jobs, and the economy, and education as the top priorities, as do most every other American family. Then after that, you'll find that issues like immigration are very personal because, like me, I'm the son of immigrants. It's still very close, and we all still know many people either within our family or within our neighborhoods and our reach who are impacted by immigration and this broken immigration system. So it's a very important issue, and we see it as very personal. So when politicians attack immigrants, we see that as an attack on our family, whether or not we are directly immigrants ourselves. And that's why this has become such a volatile issue for Republicans, because Donald Trump has turned this into a virtual ticking time bomb. And in a recent poll that came out just today by Latino Decisions, a polling organization that's very active in the Latino space, their poll just out today shows that the Latino vote is likely to go 79% for Hillary Clinton, 18% for Donald Trump. That is even below what Mitt Romney got 4 years ago.
Okay, Javier Becerra joining us there from Los Angeles. Thank you very much. Hispanics clearly the story, I think, of this election campaign, the changing face of America, and how those Hispanics are actually coming out to vote. We've got a few more states, in fact, a slew of them, about to close any second now.
We'll go back to Emily shortly. But Susan, I remember Ronald Reagan was proud of the fact that immigrants wanted to come to America. He said it was a shining city on a hill. He wanted them, even the illegal ones, to work a pathway towards legality. I remember he said, Hispanics are actually Republican voters. They just don't know it yet. What has happened to your party when it's come to immigrants? Oh, I'm sorry. You got a chance to think of the answer to that because it is rush hour here when it comes to results. It's 8 o'clock New York time. We're getting a slew more states coming in, some of them crucial. Emily.
Yeah, we've got 20 states closing their polls now, and the big one to watch is Florida. Need I remind you of 2000, the hanging chads, the 3 decimal places, and the one vote in the Supreme Court that decided this one. Even last time, it was only won by 1% by Obama. So we are not expecting this to be called quickly. It was never even called last time round. But this is the state of the race. They've already counted a quarter of the votes, 25% of the precincts in, and Clinton just has the edge. She's actually taken places like Hillsborough County and Broward-Hillsborough is that Disney corridor that divides the Southern Democratic voting area and the Panhandle that tends to go Republican. We understand she has taken that county. She's on 49.4% to Trump's 47.7%. But lest I get carried away, there is 75% still of the vote to come in here. So we're just watching that, no predictions at all. Pennsylvania is another one that has just closed its polls. This was the place that Hillary Clinton made her final speech of the campaign last night with her husband, with Obama, with Michelle Obama, and that was where she signed off in this Rust Belt state, which has a good, solid Democrat history, I should say, for her. And let's just have a look at what we've got curring up so far. These are the ones coming in now. Oklahoma safely delivered in red to the Republicans for Trump. Mississippi also gone red for Trump. No surprises here. And this whole slew of the Northeast, which closes and has quickly gone into blue. That means essentially if we get anything called quickly, it means it was a pretty easy one to call or to project. No big surprises in the list you've got on either colour. Hillary Clinton has got 68 Electoral College votes. She needs 270 to win. She is short by 202. Donald Trump, as it stands, has 37, needs 270 to win. He is short by 233. We will be back watching, in particular, Florida and Virginia. The one thing I want to take you to, if I can, is Virginia, which I think is of particular interest now. We've got in 31%, let's call it a third of the vote, and Trump is taking the lead here. 54% of the counties we've had in, which is 6 when I last checked, 5 of them have gone red Republican. Clinton's on 41% share of the vote, Donald Trump on 54% share of the vote. If he could take Virginia tonight, with all that we've been saying about the changing demographic, about it becoming more Democrat voting, more educated in the North, that means a lot of rural Virginia has really rallied behind the Republican vote tonight. I don't want to make predictions. This one was never called last time either, and we've only got 31% in. But at the moment, I wouldn't be surprised if his campaign team were having a quiet little cheer in the back room somewhere.
Let me give a dissenting view in this case. When you look at counties in Virginia, the ones that are coming in, there are a couple that have been more Republican that are going for Clinton. Clinton will be very happy. These numbers don't mean very much. In Florida, Hillsborough County is Tampa, and it's a county that went twice for George Bush and then twice for Barack Obama. It's become a little more Democratic. Obama won by he got 53% the last time. It provided about half of his overall margin in Florida. She's now winning it by a more substantial margin. We still don't have all of the votes in there yet, but it's another good sign for her.
And one other piece of news that's just come in, which is that the North Carolina Board of Elections has, we've just heard, agreed to extend voting in 8 precincts in Durham County. We've talked about the different makeups of these states.
Which is part of what you might call the new North Carolina.
Raleigh-Durham, the Research Triangle, as it's known. Democrats in Durham County have a 4-to-1 registration advantage over Republicans. Democrats will be glad to get those precincts, the voting time extended. And we should point out that if you are in the queue to vote in the United States before polling time ends, the polling station will stay open as long as it takes to get you through the queue.
So you just need to get in the queue.
You need to get in the queue.
And you get to vote.
You get to vote.
Norm, it's too early to make projections, but would it be fair to say that from what we know so far, particularly from an analysis of the counties, that Florida is trending towards Mrs. Clinton?
Florida's trending in that direction. Again, I will say that the early vote was an enormous advantage for her. But that is going to narrow overall because her voters turned out to early vote. There'll be more Trump voters voting today. But when we look at some of those areas, we mentioned before Duval County, now Hillsborough, that are starting to come in larger numbers, and you compare it to what Mitt Romney got the last time, and it was a very narrow margin in Florida, it's looking better for her than it did, say, at this point would have been for Obama.
Well, indeed.
It's also looking a lot better for her because of the Hispanic vote, because of the registration drive they have, because of the Puerto Ricans coming into Florida and being able to vote. They have done a tremendous job in Florida registering and getting the Hispanic community involved. And to your earlier question about what happened with Republicans.
I'm glad you haven't forgotten that.
I didn't forget. Let's not forget,
two of the bluest and biggest states of the country, New York and California, both had Republican governors. It didn't just happen because of the registration. It happened because they worked so hard to build coalitions.
But who was the last Republican presidential candidate to win New York and California?
That is
I think
true,
his name was Ronald Reagan.
But my point is that you have to work to build the coalitions. You can't announce your candidacy and automatically turn off potentially 90% of a population. That just makes no sense, and that's exactly what Donald Trump did. So what I'm concerned about is, because it looks like this will be, the Latino vote will be a game changer in this election with their turnout, I'm concerned that the Republican Party may have lost them for a generation.
Well, the interesting thing is, after the Republicans lost the last presidential election, the Republican National Committee did an autopsy on why they lost the election. They said this has to be an inclusive party the next time around, that's attractive to Hispanics, that's attracted to women. And a candidate like Jeb Bush, who was the early favorite of the establishment Republicans, tried to run that campaign, and he was roundly rejected.
Rubio did immigration reform,
but they were
because
both
he wanted
roundly
to run.
rejected by the Republican base in the primary. So there's going to be this massive reckoning where there still might be this split between the establishment in the party and the base, and that's going to take a long time for Republicans to sort out after
Are you
this
still
election.
smiling?
I'll be smiling all night. That's my hope.
Does it not concern you, smiling as you do, that the Democrats, I mean, we've heard the problems the Republicans have, and they're real, and basically things have got worse since that 2012 report into what's to be done. Does it not concern you that the Democrats are no longer the party of America's blue-collar workers?
Well, I think we'll see what the results say tonight. Look, if Hillary Clinton wins a state like Pennsylvania, if she wins a state like Michigan, that doesn't mean that she doesn't represent blue-collar voters.
Well,
the truth is,
if she wins it, she'll win it because of Philadelphia. She's not winning the rural areas or the old steel areas where the blue-collar workers are.
Many of those voters left the Democratic Party under Ronald Reagan, and they've been Republican since then.
Well, they come back under Bill Clinton.
But if you look at the majority of America right now, it's a more diverse country. I think that Hillary Clinton tonight will win Hispanics. She'll win African Americans. She'll win suburban women.
I was asking about the one she wasn't winning, the blue-collar workers that used to be the backbone of the Democrat Party.
But I think that they will see, with Hillary Clinton as President of the United States, who, unlike Donald Trump, who's proposed tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, which crashed the economy in the first place, that Hillary Clinton is going to be roundly focused on promoting the middle class
They are
over the
also
next 4
the Democratic
years.
voters, Ben, that your former boss had problems with. Barack Obama didn't win those blue-collar workers. Let's just bring in a bit of news again from the Senate. According to exit polls projections that we're getting in, Marco Rubio has won the Senate race in Florida. The Republican, of course, who ran against Donald Trump had been, as Susan was just saying, perhaps one of the people that might have led the Republican Party in a different direction. When he ran for the presidency, he said he was not going to run again for the Senate. He jumped back into the race in the summer, and that threw everything up, and he has now just Marco Rubio. He'll be back
And that
in
was
the Senate.
that was a Senate seat in contention a while back, but ceased to be.
Again,
Pat
another
Murphy,
one, a
I think,
little bit
was
like
the
Ohio,
Democrat.
so
He'd basically kind of given up. They'd stopped spending
not
money
a huge
there.
surprise that the
But
Republicans have
for
won those
Marco
two.
Rubio to be called this early means he is tremendously outperforming Donald Trump in the
Because
state.
he's getting, I would suggest, some of the Hispanic vote.
I would agree with that.
So, little Marco, as Mr. Trump called him, is back in the race. He could well be a candidate again for the Republican nomination in 2020. We shall see. Let's just take you to outside the Clinton headquarters here on the west side of New York. Lots of people have been turning up to see it. Most of them, I assume, hoping for a Clinton victory. And there's lots inside the Javits Center. That's our shot there, I think, of the Javits Center, massive convention center here in New York, instantly named after a Republican senator of New York, Senator Javits, who was a pretty moderate Republican. I think, ironically, he probably would have had more in common with Mrs. Clinton than he would have had with Donald Trump. Now, one of the interesting features of this campaign, particularly as it came towards an end, was how nearly all the action was concentrated on the East and the Midwest. In the final 24 hours, they never really went, both candidates, west of the Mississippi. It was all taking place in Florida, the Rust Belt states, North Carolina, Virginia, and so on. But there is a big West out there, a lot of it Republican, but the populated states are really Democrat. And one of the states that has been in contention is Nevada. So let's go to our correspondent there, James Cook. He's in Las Vegas, which I think is Clinton territory, but we don't yet know if the whole state is Clinton territory, do we, James?
Well, yes, I mean, this city is Hillary Clinton territory, but the wider state is extremely interesting, and it feeds into the discussion, Andrew, that you've been having there, because you've been talking about Latino voters, and here in Nevada, with its 6 Electoral College votes, not the biggest, but still one of the most important because of the Latino population here, which has made this into a very competitive state. And it's a state which could be very useful for both Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. The Latino population that's eligible to vote here is about 17% of the voting population. The actual Latino population is greater than that. And we've been talking to a lot of people around here, and there was pretty long queues this morning outside some polling stations. About 300 people at one polling place as the doors opened at 7 a.m. They're going to close in, about a couple of hours, just under a couple of hours now here. And Hispanics here were saying that they are very much determined to get out and show Donald Trump that they do not like the way he has been talking about immigrants, and that they are concerned about what he would do if he were to become president. Now, let's be clear that this particular demographic does not by any means vote as a homogenous bloc, but the majority of Latinos are clearly in favor of Hillary Clinton. On the other side, people here out in the western United States, which has a more than a streak of libertarianism through it and more than a streak of individualism, say that they just think Donald Trump would allow them to get on with business and would get America working again. So you hear a lot of that as well. So that there is plenty of support for Mr. Trump here too.
James, thanks for that. James, of course, in Las Vegas, it's Clark County. It's by far the biggest county in Nevada. It has been trending towards Mrs. Clinton throughout this campaign. But there are other parts of Nevada. The desert areas are more Trump. And Reno in the north, Washoe County, that is more Trump. It's really kind of purple at the moment. Remember what Mark Twain said when he went to Reno. He said, "I went to Reno and soon realized this was not a place for a young Presbyterian, so I did not long remain one." That's the kind of effect Reno has on you. Emily, what have you got for us?
Well, I've got a caveat, first of all, because we haven't got a huge percentage of the votes in any of these places, but I want you just to compare what we're getting in some of those key swing states we've been discussing this evening: Florida, Ohio, and North Carolina. 53% share of the votes in, and it's absolutely neck and neck. Both candidates on 48% share of the vote. Clinton marginally, if you go to a decimal place, 48.8% to Trump's 48.2%. I can't think that we'll get this one very quickly. Ohio, however, a bit of a different picture. We've only got 12% of the precincts counted, the votes counted, in other words. So there is a long way to go, really 90% still to go. But on this first reading, she takes the lead. She's on 53% to Trump's 44%. In the Rust Belt state that he had the most chance of taking tonight. He spent a lot of time in Ohio. He has appealed directly to those workers worried about the jobs, worried about the economy. He very much hopes to take Ohio, and he still could do at the end of this tally. But as things stand, with those counted, she takes the lead. She also takes the lead here in North Carolina, 52% to his 46%. We've got even fewer votes counted there, just 6%. We don't even show you the numbers, the tallies, until it goes above 5. So we are very conscious that we have a long way to go, particularly with these two races. We also hear that we might not get a full result from North Carolina because there is so much debate at the moment, as you've been discussing, about these opening, closing times of the polling stations there. So we were warned a little over an hour ago that we might not actually hear the result from there, although it could still be projected if there's a big difference.
Well, they didn't know the election was coming.
They forgot, such an easy thing to do.
It came as a surprise.
Even Donald Trump got the date wrong once. So that's three of the races we're watching. I'll keep having a look at Virginia for you as well and see how that's shifting depending on the areas that we're getting the precincts in from. But some quite interesting stuff coming to you now with Clinton in the lead.
I'm going to do my duty again, and that's update us quickly on the Senate races.
Yes.
And that is that the Democrats have got a pickup in the Senate. That's Tammy Duckworth. She's a very interesting woman. She served in the Iraq War. She lost both her legs, actually. She'd
Wisconsin.
In Illinois.
Illinois.
And she has beaten Mark Kirk, who was the Republican who she was running against. That's going to be good for Hillary Clinton tonight. If she is doing as well as we think, she's going to be watching the Senate as well closely, isn't she, Ben? Because that's going to change her whole presidency.
That was your number one hit, though, wasn't it?
It's hugely important. Look, this was the state most likely that we would pick up, but Republicans only have 54 seats in the Senate. So if we can take 4 or 5 seats tonight, that's going to be hugely consequential. I think it's going to be much harder to win the House. We'd have to win 30 seats in the House to tip the balance. But if we can get 4 or 5 tonight in the Senate, that'll be huge. It'll be particularly important for her ability to govern.
So 1 down, at least 3 to go.
There you go.
There'll be no landslide victory for Democrats in the Senate. Evan Bayh, who was trying to come back to the Senate in Indiana, it's not been called yet, but he's struggling badly there.
I thought he was going to do quite well. That's
he came in and there was an expectation that he was going to do extraordinarily well.
Famous name in Indiana.
He left 6 years ago and basically stayed in Washington, became a lobbyist, had an efficiency apartment in Indiana that he never used.
An efficiency apartment?
Yeah.
What is that one that's got low voltage?
Very tiny apartment, but he didn't stay there.
Look, interesting as Mr. Bayh's living arrangements are, we've got some more results from Emily.
Let's show you the state of the race as things stand. We've had a couple new projections, calls in. That's South Carolina and Tennessee, both of those southern states then going for Donald Trump. Not a big surprise. They were very much in his tally already. But Tennessee, not impossible to lose. Al Gore lost it as vice president when he then, sorry, not as vice president, but when he ran for president, he lost his home state. But you can see how it's colouring up nicely in red. Many of those states predictable, but still reassuring to Trump that he could still be on track. He's now on 57 Electoral College votes. He is short by 213, trying to get to that magic number of 270. Clinton has got this tally that we talked about before, the Northeast, and also Illinois there, Barack Obama's home state. 68, she's short by 202. So at this point in the race, it looks even, but of course, the stuff that's happening below the water, Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, those are the ones that we'll be watching really tightly, and we won't be getting those for a while.
Okay, it's only 20 past 8, so we can carry on watching
this is to
those
get people
for a while.
staying with us. We want you with us right through the night.
Where else are they going to go?
Those are the big ones. They will only stay with us. Let's get a little bit more on Donald Trump and how, of course, his presidency, were he to be elected, would affect not just the United States, but America's allies as well. Andrew earlier was speaking to the former director of the CIA about the position on NATO. Anders Fogh Rasmussen is the former NATO Secretary General. He joins us now from London. Mr. Fogh Rasmussen, you and I have spoken about this before in terms of what Donald Trump has said about NATO. Jim Woolsey was there, was saying, well, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't really mean it. Anyone is ridiculous to seem to be taking it seriously. Are you concerned about what Mr. Trump has said about NATO?
Yeah, absolutely, because he has raised doubt about the American commitment to defending allies, and whether he's elected or not, and I don't think he will be elected president, that has been undermining the credibility of our alliance. So for Europe, it's a good news that Clinton probably will be the United States' next president.
What was it in Mr. Trump's objection to NATO members paying their fair share, which they haven't all been doing, that was objectionable? I mean, he has a point, doesn't he, that America has been carrying the security of Europe for too long, and it's time for European nations to pay up.
Yeah, I fully agree that the Europeans should invest more in defense. We also decided to do that at the NATO summit in Wales in September 2014. all 28 allies signed up to the pledge that within the next decade they will reach the 2% benchmark. And the good news is that in 2016, the Europeans invest much more in defense than they did in 2015. So I'm sure that the Europeans realize that after President Putin's aggression against Ukraine, we're in a quite new security situation, and that calls for more defense investment.
Are you, even if Donald Trump does not win the election tonight, are you concerned about what his nomination for the Republican Party and the amount of support that he has got during this campaign tells you about Europe, about Americans' commitment to involvement in international affairs?
Yeah, absolutely. Because even if he's not elected, he represents an isolationist movement in the United States. But fortunately, Clinton represents another approach. President Clinton would clearly lead. She has said in a speech that the United States can and should lead. And I fully agree with her. We need determined American global leadership, and I'm sure she will represent that.
Okay, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, thank you very much for joining us, the former NATO Secretary General. Ben, is it fair to say that Hillary Clinton is more of a hawk than Barack Obama and would lead America in a more interventionist direction? I'm thinking specifically of an area like Syria, where she has supported a no-fly zone, which your former boss, of course, didn't.
She pressed on Syria. She pressed on the intervention in Libya, which President Obama eventually agreed with. Look, his campaign was premised in 2008 on opposition to the war in Iraq. He thought that longstanding entanglements in the Middle East for the United States was a bad thing. I think even under this administration, Secretary Clinton has learned how difficult the situation in Libya was, for example. So I think she's more cautious than she may used to be. But at the end of the day, I think she has been in favor of intervention more times than President Obama.
She has close relationships with members of the military, with former generals who have been advising her. She supported the surge in Afghanistan. She was a proponent of that as well, of course, in Iraq as well. It does suggest, doesn't it, that the world might have a slightly different relationship with America under President Clinton than it has done under President Obama.
But I also think that she has developed incredibly close relationships with our allies, like the United Kingdom around the world. And she is running in a contest where a President Trump has, in fact, embraced some of our adversaries at the same time as he's alienated many of our allies. So I think that Secretary Clinton will be, or President Clinton, will be very conscientious about those relationships.
But she'll also face a tremendous problem on her left. Let's not forget, she was in a serious primary with Bernie Sanders supporters. She was in a primary where especially millennials were not happy with her hawkish stance. And going into, if she is elected, or for Donald Trump for that matter, this will be the most unfavorable, disliked president this country has ever had. So they won't have a mandate to lead. They're going to be on defense from day one. So she's going to have to worry about hearing it from the right, but also her own left flank. So that's going to be a difficult position for her difficult line for her to walk.
Well, and I think will the Democratic congressional makeup be more to the left after today?
Well, I think you've seen both parties move closer to their base rather than closer to their middle. And you saw that in Bernie Sanders' candidacy and the success of his candidacy. But on the foreign policy front, I think there's been a great war weariness in this country after more than a decade in Afghanistan and in Iraq. So I think that you will see a President Clinton exercise a level of caution in response to that as well.
Mr. Trump was most explicit and even extreme, you could say, on his attitude towards NATO. But the fact is that even a Clinton presidency will not be able to continue to bankroll 70% of the NATO budget and meet the massive naval buildup of Chinese naval power in the Pacific. Something will have to give, whether it's Mr. Trump or Mrs. Clinton. I just tell you, in Florida, 61% of precincts in, and Mr. Trump is 49 to 48, Hillary Clinton. So it's still close, even as the precincts go. Another place where we expect it to be close is Ohio. Let's go back to Barbara in Cleveland. Barbara.
Yeah, well, it's the polls here, or at least the unofficial tracking, shows quite a close race. We don't know the results yet, but I am in a Democratic stronghold, yet there are still people here who support Mr. Trump. And that includes Mr. James Milletti, who is joining me here. He's a seminary student. James, you've been a Republican for a long time.
I have.
Must have been a bit lonely to be one here in this county. Do you think that's shifting? I mean, Mr. Trump has thrown things up in the air so much. Maybe he's getting more support here now?
Well, Cleveland had the Republican National Convention, which was great for the state and giving some Republican energy into the area, which it never has. But even the governor, Kasich, wouldn't come to the Republican National Convention, which was incredibly disappointing.
Well, does that worry you that the Republican leadership here in Ohio has pretty much disowned Mr. Trump?
Yeah, it worries me a lot. Kasich claims to be a Christian. If he would just accept Jesus, if everybody would accept Jesus and the sacrifice that he's made and the salvation he offers, that great chasm would be closed, and it would change everything. So I think that would be the most important thing, is to accept.
But what are you supporting Mr. Trump then? If you're such a strong supporter of Jesus, you think he supports Jesus?
You know, Trump may be saved. That's up in the air. A lot of people have said that he is. I'm not sure. But he's certainly raised up by God right now to be God's man for this moment. I have no doubt about that.
Because?
Well, because he's got a great chance to win.
And, you know, a lot of Republicans would see him as not a very convincing Christian or social conservative.
I'm not saying he's necessarily a Christian, but you can still be used by God and not necessarily be a Christian. You can be God's man.
But what would he do then? What would he do?
Well, for instance, he's completely against abortion. He's going to defund Planned Parenthood, which would be great, which is one of the things I care about greatly. Hillary wants to support Planned Parenthood as much as she can, even so much as supporting and voting for partial birth abortion, which is a crime against humanity and a crime against God.
But Mr. Trump has been criticized strongly for his attitudes towards women, his attitudes towards Muslims. You don't see these things as important?
Well, I don't see them as what the media is making out them to be. When Hillary's on stage with Jay-Z, who is one of the worst misogynists
come on.
of all time,
So
and she's hugging him and supporting him, Trump's potty mouth can't be compared to leaving people to die in Benghazi and to giving our enemies nuclear weapons. Potty mouth is not comparable to that. Not at all.
We are getting into the language of good and evil here, which has characterized some of the differences in this campaign. That was James Milletti talking to me, one of Mr. Trump's supporters in this very Democratic stronghold here in Cleveland.
Just cue me, okay? Let's take a look at what we've got so far. So states that have been projected, just have a look on the map on the floor in front of me. And bear in mind, yes, there's more red, but of course, what Hillary Clinton is deriving her strength from is states just in the belt up at the top northeast part of the USA, where you've got a lot of voters in there. So she's packing in some handy Electoral College votes in the New England area. But I'm going to take you down south now, take you to Florida. So let's flash those 29 Electoral College votes in Florida. And let's just have a look at what's going on there and what we know from our exit poll. You'll have heard talk about what's coming out of the state. Crucially, you can see those parts of the state that have already reported in. They're red, rural areas, Republican areas, obviously, mostly. We're still waiting for places around Miami and Tampa and Orlando and so on. So more Democratic areas yet to report. So maybe that's why it seems very, very tight in the percentages that we've had so far being reported. I'm going to now look at racial profile in Florida. So have a look at the wall here. This is the white proportion of the electorate in Florida, just over half. Blacks 17%, Hispanics 24%. 1 in 4 now Hispanic, and others 3. Interesting that the white percentage has gone down from about 77, 80% 35 years ago. So that's a real changing state we're seeing here. And if we come this way, we can have a look at exactly what the white vote has done. As far as we can tell from the exit poll, so this is this year's election we're looking at here, it is 62% going for Trump. So Trump has a big advantage among white voters. 34% going for Hillary Clinton. But if I compare it with last time, you'll see actually it's not that much more powerful a vote for Trump in 2016 than it was for Mitt Romney in 2012. And Romney, for the Republicans, lost the state in 2012, and it was Obama who won it. Now, yes, Hillary Clinton is down among whites. That's true. But have a look at this. This is now the Hispanic vote. I said earlier, it's 24% of the electorate. Just come back to this wall. Let's have another look here. 24%, 1 in 4, was about 9% of the state Hispanic in the early 80s. Now it's 24. Let's see this Hispanic vote now, and you can see how powerfully it's going for Hillary Clinton. This is very, very useful for her. 62% to 33% for the Republican Donald Trump. Now, if you add in other minorities, you think about African-American voters, maybe Asian voters in Florida, you get to a situation where you think actually maybe Hillary Clinton can overwhelm Trump's advantage among whites. The difference on last time is modest. Clinton up just a couple of percentage points on what Barack Obama did last time. And by the way, Trump doing much worse than Romney. But of course, it's crucial to say Obama won the state in 2012, and Clinton, by these figures, may well be on course to doing the same. Back to you, Andrew.
Jeremy, thank you for that. All eyes in Florida at the moment, 68% of precincts in. Mr. Trump is ahead by 1%, 49 to 48. It's a difference of 63,000 odd votes. We're going to keep an eye on this and come back and look and see what's happening with Emily. But for the moment, let's catch up with the news with Clive Myrie.
Andrew, many thanks. The polls have closed in more than half the states across America, and the votes are now being counted, including in several key battleground areas. A high turnout has been reported. Here's Laura Bicker.
Decision Day 2016, and the campaign may have been ugly, but voters turned out in their millions. Around 15% of them told pollsters it was their first time. As dusk fell across the East Coast, the lines were still long. Of course, this is America, so in Colorado, you could even stay in the car and vote. A high turnout could be a good sign for the woman who wishes to be the first female president. Hillary Clinton voted near her home in New York, surrounded by close supporters.
It is the most humbling feeling, Dan, because, I know how much responsibility goes with this, and so many people are counting on the outcome of this election, what it means for our country, and I'll do the very best I can if I'm fortunate enough to win today.
Just a few miles away, her rival also cast his ballot.
It's looking very good.
In Florida, as the votes are counted, there were signs of just how bitter, how divisive this campaign has become. At least one couple are no longer talking to one another. Meanwhile, for the candidates, there is a tense evening ahead. As counting gets underway, they can only watch and wait. Laura Bicker, BBC News, Washington.
In other news, at least one person has been shot dead near a polling station in the state of California, and 3 others have been injured. Witnesses say the attacker, who was heavily armed, opened fire on a group of people in Azusa, 40 kilometers east of Los Angeles. The gunman then barricaded himself into a house, with police urging residents nearby to stay indoors. The British banker Rorik Jutting has been found guilty of murdering 2 Indonesian women in Hong Kong. Their mutilated bodies were found in his apartment in November 2014. In a statement read by his lawyer in court, Jutting expressed remorse for the killings and accepted his actions were horrific. He's been sentenced to life in jail. 5 people suspected of recruiting for so-called Islamic State have been arrested in a series of raids in Germany. They include an Iraqi man known as Abu Wallah, or the preacher without a face. The arrest took place in the north and west of the country. Prince Harry has issued a strongly worded statement criticizing the media for their treatment of his girlfriend, the American actress Meghan Markle. He said the media had subjected her to a wave of abuse and harassment, some of which had racial undertones. Here's Nicholas Witchell.
They met in Toronto earlier this year. Rumours of their relationship surfaced a few weeks ago. Some of the stories since have angered Harry. So in what Kensington Palace acknowledges is an unusual step, a statement was issued on Harry's behalf. The past week, it says, has seen a line crossed. His girlfriend, Meghan Markle, has been subject to a wave of abuse and harassment. Some of this has been very public. The smear on the front page of a national newspaper, the racial undertones of comment pieces, and the outright sexism and racism of social media trolls and web article comments. The reference to racial undertones arises because Miss Markle's mother is an African American. Harry evidently now feels duty-bound to try to shield her. The statement says, Prince Harry is worried about Miss Markle's safety and is deeply disappointed that he's not been able to protect her. There's nothing new about a member of the royal family seeking some privacy or a tabloid media determined to grant as little as possible. This isn't a game, said Harry today. The problem for him is that some editors appear to believe that it is. Nicholas Witchell, BBC News at Buckingham Palace.
That's it. You're up to date. Now, back to Andrew and Catty.
Right here in Times Square, it is just beginning to hot up now as the counting gets more than underway. More results coming in. Mixed picture, many fascinating results still to be determined. But let us give you what we know now. This is the state of the race as we go to our drone shot high over Times Square. There you see Hillary Clinton has 68 Electoral College votes and Donald Trump has 66. Both a long way from the 270 that you need to become the next president of the United States. This is turning out to be an even more interesting, if not exciting night than any of us thought. And before we go back to the presidential election, Catty, more bad news for the Democrats' hope of taking the Senate.
Yeah, so there are sort of 6 or 7 Senate races that we've all been watching very closely, the ones that could swing the Senate from the Republicans to the Democrats. One of those races is in Indiana. It's between the Democrat Evan Bayh, the Republican Todd Young. Bayh was a senator from Indiana before. He had been popular. He jumped into the race in July. It surprised everybody, and he jumped in with a very healthy lead. That lead evaporated, and he looks like, from projections, that Evan Bayh, the Democrat, has lost to Todd Young. He's a 3-term congressman. He's also a former Marine. Todd Young has been an interesting candidate because so many of these Senate and Congress races, they had to think, what do I do if I'm a Republican about Donald Trump? When all of those revelations came out about Donald Trump and his harassment of women and that Access Hollywood tape, you had a slew of Republicans distancing themselves from Donald Trump. He was one of them who threatened to withdraw his support from Donald Trump. They've all been threading the needle on this one. He threatened to withdraw his support from Donald Trump, but Todd Young didn't actually jump and do it. Indiana, we know the state went to Donald Trump for the presidential race. Now it looks like the Republicans have got that Senate seat as well. So from the Senate's point of view, it's looking pretty good at the moment for Republicans. We'll have to see where all those other key races end up, though, Andrew.
Well, they're going to need to win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin for the Senate races to even have a chance of doing that. And every minute that goes by, Florida just becomes more intriguing, Emily.
This is really exciting. Just even as I've refreshed the page, as Catty was speaking, you can see what's happening in Florida now. Trump is leading 49% share of the vote to Clinton's 47.9% share of the vote, more than 1%. This is about 95,000 votes between the two of them. But as things stand, with 70% of the precincts in now, so we are well clear of halfway, he definitely has a lead. And don't forget, this was only won by Obama at the end by 1%. So to have that 1% lead now well, it could even out and it could be replaced by a Clinton lead. But as things stand, I would have thought his campaign team will be quite excited about the prospect that Florida is still possible as part of his road to victory. Virginia, look at this now. Trump seems to be leading here with 50% share of the vote to Clinton's 45%. Again, 63% share of the votes in. These are all big numbers in terms of the Electoral College, which will make up their eventual tally. So they're watching all these races very closely. Virginia is somewhere where Hillary Clinton would have probably felt quite safe. Obama won it twice. It doesn't mean she can't win this. It could still mean that the ones that haven't been counted yet tend to be in the more urban, more Democrat voting precincts. But as things stand, he is ahead here. Ohio, it's almost the wrong way round. Virginia and Ohio, we might have swapped over at the beginning of the night, thinking that he would be leading in Ohio, she would be leading in Virginia. But as things stand in Ohio, and even fewer of the votes here counted, 20% only, but she has taken the lead. Hillary Clinton on 50% share of the vote to Trump on 46%. Let me just bring you up to date with the map and show you what's actually been called. In the last few minutes, we've had Alabama as well. So when you look at these tallies, everything in blue is Democrat, and don't ignore this swathe of the northeast there that's come in. Everything in red for the Republicans is for Donald Trump. Hillary Clinton on 68, Donald Trump on 66, and they're still going all guns to get to that 270. But it actually feels quite tight now, I think, for the first time in the evening, doesn't it?
Very tight. And as the Democrats struggle to get control now of the Senate, it's not yet out of their reach, but it's more difficult than it looked only an hour ago. The US networks here, major agencies confirming that the Republicans have kept control of the House of Representatives. Now, that's not a surprise. The Republicans had a big majority there, indeed the biggest majority in the House of Representatives since 1928. And the House of Representatives has never changed hands in a presidential year since 1952, when it changed from Democrat to Republican. And there's a name for that change. It's called the Eisenhower Wave, because that huge change took place as General Eisenhower became President of the United States. So probably a reduced majority, but the Republicans sure now of having at least one of the two legislative arms of this country. There are unconfirmed reports, too, that on a 91% count of the vote in Florida, Mr. Trump is still ahead by 0.8%. There's also reports that working class turnout in Michigan is much higher than expected, and that's good news for Mr. Trump too. Suddenly, this race remains very much a race. Let's go to Trump headquarters to get some reaction to this. Laura Trevelyan, our correspondent, is there. Laura.
Well, Andrew, joining me now is Carl Palladino. He is chair of the New York State Trump campaign. Mr. Palladino, how's the night looking so far to you?
Pretty much as expected so far, but this is the wild time right now. This is the crazy time when all that anxiety is building up, and we really don't have any good numbers yet. When the numbers get into above 70, maybe 80% responding, at that point we'll be able to tell a lot clearer.
But we do have a pretty high percentage of the vote counted in Florida. How are you feeling about Florida? That's key for you, isn't it?
Well, right now we're ahead with over 90% of the vote in, so I would hope that it would hold. Obviously, Florida brings us a lot of anxiety, because to replace Florida, we would need something like New York or something like that to slide over. It's an important state for us. Yeah.
Let's say that you win Florida. That's obviously great for you, 29 votes. How do you get to 270 in the Electoral College from there?
Well, we would need a Michigan, or we would need another blue state to come over to us. And it's my feeling, my personal feeling right now, that given the turnout figures that we heard today, that New York is in play. And it's a possibility. Yeah.
Carl Palladino, chair of the New York State Trump campaign. Thank you for joining us here on BBC News.
Well, thank you.
So that's the view there from inside the Trump campaign. Still early in the night. Back to you, Andrew and Katy.
Thanks, Laura. It is indeed still early in the night, though I guess you could say that the Trump campaign probably a little happier than it would have been just maybe an hour ago, when it looked that it was maybe beginning to slip away from them. Now, for both sides, there is still all to play for. Let's now go to London and to Nigel Farage. When I left London, he was still the interim leader of UKIP. I guess he still is. He's in our Millbank studio there. Nigel Farage, welcome. So how's your man doing?
He's doing very well. I mean, I think this is a hell of a run for an independent candidate, isn't it? I mean, we hear today that W. Bush didn't vote for him, that John Kasich, the governor of Ohio, voted for Hillary Clinton, so completely deserted by the upper echelons of his own party, without anything like the campaign funds that Hillary had. And here he is, absolutely neck and neck in this race. Fascinating.
So if he's an independent candidate, as you call him, though when I looked at the ballot paper, he seemed to be running as a Republican, maybe an unusual Republican, but a Republican nevertheless. If he wins, would you expect him to govern as what you call an independent?
No, I mean, I think that if he wins tonight, there will be some quite big changes in the Republican Party, because what's clear is the party is doing pretty well in the Senate, it's doing pretty well in the House of Representatives, and yet, you know, he's been stabbed in the back by so many in his own party. So I suspect that if he wins, there'll be quite a bloodletting that goes on within the Republican Party.
Does it not make you nervous that someone that you have become quite close to, I understand, if he was to become president, seems to have very little time for NATO or the defense of Europe at a time when Russia seems more threatening since the days of the Soviet Union?
Well, I think that in general on foreign policy, it's Hillary that's the hawk. I mean, she's the one that supported endless foreign wars, not Trump. On NATO, yes, he's made the point that all the member states need to pull their weight, and they've not been doing so. And I do think that the British relationship with Trump, if he becomes president, to make sure we maintain NATO as a viable force, I think our role in that will be absolutely crucial. And when it comes to Putin, well, look, there are two approaches. I mean, one is to go on provoking him, and indeed, I feel the European Union and America have been doing that over the course of the last few years. The other way is to try and sit down and talk to him. And, you know, jaw is better than war.
We have a global audience here tonight on the BBC, but indulge me in our own backyard for a minute, Mr. Farage. In what way would Donald Trump be good for the United Kingdom?
Do you know what? Donald Trump likes the United Kingdom. He believes in the special relationship. As he said himself, we would be at the front of the queue. And to have an American president that respected us, and particularly now that we've become, or we will become, an independent, self-governing country, is a marked difference to the time of President Obama or what Hillary would offer. He likes this country.
And if there is a Trump presidency, have you considered American citizenship and then getting them to appoint you as ambassador to Brussels?
Well, it has been speculated on, it has been joked about. Gosh, if I got a green card and went to Brussels, wouldn't that be fun? I don't really think it's going to happen, though.
But you would like it, wouldn't you? You can be honest with us tonight.
All right, yes.
I tell you what, though, he'd have to do an awful lot of fundraising if he was an American ambassador. That's why they appoint them, because they bring the money.
They do,
so,
they bring
Mr.
lots.
Farage, you'd have to be turning out the big bucks.
Well, I tell you what,
Now,
I'm a pretty good fundraiser.
Yeah, exactly. Nigel Farage, thanks for joining us. Nice to see good old Blighty in the background there. Katy, what do you make of things so far?
Well, it's certainly looking tighter, as you suggest, than it was even half an hour ago. The Clinton campaign is going to be watching Virginia closely. There are mixed reports coming out of Florida about which counties have not yet reported, whether there are any of those big Democratic strongholds in the South. Broward County people are talking about a lot. Has that actually reported yet, or has it not reported yet? Even if it hasn't reported, is it enough to swing back the 125,000 gap that Donald Trump seems to have created in Florida? So let's keep an eye on Florida. Let's keep an eye on Virginia. Actually, let's keep an eye on Moscow too. Why not? Shall we? Shall
Oh,
we go to Russia?
we always like to keep an eye on Moscow.
We've been to London.
That's why we've got NATO.
Let's go to Russia. Donald Trump has something like, by the way, an 82% approval rating in Russia at the moment. The BBC's Steve Rosenberg is there at a watch party in Moscow. God knows what time of the night or the morning it is. Steve, what's the latest from there?
I have to say this is very surreal. I'm in an English pub in Moscow with a group of Russian political activists watching the American presidential election results. And most of the people here, all the people I've spoken to actually, are supporters of Donald Trump. A short while ago they brought in this big portrait of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin and Marine Le Pen, which wasn't exactly Van Gogh, but you get the kind of the idea. At the moment, people are following very carefully the Florida voting, and there were some cheers earlier as Trump edged ahead there. Vladimir Putin, a few days ago, said it was utter nonsense to suggest that he favoured Donald Trump in this election. But certainly in recent weeks, state media in Russia has been lavishing praise on the Republican candidate, portraying him as the underdog, portraying him as the crusader against a corrupt Washington elite. And they've been lambasting Hillary Clinton. So I think it's quite clear that for Moscow, it will be better to have a President Trump in the White House than a President Clinton.
Well, Steve, there in that bar, I think that's the busiest bar that we've actually had a chance to look at tonight. Of course, we during the course of this campaign, we sent one of our teams out of reporters, Andrew, on the Trans-Siberian Express. From Moscow to Vladivostok, they were all talking about Donald Trump. And as Steve was suggesting there, they loved him. It's one of those countries in the world where opinion of Donald Trump runs very high.
Though we shouldn't forget that their view of Donald Trump is, how shall I put it, filtered through the largely Kremlin-controlled media. So it's not surprising that he's rather popular there. Well, that was Moscow. Let's go to London now. Every American presidential election, the US Embassy in London throws a huge party, and we'd like at this moment to thank the American taxpayers for that. Every 4 years is very good of you to do so. Let's go to Richard Lister, our correspondent in the US Embassy in London.
Yeah, you were talking about packed bars. Well, the bar here at the US Embassy has been packed all night. 1,500 people invited, a strictly non-partisan affair. Democrats and Republicans were each given an equal allocation of tickets, so this was all scrupulously by the book. With me is the ambassador, Matthew Barson. Thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
American elections are always a subject of great fascination around the world, but in the diplomatic circles that you move in, have you noticed more interest, dare I say concern about this one?
Well, the circles I try to travel in aren't sort of diplomatic maybe as some of the viewers might think. One of the things I've tried to do, I've been to 155 secondary schools all around the United Kingdom and done a workshop with nearly 20,000 British sixth formers. And I just give them a blank piece of paper and I say, hey, draw what frustrates you or concerns you about America, flip it over and draw or write a word, something that inspires you. And so politics comes up and these young people are paying attention and they have really high standards. I think that's a really good thing. It's not limited to the young people. I hear it from sort of grown-ups like us and older. So yes, they're paying attention and they should. And by the way, we're paying attention in America to what's going on in your country. I think that's very healthy.
Well, as we all pay attention, I mean, should we be concerned that regardless of who wins tonight, America does seem to be moving slightly closer, incrementally, towards a position of more insularity and less engagement with the rest of the world. Should the rest of the world be worried about that?
Well, I think, look, my boss, I can speak to the current administration. I think President Obama, from day one up until the day he leaves, has made the opposite argument. He said to his fellow Americans, if we want to be more peaceful and more prosperous and more just, we've got to engage with the world, not pull back from it, if we want to be more peaceful and more prosperous.
Many Americans don't accept that, do they? If the results that we're seeing come in are anything to go by.
Well, that's right. I mean, we'll see how it plays out tonight. But I think we have a history in our country. I mean, you go back to World War II, 75 years ago today, when you guys were getting bombarded, where were we? If we're honest with ourselves, we were not with you yet, right? So it took us a while, but we got there. In a World War I, same thing, longer time delay, but when we get hands-on and we're helpful, we can do amazing things together. Look what we did together to fight Ebola, right? And we resisted as a country that natural inclination to pull back, which is understandable, but then if we can explain to the American people or the British people that to be engaged will make you safer, will make you more prosperous. That's the argument that our leaders need to make, and each of us as citizens have to make that choice for ourselves.
Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for joining us. A few more hours to go yet. Lots of people still at this party watching on the big screen, waiting to see who will be the choice of the American people.
Well, they should pace themselves, because it looks like they're going to have to be there for a long time before the result of the presidential election of 2016 is clear. Let's just take a look in at the Clinton headquarters here in New York, over in the Javits Center, that massive conference center in the west side of the city. There you can also see the result, North Carolina, where Mrs. Clinton is 2 points ahead at the moment with not all the votes in by any means. So you see everyone's a little bit subdued now there. They're all looking up, trying to work out what's going on, and they may be like that for a while. No razzmatazz yet on either side. Let's go to the Trump campaign, which isn't that far away. It's about half a dozen blocks towards the east, but still on the west side. Let's see if we can look in on Mr. Trump, and there too is the Donald Trump campaign. They've all gathered there. I'm told it's a bit of a zoo outside, partly because of the mix of the media. You can't trust the media to behave itself these days. But again, these are pretty subdued as they all wait, both sides waiting, wondering, how is this election going to pan out? Waiting for a crucial toss-up swing state to be declared so that they get a sense of which way is going. Now, it is 3 minutes to 9. There's a whole, here in New York, East Coast time, a whole lot more states about to close, Emily.
14 more states close their polls bang on 9 o'clock, and we'll start to get news from these mountain states in the southwest, places like Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona. If Clinton's having a good night, she should take Colorado and New Mexico, as Obama did. If she's having a really great night, she might take Arizona. If those ones start to look dodgy or they don't come in straight away, if there are tight races there, then she's not having such a good night. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota as well. Trump has gone all out to get Michigan. He thinks that it's going to have the same demographic as Ohio, and he believes he can win Ohio. If he starts to move into that territory, sort of Great Lakes, northern blue territory, then he's having a very good night indeed. So let me just take you to the list, and you can see them all in their glory. We've got 14 more to come in. As ever, the ones that are at the top may take longer. They're expected to be closer races. And then you come down to Texas, Louisiana, South Dakota. We should get a slew of those very quickly on the dot of 9. You were mentioning the key races that we can't take our eyes off here. And this is how Florida, Virginia, Ohio are placed at the moment. 47.8% of the vote to Clinton in Florida, 49.1%. Donald Trump has the lead in Florida, in Virginia, and he's just off in Ohio. We've only got 28% of the precincts in there, but we've got 3/4 of them in here. On those two counts, he's feeling a bit more confident than we were expecting him to at this point in the night, isn't he?
I'm sure he is, Emily. The key so far is that this result still remains entirely uncertain. And of course, financial markets hate uncertainty. They're open in the Far East. Well, let's go to our North American business correspondent on the roof of the BBC studios, Michelle Fleury. Michelle, how are the markets out in the Far East reacting so far?
Well, strangely, even though we're talking about markets in the Far East, one indicator to keep an eye on is the Mexican peso. You may be wondering why the Mexican peso when we're talking about a US election. Well, it all has to do with what Donald Trump has had to say on immigration. Tough talk on immigration, on building a wall, talk about imposing higher trade tariffs. All of this could have a negative effect on America's neighbor, on its economy, Mexico's economy. It's been something we've heard a lot about on the campaign trail. Donald Trump singling out even an American firm, Ford, the American car company, for moving a factory from Michigan to across the border into Mexico, saying he would slap 35% tax on any vehicles coming into the US from Mexico by Ford. That's the kind of talk that has made investors pay close attention to the Mexican peso.
Michelle, thanks for that. We, of course, here talk of nothing else but the Mexican peso.
No.
In fact, we should have bought some. Norm, what happened to all these counties that were swinging to Hillary Clinton?
So, a couple of points to make. Clinton's Florida person, Steve Shale, just said a little while ago that she's doing extraordinarily well in Florida in the urban areas, but Trump is doing much better than anybody expected in the ex-urban areas, those places that are not the suburbs but further out. And there'd been an expectation that he would struggle there, and he's not. What we don't know in Florida at this point, with the votes that are out, and the upshot of the New York Times, which has done a lot of work on this, earlier projected about an hour ago that they thought Trump might win, but their chief analyst now says, we don't know how many votes are left in South Florida. They think that there are about 729,000 votes that would go to Clinton, largely to Clinton, that would make that up. But this may go on a long time. In Virginia, the big counties that are out are Fairfax and Prince William, which are heavily Democratic. So that one is probably not going to end up in Trump's camp. But he's obviously found some surprising results in places that the early evening didn't suggest.
But Norm, look at the gap in Virginia. I mean, that's a sizable gap that she has to make up. In those counties that you're talking about,
a lot of votes in those counties.
There are a lot of votes.
A lot of votes.
Very well.
It's looking tighter, I'm sure, than anyone in the Clinton camp would like.
It's looking tighter as it goes on,
tonight.
and even in those counties, there seem to be a slam dunk for Mrs. Clinton. They're being overwhelmed by Trump turnout elsewhere, Emily.
We've got a lot of new states that have been projected in. The polls have shut in these places at 9 o'clock. And look, the whole central part of the USA now, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, except for the 2nd District, which is around the city of Omaha, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Now, all of those have coloured up for Mr. Trump, for the Republicans, giving him a lead. For the first time in about an hour. He's now on 123 Electoral College votes. Hillary Clinton on 97. She's short by 173. He's short by 147. Obviously, these are the ones that we're really looking for, the ones that are at the moment not called. They're too close to call if they're not in yet. New Mexico, Colorado, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota. There was a point, and you'll remember this very well, where we even wondered, when it looked as if it was going to be possibly a convincing, emphatic win for Hillary Clinton, that we started wondering whether Texas, that deep red Republican state, could even be in the purple zone, a little bit undecided. But if we just go into it, let's have a look and see. You can probably, haven't got any numbers there yet, but the fact that it has been called so quickly means it was never really in any doubt. If there are Hispanics voting Democrat in Texas, there aren't enough of them yet to actually change the colour of the state, although this may be something that comes through in election cycles to come. But just take you back to the map then, see if anything else has been added in. You can see how it's colouring up in the south, in the central part, and in Wyoming as well, the mountain state here, giving Trump a lead now on 123 to Clinton's 97. Don't jump to any conclusions yet, because there are an awful lot, as we showed you, as I keep going back to, that are very, very close races. Too close to call. We haven't got results from any of the real battlegrounds yet. Not surprising.
We haven't, Emily, but the bottom line of the moment is it's practically a dead heat in Florida, in Ohio, and in North Carolina. It wasn't quite meant to be this way. Are you beginning to feel a little bit nervous for Mrs. Clinton now?
I am feeling incredibly anxious. It is a real nail biter, and in the sense, not only nervous for the prospects of us electing our first female president, but what we see tonight in the states that you just mentioned is going to tell us a lot about the future of the country, the political philosophy of the country, what the electorate expects, and whether or not the country is even more divided than we feel it is, as we've seen during this campaign cycle.
And Ron, are you beginning to think that maybe Mr. Trump is doing better than you would have thought?
I think he is doing a lot better than I would have thought. It's so close. The fact that he is, although albeit up by a little bit in Virginia, I never anticipated that. No. I thought that North Carolina would have been one that would have gone for Mrs. Clinton, and it didn't. And that we're neck and neck in Florida. We still have what I believe Broward County, Dade County, and the southern part of Florida to count. But Donald Trump is in a very good spot right now. One I don't think even he would have anticipated being in right now.
Ron, are you, if Donald Trump does as well for the rest of of the night and manages to swing those 3 big ones. Do you share any of Michelle's concerns about what this tells us about just how divided America has become? If you're getting a sense of who's voted for him and who has voted for Hillary Clinton?
To be honest with you, Katty, I think we're going to wake up tomorrow and America's going to be as divided and as polarized as we've been in decades, whether it's Hillary Clinton, whether it's Donald Trump. And how do we move on from this? How do we recover as a country to pull ourselves together? We are now alienated by gender, we're alienated by race, we're alienated by age.
And religion.
And religion.
Yes.
How do Americans find unity, regardless of what happens tonight, to say we need to bring ourselves together as a country?
One of the most interesting polls, and actually it was a demographic poll that came out from the Pew Research Center, which is a very respectable, non-partisan research group here in the United States. It came out about a year ago, and in that poll it showed that about a third of Republicans don't just disagree with Democrats' policies, they see them as a threat to the nation. But before Democrats think, oh my God, those Republicans, almost as many Democrats see Republicans as a threat to the nation. That's very different from how it's been in America. Increasingly, Americans live divided lives. These are breaking into tribes. They don't go to the same schools, they don't live in the same areas, they don't parent the same way, they don't read the same media and consume the same media, of course. And I think probably we're seeing those divides in the course of this election tonight.
No question, and this is something that Norm's an expert on, but I think that Washington, D.C., as we've seen it, is broken. Republicans don't talk to Democrats. Democrats don't talk to Republicans. And how can you effectively govern if you're not even sitting down at the table to try to find a way to negotiate? We have to get back to where we were in the first Clinton administration.
But that's not going to get easier. Whoever wins tonight, is it?
Exactly.
No, that's exactly it.
That is the challenge, particularly if the Senate remains in the hands of Republicans. We're going to have a divided House. If we see obstruction again, as we did all throughout President Obama's presidency, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, because let's face it, not all of Donald Trump's policy positions are what Republicans consider to be Republican principles. He is anti-trade, anti-free trade, very isolationist. How will a Republican Congress deal with a President Trump?
Well, the division is so bad now that I see in some polls that if you are a fully paid up Democrat and your kid says that he or she's going to marry a Republican, you're now really upset. And the truth, it seems true the opposite way. Republicans don't want their kids to marry Democrats. And that wasn't true 20, 30 years ago. We haven't even mentioned Pennsylvania yet because there are so many other swing states still in play. We're still trying to discern the outcome. But Pennsylvania could still play a key role in determining the next president of this country. Let's go back to Jeremy Vine.
Good, Andrew. And it's a real honeypot for the Republicans, Pennsylvania. I'll show you the map on the floor, which is the states that we have now projected, so where we think we are so far in the election. And I'll now flash Pennsylvania for you. Last time it went red, by the way, was when George Bush Sr. was elected, that one-term president in 1988. So going back quite a way. Let's just talk a little bit about the state here. And let's look at education in the state and try and break it down. So education in Pennsylvania, we're going back here to the 60s to look at the number of graduates and non-graduates. You can see, by and large in Pennsylvania, nearly everybody was non-graduate, didn't have a degree back in the 60s. And gradually, as you'd expect, with modern America, it changes. Much the same trend in lots of Western democracies. And now you've got a much better educated Pennsylvania corpus here, 72% non-graduates, 28 with degrees. It's not a dramatic thing, but there's clearly an increase there in people with degrees in Pennsylvania. Why is that relevant? It's relevant because we know that non-graduates are much more likely to vote for Donald Trump. And he's once again having to super energize a part of the electorate that is actually falling. Now, if we come to the wall here, we'll just look, we'll break this down, we'll focus in even more. And let's ask for white, college-educated parts of the electorate. Graduates, 44%. So these are white voters with a college education in Pennsylvania. And how are they voting? This is based on the exit polls we got in 2016 in this election. And they're going for Hillary Clinton, but not by a huge margin, 51% to 44%. Let's break it down again. Let's come to the wall and choose a different catchment here. Non-graduates now. again, whites in Pennsylvania without a degree. Remember, they were in the 90%, now falling, fewer of them. How are they voting? Well, dramatically voting for Trump, according to our exit polls over the last 24 hours. So 62% going for Trump and 34% going for Hillary Clinton. So you were just talking in the panel about divided America. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Once you start to split voters apart, you get some marked differences about their choices in this election. Andrew.
Jeremy, thanks for that. And the interesting thing I would suggest about Pennsylvania is the kind of divisions we've been talking about in the country, they are there in the raw in Pennsylvania itself, aren't they?
Absolutely right. I mean, you've got, obviously you've got Philadelphia, you've got the cities, you've got the Democrats, you've got increasing urbanization, you've got more and more young college graduates. You've also got this hurting part of Pennsylvania, not just the rural areas, but that Rust Belt feel of the parts that are feeling a pain that goes even back beyond the financial crisis of the 2000s. And the map is stark. It's red and it's blue, and you feel as you look at it, never the twain shall meet. And what's really interesting, I think, is that you put into this division all the change we're talking about, and then you have a candidate like Trump who runs to simply maximize the core, doesn't go for the center ground, which is what all politicians do these days. He doesn't do that. And you look at a state like Pennsylvania, and my goodness, where we are at this moment in this election, who knows which way it's going to go?
Jeremy, who knows is the operative question that we're still trying to answer as the results come in. We've got 84% of precincts reporting in Florida, and Mr. Trump still holds on to a very narrow lead. We are still waiting to see these urban counties leaning more to Mrs. Clinton making a difference. But and that may still happen because there are still, 16% of the precincts to come in. But so far, no matter how many come in, Mr. Trump just clings on to that lead. And the amazing thing, too, Catty, is 82% of Virginia precincts in. And he's got a 3-point lead in Virginia. That's remarkable.
That will be making the Clinton camp very nervous. Of course, as Norma said to us all during the course of the evening, we have to know where these votes are coming from. Are there pockets of votes that are still to be counted? But this is looking like a better night for the Trump campaign. We're joined here by Betsy McCaughey. She's an advisor to the Trump campaign. Betsy, I imagine you're feeling happier now than you were an hour ago.
Yes, but I wanted to address the very important question you all raised about divisions in the country, because prosperity can heal many divisions. As Jeremy just noted, the rawness you see is in large measure a feeling people have that Washington has ignored their pain, their economic desperation, their loss of jobs, their loss of hope. And Donald Trump's particular campaign, and the reason that I support it so strongly, is he has delivered an economic program that will revitalize these areas of the country. He believes in really pushing ahead with fossil.
Program,
that's right. Fossil fuel production. That's very important to some of the areas you've just cited, natural gas and coal in Pennsylvania, for example. And his corporate tax relief will jumpstart the economy and provide more investment and jobs as a result. So what I'm saying is don't despair too much. It looks as if all of these divisions are so baked into our nation. But in fact, I believe with a period of real sustained prosperity, a lot of that healing can occur.
But you've had your natural gas revolution and gas prices have collapsed already.
Well,
you are under international obligations now on CO2 emissions, so that will limit.
Those are not binding.
Is he going to break them? Is he going to break them?
I hope that the next president will break them.
And you think that will bring the nation together?
Yes, I do, because let me point out,
deeply divided?
I used to be lieutenant governor of New York, and the southern tier of New York is in agonizing poverty because we are not producing natural gas there. We are not fracking there. And Donald Trump has said, let's max out our energy production at home. It will provide so many jobs for people.
Ben, this is the argument that Betsy is making is clearly the economic argument that is doing so well for Mr. Trump in these areas that you're pointing out of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida,
West Virginia, and parts of Virginia.
Virginia itself.
Oh, yes.
Why has Hillary Clinton failed to make the case that she will be better for the American economy? And she polls on that too, that she will be better, less good for the American economy. Why hasn't she made that case?
I think there's a split in perceptions in the country. I mean, we've seen under President Obama 73 straight months of private sector job growth. We've seen wages pick up just over the past month. So many Americans are starting to feel the dividends of the economic recovery. But there are communities in America where the core industry has left some Americans behind. And whether we have a President Clinton or President Trump, reaching those communities with a jobs program is critically important. But a President Trump hasn't proposed a sound economic program. He's proposed tax breaks for the wealthiest that drove us into the financial crisis in the first place. We pursued an all of the above energy strategy under this administration. And those jobs have not come back to certain communities. So the notion that he's proposed a detailed economic plan is simply a lie.
It's very detailed, and let me point out that the most important part of it is slashing business taxes from between 35 and 39% nominal rate to 15%. Any business of any size will not pay more than 15% tax on its income. And that is so important because businesses in this country are at a tremendous disadvantage when you see England, Canada, Ireland, and so many other countries slashing their business taxes.
It is also the case that he's proposed reducing the top tax rate in America from 39.6% down to 33%,
that is true.
Which would be a big windfall for the wealthiest in the country.
Well, windfall, but those are the people who do the investing. But the real key is cutting the business taxes and also the individual taxes, because don't forget, many of the small businesses in this country file as individuals, not as corporations.
Donald Trump would pull back from our economic alliances all around the world. I mean, anytime it looked like Donald Trump might get close to the presidency, the stock market has tanked. I think that's a sign.
OK, we'll not totally refight the campaign, though I must say, as an observer of such matters, it's quite interesting to finally have a debate about policy.
Isn't it great?
In this presidential campaign. Just sadly, the polls closed several hours ago, and this policy debate can have no influence. So let's go back to the results, Emily.
They might prefer to be talking about policy right now. I think there is a tangible nervousness amongst Democrats, certainly on social media, at what is starting to happen, the picture that's starting to emerge in the battleground states. And here is why. None of these are over. They are all races still being counted, and you can see that we haven't got the full tallies in. But in Florida, that absolutely critical battleground state, which Obama only won, let me remind you, by 1% last time round, Donald Trump has the lead on 49% share of the vote, with 89% of the precincts in. Virginia, he leads again, 49% share of the vote to Clinton's 46%. They've got 83% in here. Ohio, he's extended his lead here, only 37% on. That could change, but on current predictions, he's on 52% share of the vote to Clinton's 44%. Why is this important? Because we began the night talking about how mathematically difficult it was for Donald Trump to find a path to the White House. Not impossible, but tricky. He needs what they call in poker an inside straight, everything to fall into place. And at the moment, with those races going the way they are, everything is falling into place. So let me just show you how the map has coloured up so far, putting Trump in the lead with 129 of those Electoral College votes. He needs 270. Clinton short by 166 on 104. This is how the results have coloured up so far. If we add in the polls, the campaign polls, maybe you have doubts about the campaign polls at this point, but let's add in how the campaign polling left the state of the race. What they've done is essentially coloured up all the safe states for either party. The grey ones are the battlegrounds that we were just talking about. Now let's just play around with this. I'm going to go into my calculator, pick up the red pen, and imagine that he has actually won the races that we've now seen him taking a lead in. If he has won Florida, if he has won Virginia, if he goes on to win Virginia, if he does win Ohio, let's imagine that he wins the states that we haven't had results from yet, that Mitt Romney won for the Republicans in 2012, Arizona and North Carolina, they were Republican last time round. On these predictions, there is a sort of collective gasp, isn't there? He's only short by 4. He can get that with New Hampshire. He can get that with Iowa. He can get that with the 2nd Congressional District of Maine and one other, maybe Nevada. Now, none of this is real. If you've just joined us, if you just switched on, this is not the picture. Yeah, we have to have a massive warning sign on. This is my calculator and this is the path that he could take to victory. But that's how the map looks at the moment. And those are the 3 that we're comparing, which, as things stand, show Trump ahead in each one. If he pulls those off, it suddenly becomes a whole lot easier.
Of those 3, the one I'm worried about the most as a Trumpster is Virginia, because generally the votes of the counties right near Washington, D.C., where all the government workers live and tend to vote Democratic, heavily Democratic, they come in last. So I'm not counting my...
Well, you're not counting your Virginias yet.
But there's
that's
still
right.
84% in.
Yeah.
There's still 84% in there.
And why
he's
do
got
those
a
votes
50%
come in
lead.
last?
I don't know, but they always do. We've gotten
I
whipsawed
told you, they're
many
slow,
times.
well-educated, they're slow counters. That's the reason. Ohio, 40% of the precincts in Ohio, Mr. Trump is 8 points ahead. We can't project it yet, but you would have to say that Ohio is trending strongly to Donald Trump. And of course, it's a state he has to win. Now, yesterday and today, the market soared on the prospect of a Hillary Clinton victory. That's what they thought was going to happen. Now that they've looked at the results coming in, I can tell you that Dow Futures, which is a financial mechanism that tells you what's going to happen when the Dow opens earlier Wednesday morning, it's down 300. Down 300. That's a lot. It went up 300 before the election. It's now going down 300 on the futures. The financial market's now not so clear of the result as they thought before the markets closed today. So let's go straight to Clinton headquarters now, and to John Sopel is there. John, I suspect they're beginning to look a little bit worried at Clinton headquarters.
You know, about an hour and a half ago, Andrew, every time new figures came in, it was all looking quite good. There were big cheers. Everybody in this crowd here is either looking at one of the American networks, which are being projected on the big screens, or looking at their phones, and they're getting increasingly anxious and they're getting increasingly nervous. And this wasn't the evening that they had anticipated, having looked at the latest polls, having looked at the lead into the final days of this campaign, all the organisation that they had on the ground. And Donald Trump seems to be pulling off what he managed during the primary races, that he didn't have the great ground game and the kind of infrastructure in place, but was still able to perform very well on social media and with the message that he's delivering. And if you're looking at Florida, for example, and many of the other places, what you're seeing is a kind of real split in America. Not the splits that we've all discussed in terms of, you know, the sort of disaffected white, blue-collar, older worker, but also the differences between the rural communities and the urban. You know, you look at the numbers that are piling up in the rural areas of Florida, for example, and yet it's all about what might happen in the cities. It does show the deep fissures in American society at the moment that have been brought out. And so you've got sort of Donald Trump outperforming what Mitt Romney managed in Republican areas, and yet in certain urban areas, Hillary Clinton doing extremely well. And that just kind of lays bare some of the splits in American society that this election has brought out.
John, what are they looking for there now, do you think? I mean, we always knew Florida was going to be close. It is close. Mr. Trump's ahead at the moment, but it's not over yet. I guess the biggest surprise for them, I would suggest, is Virginia. Now, we know that Virginia, some of the northern parts have still to report, and they will be more pro-Mrs. Clinton. But even if in the end she was to swing it in Virginia, it was never meant to be this difficult there. She hasn't been there since July. She stopped spending money there. Suddenly, it's in contest.
But so did he. He thought it was over 3 or 4 weeks ago. At the time when that tape emerged, the Access Hollywood tape emerged, there was then a certain amount of Republicans putting distance between themselves and his campaign. And there was a protest outside Republican headquarters, which was led by the person who was running the campaign for Trump in Virginia. And he got in huge trouble over it because he was furious that Donald Trump was pulling resources out of Virginia because he thought that was premature. And then latterly, Donald Trump has gone back into Virginia and seems to be doing very well. Now, as we say, like Florida, where you're waiting for Broward County, in Virginia you're waiting for those northern counties which border Washington, D.C. But Virginia was never seen as kind of one of the areas where Trump might do very, very well.
Now I want to start out by thanking
Thanks for that, John. Katie.
Let's get a quick check-in in Ohio. Barbara Pledusher's there in Cleveland. Again, another state we can't call it yet, Ohio. 41% of precincts counted, Barbara. It's looking like Trump 52-44. You're in a bar that is mostly Democrats, mostly Clinton supporters. What are they making of this?
Yeah, watching closely. You're right, there are a lot of Clinton supporters in this area thinking that she might be able to pull it off, but not quite sure. Different kinds of voting patterns in play here, and I've got a couple of guests who can talk them through with me. First of all, Edward Horowitz. He's a political communications professor at Cleveland State. Mr. Horowitz, there's been a lot of talk about Mr. Trump making inroads with so-called blue-collar Democrats. Is that a really significant issue?
Right. So here in Ohio, the problem that Democrats face is that the blue-collar workers, less educated, high school educated white males particularly, in more of the rural parts of the state have been energized for Donald Trump. When you drive through outside of metropolitan area like Cleveland, you see tons and tons of signs for Donald Trump. So I think he's very appealing to them. The simplistic messages of, I will bring jobs back, I will turn things around, auto plants will return. I think for them, it's not so clear how those things are going to happen, but they really believe, they have a lot of faith that he will do it for them. Whether that can happen or not is a big question.
Well, if he can peel away blue-collar Democrats, can Mrs. Clinton peel away Republicans in the sort of affluent suburbs who don't like him, who are dismayed by him? Because there are quite a lot of those too, aren't there?
Absolutely. I mean, women are the major key factor in so many of these races. Here in Ohio, the suburban voters, the women, they've been particularly appealed to Hillary Clinton because of a lot of the comments Donald Trump made, the Access Hollywood tic-tac tape where he talked about assaulting women. So women have been seen as a primary vote for Hillary Clinton, but whether that translates because of the enthusiasm gap. A lot of people are just unhappy with Hillary Clinton. They're unhappy with Donald Trump. Whether they showed up today in the polls is a big question. But with so many people voting early, that seemed to be indicative that a lot of people were supporting Hillary Clinton.
And what about the black vote? I'm now speaking to Michael Nelson. He's from the NAACP, the president of the Cleveland chapter. How important is the black vote here in Ohio?
For Hillary Clinton to win, there has to be a tremendous turnout in the black community. And one of the issues that in the black community is the lack of enthusiasm. And I can explain that because after Barack Obama, which is the penultimate emotional and political accomplishment for black Americans, anything after that was going to be a significant drop-off. So I'm not really that surprised about the lack of enthusiasm, but my concern is that people have to be able to translate a vote for Hillary Clinton into their own best interest, or just vote in their own best interest. And sitting it out is not how you do that. And then they get a lesson from George Bush and his wife, who didn't vote for either candidate. So we have that dichotomy. And then we have this civil war going on, this cultural civil war, where the middle-class blacks versus poor blacks, police versus blacks, Republicans versus Republicans, and we're caught up in that as well.
Do you think that if the black vote doesn't come out strongly enough, that could lose Ohio for Mrs. Clinton?
Well, remember, Barack Obama won Ohio by 150,000 votes in 2012, and he won Cuyahoga County, which is where you're doing this interview, by 250,000 votes. So you have to get tremendous turnout in the black community for a Democrat to be successful, period.
So, lots of different irons in the fire here, lots of voting patterns to take into consideration to determine who actually wins this state. But of course, Mr. Trump does have to win it if he wants that path to the White House.
Okay, Barbara Pledusher there for us in Cleveland. Ohio looking like a nail-biter as well.
Well, it is, and I'm seeing reports. CBS, one of the other big networks in the United States, is saying Michigan is now a toss-up. Mr. Obama won Michigan by 9.5%. There's even a lot of chatter, unconfirmed, that things are not that he necessarily win, but he's putting in Mr. Trump a strong performance in Minnesota. Now, Minnesota didn't even vote for Ronald Reagan. Well, most of the other parts of the country did. Emily?
I just had three comparisons, didn't I? Florida, Ohio and Virginia, which all showed Donald Trump ahead. This is a really exciting moment, I think, for the Trump campaign, because not only are they starting to feel pretty optimistic about those three, but look, here's three brand new ones that we haven't shown you as a comparison before: North Carolina, Michigan and New Hampshire, and each of those have Donald Trump ahead. In North Carolina, he's on 49.4% share of the vote. Michigan, this is a very interesting one, and Andrew was just mentioning this. I remember when he went to Michigan, to the town of Flint, which suffered a bad water poisoning scandal, and the line he used there was, it used to be that you made cars in Michigan, in Flint, you couldn't drink the water in Mexico. Now, the cars are made in Mexico, and you can't drink the water in Flint. Whether or not that is true is almost beside the point. He has spoken to people in this part of the world, Michigan bordering Ohio, those Rust Belt states around the Great Lakes, which may yet be carrying his message still further into territories that the Democrats never really dreamed that they could be in danger of losing. New Hampshire, very, very closely fought now. They're both on 47% share of the vote, but he has got the lead here. Now, this is starting to look like a much better night for Donald Trump and his campaign team than any of the pollsters had predicted before we came on air. This is how the map has coloured up so far. You can see that we've still got quite a way to go, because none of the races that I've been talking about are in yet. They're all in grey, and they'll stay in grey until there is an actual projection and they've been called. But let me just take you to the list. This is where the polls closed in the last few minutes, and those are the ones that we've had colouring up.
Emily, thanks for that. Let me just show you the share of the national vote. 22% of the country's precincts have voted. And this is how that 22% have voted. Now, remember, parts of the West Coast and the West are still voting, but Mr. Trump has taken 50%, Hillary Clinton 46% of votes cast so far. The other 4% gone probably to the other two candidates that have been in this race, a Green Party and a Libertarian candidate. We'll get some comments from our panel in just a moment, but let's first of all catch up with all the latest news from Clive Myrie.
Andrew, many thanks. The polls have closed in all but 10 states across America, and the vote tally shows Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump running neck and neck in several key battleground areas. Laura Bicker has the latest.
Decision Day 2016, and the campaign may have been ugly, but voters turned out in their millions. Around 15% of them told pollsters it was their first time. As dusk fell across the East Coast, the lines were still long. Of course, this is America, so in Colorado, you could even stay in the car and vote. The biggest battle seems to be in Florida, where exit polls suggest it is too close to call. Voters have re-elected the Republican Senator Marco Rubio, who ran for president against Donald Trump.
This is an extraordinary place, Florida. It is the collection of all the things that make us the greatest nation on earth, of people who have lived here for decades, of the descendants of slaves, of the children of immigrants. Florida is America, and it's such an honor to be able to represent this extraordinary state.
A high turnout could be a good sign for the woman who wishes to be the first female president. Hillary Clinton voted near her home in New York, a state she has won.
It is the most humbling feeling, Dan, because, I know how much responsibility goes with this, and so many people are counting on the outcome of this election, what it means for our country, and I'll do the very best I can if I'm fortunate enough to win today.
Just a few miles away, her rival also cast his ballot.
It's looking very good.
As the votes are counted, there were signs of just how bitter, how divisive this campaign has become. At least one couple are no longer talking to one another. Polls have now closed in Wisconsin, where the highest-ranking Republican in the US, Paul Ryan, looks relaxed. despite distancing himself from the party's nominee for president. Meanwhile, for the candidates, there is a tense evening ahead. As counting gets underway, they can only watch and wait. Laura Bicker, BBC News, Washington.
In other news, at least one person has been shot dead near a polling station in California, and 3 others have been injured. Witnesses say the attacker, who was heavily armed, opened fire on a group of people in Azusa, 40 kilometers east of Los Angeles. The gunman then barricaded himself inside a house. The British banker Rorik Jutting has been found guilty of murdering 2 Indonesian women in Hong Kong. Their mutilated bodies were found in his apartment in November 2014. In a statement read by his lawyer in court, Jutting expressed remorse for the killings. Prince Harry has criticised media coverage of his relationship with the American actress Meghan Markle, saying she's been subjected to a wave of abuse and harassment. In a statement, the prince said he tried to develop a thick skin about the level of interest in his private life, but the past week had seen a line crossed. Iraqi forces say they've retaken the first neighborhood close to the center of the city of Mosul as they continue to battle so-called Islamic State. Our Middle East correspondent Quentin Somerville is one of the first broadcasters to reach the newly recaptured Saddam district on the northeastern side of Mosul.
With heavy armour and steady caution, Mosul city was breached tonight. Iraqi special forces pushed forward in the dark and under fire.
We've just moved about 5 kilometres from the east, right inside Mosul city centre. We're about 3 kilometres from the Nineveh ruins, which really is the heart of this city. As you can hear, this is still a very active area. It's far more dangerous than where we were before. The Islamic State were here this morning.
Quentin Somerville reporting there. That's it. Now it's back to Andrew and Cathy.
And back here in Times Square, this presidential race just gets a lot more interesting and a lot more uncertain. Let's bring you up to date. Let's go to our drone camera in Times Square. There's the BBC billboard over Times Square. Mrs. Clinton, 104 Electoral College votes. Donald Trump, 137. The magic number to become the next president is 270. 270. So a way to go yet. Basically, let me come back to you as a Trump supporter. The night is clearly going better for him than many thought. Detroit Free Press, though, has called Michigan for Mrs. Clinton. Mm-hmm. It's been a lot narrower than people thought, but they're still calling it. If that is the case, his road to the White House is still narrow. He's not there yet.
It is still narrow, but one thing we can take from this, regardless of the outcome, and that is that Donald Trump has exceeded the expectations of the media and the political class, and he has set the stage for a real political revolution in the United States, because you can see from the popular vote that there are millions and millions of Americans who want a straight-talking, honest, non-politician in government. The days when only the political class can run for these offices. This is essentially a contest between a builder and a blabber, right? Somebody who makes buildings for a living, and somebody who has always made her living being a politician and talking about politics. And you can see that there's a lot of interest in this country in someone who's on the outside coming in.
But is it not a little bit worrying that a lot of the businesses he's built then went bankrupt? You don't want that to happen to the country.
Let me just address that in one sentence, because he's in the real estate business where each building is a separate business, and it's very common in the real estate business for an individual
Trump
building
Airlines
to go bankrupt.
Trump University.
I'm telling you, if you look at
Trump steaks, Trump vodka.
If you look at his disclosure form, 185 profit-making ventures. If 3 or 4 go bankrupt, that's how many pitchers pitch a perfect game every time?
Okay, Beth, let me ask you a question. Given the results are so narrow tonight, we don't know what's going to happen at the end of the night. We don't know whether Donald Trump is going to be president-elect.
Could even go into the House of Representatives, as it has in the past.
As it has once in the past.
That's right, he would win in the House of Representatives for sure.
Okay, so If he's not President-elect Trump tomorrow morning, given how close these results have been, what do you think he's going to do?
I have no idea what he personally will do, but I do know that the political establishment in Washington will have to heed these results either way, and there is a new Republican Party in the making, or a third party if they don't listen. This is the beginning of a big movement.
Okay, we know you have to go, I
Yes,
think.
but thank you for hosting me. I really enjoyed it.
Betsy, thank you for joining the table.
Let's just get some quick reaction from the rest of our panel, then I think you're going to go to Minnesota, Kathy. You were smiling a lot earlier on, looking a little grimmer now.
Yeah, well, I'm clenching my teeth a little bit. Look, the night is tighter than Democrats like
It's
myself
still young.
would have liked it to be, but I do think it's a young night. No battleground states have been called at this point. States like Virginia, as Betsy pointed out, the vote around the D.C. suburbs comes in late. A respected Florida strategist that was the senior advisor to President Obama's campaigns have been following closely in the state of Florida. He's saying that there's record turnout among Democrats in the cities, but record turnout for Trump supporters in ex-urban areas, keeping this very tight. One of the reasons it's going to be a late night is that the Democratic wall might be in the West tonight, where the Hispanic population is very strong. There was a record early vote turnout among Hispanics in the state of Nevada, and the early returns in the state of Colorado are strong for Democrats. So we may have to wait until the wee hours for a verdict.
Indeed. Susan, what's your reaction so far?
Well, I think Betsy made a great point earlier, saying that Donald Trump has exceeded expectations. He is really, I mean, especially for me, and I am someone who did say he would never make it through the primary and everything. But I am surprised that he's doing so well, and there is something for the Republican Party to learn. We have to listen to what the people are saying on the ground. Now, Virginia is a shocker that it's so close. I think Democrats thought they had it in the bag and Republicans walked away from it. Okay. But if Michigan is being called for Donald Trump, is being called for Mrs. Clinton, that really limits the path.
It does indeed, Kathy.
Okay, let's go to Minnesota, to Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democratic Senator. Thank you so much for waiting for us, Senator. We've had so many results coming in and so much going on here, but thank you. You are a Clinton supporter. You've always been a supporter of Hillary Clinton's. How are you feeling at this stage of the night?
Well, I think, as was just pointed out, it is still early. I come from the state where Al Franken won by 312 votes, and so we're used to cliffhangers in our state. But we have you just mentioned the Michigan with Detroit. The newspaper just said that they thought that Michigan would go to Hillary Clinton. We've got Florida and Virginia very tight. So far, we just simply don't know enough, except that we won the Senate race. We turned one Senate seat in Illinois, first Asian woman out of Illinois, so we're excited about that. Nevada, as you've just pointed out about the western states and the strong Hispanic vote, is looking very good there for us in the Senate race. And then again, I think what we've seen here is record turnout of both Trump supporters and Clinton supporters. There's no doubt about that.
Donald Trump has always said during the course of this campaign, particularly during the last few days, that he could reach states that people didn't expect him to reach. He's even mentioned your state, Minnesota, long been a true blue Democratic state. Are you nervous about the possibility of Donald Trump doing better than one might have expected in Minnesota tonight? Because that's what some of the reports are suggesting.
Well, Minnesota, interestingly enough, on the maps, we didn't get a lot of attention, but we were always kind of a light blue state. If you don't think we have independent voters, I have three words for you: Governor Jesse Ventura. We also are a state where we have always gone Democratic. At the end of many races, including Al Gore's and John Kerry, they were both in Minnesota the few days before the polls closed, because of the fact that we can be a little closer. We have significant rural areas. We are the fifth biggest farm state. And so it wouldn't surprise me if it was a little closer, if the country is closer. But I still feel good about the chances for Hillary Clinton in Minnesota.
Can I ask you about your colleagues in the Senate? The Democrats are net up one. I think it's the Senate races have been coming in thick and fast, but I think Tammy Duckworth takes you to net up one in the Senate. How are the Democrats' chances looking at this stage in the evening of taking back the Senate, which I imagine for you would be particularly important were Donald Trump to take some of these battleground states and win the White House.
Right. I think it's also important for the Supreme Court. As you know, Katty, we have had a vacant seat for the longest time in modern history. And so what's happened here is we are feeling good about those numbers in Nevada with Catherine Cortez Masto, who would be Latino woman, for Attorney General of Nevada. The numbers have looked good there for quite a while. So if we hold that seat, that's Harry Reid's seat, we win Illinois, that means to take back the Senate, we need 3 more seats if Hillary Clinton is to win the presidency, 4 more. And again, I'm going to focus on Hillary Clinton winning the presidency. We need 3 seats, and they could either be in a combination of Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Missouri, or North Carolina. Those are the 5 states that have been most at play.
Okay,
and
Senator
we just don't
Klobuchar,
know
thank
yet.
you very
It's
much
too
for
close
joining
to
us.
call. Okay, it was great to be on.
Yeah, we'll be watching. We'll be watching. Thank you, Senator.
Too close to call is the phrase of the night. Ohio, one of the states Mr. Trump must win. 50% of the precincts are in. He's 10 points ahead. A little bit too early yet for us to project it for Mr. Trump, but it's clearly trending Donald Trump's way. We've got the first picture of Donald Trump of the night since the polls closed. His campaign manager posted it on her social media site, and there they are, looking very happy, thumbs up. Maybe they haven't heard that Michigan is being, by the local newspapers, projected for Hillary Clinton, but that's unofficial. Anyway, happy Trump there. Let's just see how happy they are. We'll go over to Trump headquarters. Laura Trevelyan is there. Laura.
68%. Well, I can tell you, Andrew, the mood has changed here completely. It was a little bit funeral-like, was it not, Jason Meister, when the night began? I'm joined now by Jason Meister from the Trump campaign. Jason, how are you feeling now?
I'm feeling very confident. You know, there was a little bit nervous Nellies in the beginning, as it always is, but the late voting, we saw a surge for Trump. In Florida, we saw the Pensacola area surging for Trump. I think Florida's going to get called very soon for Trump. We are seeing Ohio, he's doing very well. Michigan, he's doing well. North Carolina, he's doing well. So I think that we're going to have a very good night.
He was pretty much mocked for going to Michigan and Minnesota, where public polls were showing a very solid Clinton lead. Do you feel like you're burning that Clinton firewall?
I think we're scaling the wall. I think we're going to hopefully, and I'm not going to get ahead of myself, I think we're going to scale that wall, and we're going to hopefully burn that wall, and we're going to hopefully build a wall. But I think that I think tonight's going to be a success. I think it comes down to 3 issues. It comes down to immigration, it comes down to the economy, and it comes down to national security. National security and immigration are definitely tied together in this country as an issue, but I think those are the 3 issues, and I think that, unfortunately for Americans, the media have focused too much, the liberal media has focused too much on hot mic tapes from 11 years ago and things that aren't important to Americans.
Right, but we're also seeing, aren't we, in Florida, an absolutely record turnout, a record Hispanic turnout,
No question.
but a record turnout in the what they call the ex-urban counties by Trump supporters.
That's right. And by the way, I don't think that you should say that the surge in Latino voters and is all for Hillary. I think there's a lot of Latino voters and African-American voters, more so than Romney and McCain, that are coming over to Trump. I think he's delivered a message that he's not the Republican candidate. He's a successful businessman. He's an outsider.
Right.
And he's going to take on both political establishments and the media.
Is it possible, though, that Hillary Clinton has a Western firewall out there that can stop you?
I don't think so. I think that she has her Western states that we all expected. I don't think that she has a Western wall that's going to be able to overcome the East Coast and the Mid-Atlantic that we're seeing Trump's doing.
Jason Meister, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So there you go. The mood completely transformed here, Andrew, at Trump headquarters from early on tonight. Speaking to Trump supporters who were trying to put the best face on it. They believed the polls, and now they really feel that their man has a shot at the White House.
Thanks, Laura. Well, they may be happy where you are at Trump HQ. They're not happy in the financial markets. We now understand that Dow Futures, which predicts how the American main board will open in, which will now be about 11 hours' time, they're now down 500 points.
And if tonight continues the way it's begun, the financial markets, not just in America, but across the world, could be in for a hammering when they open because of the prospect of Mr. Trump in the White House. We know, of course, the financial markets don't always get things right. I should just point out that this is a two-horse race. Of course, it nearly always is in the United States. But Gary Johnson, the Libertarian candidate, who's also been running along with a Green candidate, there were 4 people in total, he's got so far about 1 million votes, which is not bad for a third-party candidate that didn't get much publicity and is maybe a small indicator of unhappiness in parts of the population with the main choice that they were faced with tonight. Anyway, over 1 million votes to the Libertarian candidate. He was once governor of New Mexico, twice, 2-term governor there. Emily.
We've been looking at some of the races, the battlegrounds, where Trump has taken a lead, but I don't want you to start thinking that the race is over. It isn't, and I can show you a comparison of places that Clinton has taken the lead. Pennsylvania and Colorado very much going her way on the precincts that we have counted already, and that's only 29% in Pennsylvania, but you can see she's got a good, solid lead there of nearly 20%, 58% to Trump's 39%. Here in Colorado, she also takes the lead on this increasingly Hispanic demographic here, 44% of the precincts in there. This is an odd one because all I can say is that when I put it up 5 minutes ago, Clinton had the lead in Wisconsin, and they did think this was pretty safe blue. But again, this forms part of that Great Lakes area, the Rust Belt area. If Trump is looking positive in places like Ohio, in places like Michigan, which now we're hearing might not be as easy, he might start to be able to move into areas like Wisconsin. He has taken the lead here, but again, just 23% share of the vote. So at the beginning of the night, we asked what kind of pathway could Trump carve out for himself to get to the White House? At this point, I just want to show you what sort of pathway Hillary Clinton would need. This is the state of the race as things colour up in real life, as it were. Everything you see in red has been won by Donald Trump. Everything you see in blue, the East Coast stretch there, has been won by Hillary Clinton. But I'm now going to add in the polls which are the campaign polls going into the election. In other words, how people imagined the other states would colour up. Everything now coloured up is safe blue or safe red, and anything that you see in grey is a battleground state where we've been focusing most of our attention. I go into my calculator and I press the blue pen this time, and we're going to start looking at what sort of things she has to win now. She is short by 70, which is not that much, but we've seen these sorts of places now leaning towards Trump in terms of the races. So let's assume, if Michigan is safely blue, that she takes that, and she's now short by 54. What are we left with now? Just have a look at this. Colorado, we saw her in the lead there. Give her that. She's still short by 45. When you go back to the other races, Donald Trump had the lead in Florida. Donald Trump had the lead in North Carolina. Donald Trump had the lead in Virginia. She had the lead in Pennsylvania. We'll give her that one. But she's still short by 25. It doesn't mean she can't do it. She could probably do it very easily with any of these states, with any combination. But she has to actually win some of the ones that at the moment are in play. Let's imagine then, what is it going to be? Nevada, maybe we'll give her that, but that's only 6. Arizona, it's quite unlikely given that it was won by Mitt Romney last time round, but we haven't heard anything about that yet, so let's give her that, another 11. She's short by 8, but at this point, he is actually in the lead with all the rest of the states. So I'm struggling now to choose which one she's most likely to take of those, possibly Virginia. Virginia could come in with a late Democrat surge. Let's give her that, and she's over the line on 275. But we don't know any of those races yet, and as things stand, Donald Trump is still ahead in quite a few of them. It just feels like it's got a little bit trickier.
Yes, now, Norm, let's just drill down here. Virginia, first of all, he's only 13,500 votes ahead.
Actually, he's now at least officially a little bit behind.
He is a little bit.
He's a little bit behind. She's ahead by a little bit.
So when you drill down into the county results and the precincts, is it still your view that Mrs. Clinton will win Virginia?
She's very likely to win Virginia because while there are still some votes from the rural areas out, most of the votes that are out are Richmond, heavily African-American areas, where the turnout is not as great as it should be, but mostly in the suburbs. But she's not going to win by as much as we had thought. And in Michigan, even though the Detroit Free Press has called it for Mrs. Clinton, nobody else has. And it's clearly closer there. What we're seeing is that we did have this tremendous surge in Hispanic American votes. But there's a big drop-off in African American votes, bigger than people anticipated, and a stronger vote for Trump than a lot of people thought in these suburban areas. And that includes, in Michigan, I'm hearing, from women, more than one might have expected.
Well, women voting for Mr. Trump?
Women voting for Mr. Trump in larger numbers than we had thought.
Right.
So states that should have been more easily won are closer, and that suggests we're in for a longer night.
And Let me just put a picture up here, Cathy, while I carry on talking to Norm. Let's just see this picture. There's the Trump family watching the results as they come in. We're just coming up in a moment. It's almost like they've seen a surprise from this picture.
I imagine they are feeling a little bit surprised.
Well, I hope they're enjoying the BBC coverage as they watch it tonight.
Watching us.
Riveting. They are riveted as usual.
Picking up on what Norm was talking about there about women voters, because ABC has also been reporting that in Florida, women have broken for Hillary Clinton, but only by about 51%. That's very close. Now, those numbers may not hold for the rest of the evening, but that was coming out earlier. Ben, I want to get your reaction to where we are at this stage in the race, because it's not where you expected to be, is it?
No, it's a little bit
Your
tighter
big
than
smile is
expected,
gone.
and it's tighter than the polls predicted. I think the upper Midwest is still a big question. I think if Clinton can win Virginia, Colorado, and Nevada, and hold Pennsylvania, she's on track to win tonight.
And how's that looking as a prospect?
Well, it looks like Virginia is still very winnable. The early vote was very strong in Nevada for Democrats, record levels. That looks very winnable. And Colorado looks like it's trending her way. So I think the big question mark right now are states like Michigan and Wisconsin, that if we're in for a surprise that favors Donald Trump there, the path for Clinton will be a little bit narrower. But remember, she had more paths to 270, so she can afford to lose a state like Florida that Donald Trump can't.
She can afford to lose a state like Florida, but she can't afford to lose it if it also suggests the way the night is breaking, she's going to lose somewhere like Michigan, potentially lose somewhere. Colorado's looking better, but Pennsylvania, Virginia, Virginia is still very close. Pennsylvania, we're not getting a sense of yet.
And let's not forget North Carolina. I
Right.
mean, that
Neck
looks
and
like
neck.
that's neck and neck. So it's quite possible that tonight we may not know. I mean, all of these states can break Hillary Clinton's way, and yet they can also go Donald Trump. We just don't know. And that's part of I think Team Clinton must be beside themselves tonight, because they never saw a close election night. They figured they would definitely pull ahead, and no one saw Virginia in play. People talked about Michigan, but Virginia's the shocker.
We're going to go to Singapore in a minute to get some more business reaction. Before I do, Norm, Florida, 94% of precincts in. He's still 1 percentage point ahead. You think she can still do Virginia? Can she still do Florida?
Florida's getting harder and harder. Now, the last time we had a number of votes that weren't counted till the next day, and they went more for Barack Obama. And remember, he won by a fairly narrow margin. We still don't know quite how many votes are out in Broward County and in southern Florida.
That's a Fort Lauderdale area? And
Yeah,
so on?
well, and it's down in Fort Lauderdale and as you move closer to Miami. But, you know, if you keep holding that lead as you move through more and more precincts, you're seeing the possibility slip away.
So you're not so sure?
No, I don't think. I think
more sure about Virginia, not so sure about Florida.
Yeah, I'm more sure about Virginia than I am about Florida. And the pattern in Virginia has been that the votes from Northern Virginia come in late, and there often are Republican leads until later in the evening.
Let's go to Karishma Vaswani, our Asia business correspondent in Singapore. How are the markets reacting so far to this?
Well, it has been a nerve-wracking day here on Asian markets. Initially, they started up a little bit positive, in positive territory, but over the last hour or so, as these results have started trickling in, indicating an early lead, it appears, for Mr. Trump, markets out in Asia have broadly gone negative. Sentiment has really soured here. Most major Asian markets down between 1% to 2%. We've seen a lot of money being piled into what's called safe haven stocks, as well as safe haven currencies. For example, the Japanese yen, which is seen as a safe haven out here in Asia, is rising against the US dollar. And of course, that proxy, the currency that's seen as the big proxy for US election sentiment, the Mexican peso, falling by almost 8% in Asian trade. A lot of traders out here at this trading floor telling me there's a real sense of nervousness and anxiety, something they weren't feeling necessarily at the beginning of the day.
Thank you for that. Mexican peso taking a hit in Far Eastern markets at the prospect of Mr. Trump being the next president. Of course, we don't yet know. The whole thing is still wide open, and we're about to get a whole range of other states closing and perhaps some projections, though I suspect not many, given the way this night has gone, because it's 10 o'clock here on the east coast of the United States. Emily.
Let me just show you the ones that we're expecting in the next few moments. This is the list of them, and we should hear Montana called fairly quickly. We're expecting that to be called for Donald Trump. Let's just see on the dot of 10 o'clock. Here it is. Montana projected for Donald Trump, giving him another 3 Electoral College votes. If we scroll through some of the others, let's just see where we get to. This is a particularly interesting one to watch. It's too early to project, but you'll know that there are 3 candidates in this race. Evan McMullin, who is standing as another Republican, as an independent, as a Mormon, as somebody who thinks that Donald Trump hasn't run a very good, virtuous campaign, and he's standing against him. And the polls had him on about 25% share of the vote before we came in, so we'll be watching that closely to see if that isn't firm, solid Republican territory, although on the kind of projections that we're getting from some of the other races, it might be that Donald Trump's having an easier night of it in Utah. Nevada, I would say this is one of the key races to watch. Too early to project, which means that neither side has taken it easily so far. But again, we're at the very beginning of the night for these states coming in this part of the world. It's not till 11 o'clock that you get that slew of safe Democratic seats on the Pacific coast, on the west coast there. So these are the ones we're looking at right now, and as soon as we can update them with any data that comes in, we will do so.
Thanks for that, Emily. There's quite a lot of chatter around now on the TV networks and on social media, bearing out what Norm was saying a few minutes ago, that Mrs. Clinton now looks like she's moving into the lead in Virginia and could indeed clinch it. That, of course, is unconfirmed. We're not projecting it. But even if she does, Catty, it was never meant to be this difficult.
No, it was never meant to be this difficult. And I think what we're seeing, we started out this programme talking about the changing nature of America and demographic groups. We talked a lot about Hispanics because they had voted in such large numbers before this election. And maybe the group that we will end up talking about at the end of this evening is working class white men. And it seems that working-class white voters, actually probably men and women, are almost acting like a minority group and voting as a bloc, and they are voting for Donald Trump. And that's why we're seeing this high turnout in some of these rural and ex-urban areas. Ex-urban is such an odd word. It's the area beyond the suburbs. Anyway, those areas seem to have been turning out for Donald Trump. It's exactly the kind of people that I've spoken to during the course of this campaign, people who feel that the established political system has failed them, who are also aware that America's demographics are changing. I spoke to one, he's called a shock jock. They're these conservative talk radio show hosts down in Southern Virginia. And I remember him had this great phrase, and he said to me, what we are witnessing is what he called the wussification of the American working class male. And what he meant is that these
painful.
Sounds painful and rather emasculating. But he was talking about a group of men who were looking at a world that was not the world their father had, it was not the world their grandfather had, and it was not the world they expected to have. These are men who are having to work 2 jobs, whose wives are going to have to work, and who are seeing their country change around them. And I think what we are seeing in this election, in these results tonight, are those voters saying, look, we have to try and get a better deal. And we believe Donald Trump when he says he's going to give us a better deal because the people we've had in politics so far have failed us.
Right, Catty. Now, Paul Ryan is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. He's a Republican. The House is staying Republican. Whether he stays Speaker, we will find out in the weeks ahead. He's not been best mates with Donald Trump, but this is what he had to say a few minutes ago in Wisconsin.
You know, I way outkicked my coverage. and my better half, Jana. You know. Our kids, my daughter Liza. Our boys, Charlie and Sam. It's a word, guys. My sister Janet, my brother-in-law Bill, my nephew Mac, my brother Tobin and sister-in-law Oakley are here with us tonight. We have a number of office holders here as well. We have members of the State Assembly and the State Senate. Congratulations on your races. We look forward to hearing from you tonight. Well-deserved races, all of you. Congratulations. You've heard me say this before. I'm a fifth-generation native of this town, Janesville, Wisconsin. I've lived here almost my entire life. I've known most of you for years, if not decades. We have grown up together. We share this community together. It's a great place, in a wonderful state, in the best country God ever created. And I am so eager to get back to work for you, to get on with fixing our country's problems. We have so much potential in this country, so much potential. And if we can just tap it, that's what's ahead of us. You know, by some accounts, I've just been sitting there watching the polls. By some accounts, this could be a really good night for America. This could be a good night for us. Fingers crossed. Like you, I'm eager to watch. There are a lot of races we want to watch. Ron Johnson's race, all the others. There are races we want to watch. So like you, I'm eager to watch the rest of the evening. I'm eager to enjoy this evening with you. So thank you so much for coming out. God bless you all. Appreciate it.
That was Paul Ryan there. He said it could be a good night for Republicans. Of course, he's not been Donald Trump's biggest fan. I would suggest, given the way the night is going, he's quite subdued.
Well, he's one of these Republicans who's had right from the beginning an incredibly tricky relationship with Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump is elected president tonight, he's going to carry on having a very difficult relationship with him. I mean, I think either way, probably Paul Ryan's days as Speaker of the House, it's not a job he really wanted anyway, are numbered. I can't see him working either very close with... Donald Trump is not somebody who forgets when people have not supported him. And Paul Ryan has not supported him in the way that Donald Trump would want in order to keep him in the House of Representatives in that powerful a position.
Susan, we've talked a lot about how difficult it might be for Mrs. Clinton facing a Republican Congress. But actually, it could be rather difficult for Donald Trump, because if he becomes president, I would suggest he will do so despite the Republican congressional leadership. Yes. So relations will not be that great.
No, it won't. They won't be great. And also the priorities that have to be in place. Donald Trump, first of all, free trade. The Republicans in the House are very much for free trade. The second is entitlement reforms. Donald Trump is offering up an awful lot of spending and not a lot of cuts. And the House will insist on entitlement reforms, which is something he said he will not consider. So that's going to put him at loggernuts just off the get-go.
What do you think about the relations between a possible Trump presidency and even a Republican-controlled Congress?
Well, you know, Donald Trump doesn't agree with Speaker Ryan on a lot. Trade's not the only issue. Right?
Everything.
He campaigned against entitlement reform. He's campaigned against traditional Republican foreign policy. So in some ways, there might be a possibility that Speaker Ryan could get more done with President Clinton in office than with President Trump.
Well, except that the Republicans in the House would never let him get very much done if it was...
OK, let me interrupt you. Let's go straight to Emily. We've got some breaking news here, Emily.
We've got New Mexico in, which is an interesting one to watch because, as you reminded us, there is the independent candidate Gary Johnson standing as a libertarian here. We didn't know how that could affect the race, but it has been projected for Hillary Clinton, 52% share of the vote with 42% of the precincts in. That gives her another 5 Electoral College votes. She'll be pleased with that. We've had another one in as well. The state of Missouri has been projected for Donald Trump. Not a big surprise here, but he'll be very pleased on 62% share of the vote. But with only 13% of the precincts in, that could alter. But it's an emphatic win, or enough of a win, for them to be able to call it pretty early, and it gives him another 10 Electoral College votes. So those actual results in, let's just go back to have a look at the state of the race in a couple of other places. Virginia, we've been watching so closely, haven't we? And we saw an hour or so ago how Trump was taking the lead there. It seems now as if Hillary Clinton is pushing ahead. They're both on 47%. It comes down to a decimal place. But as things stand, she's just edging it. And they've got nearly all of the precincts in now, 47.7%. Obama won the state by 3%. It's looking much tighter as things stand, and there's not much more counting to do. It's looking much tighter for her here in Virginia. Even if they win that, I think they'll get a little bit of a chill about other races that we're looking at. And I want to take you to some of those now. This is where the Clinton campaign should start to be a little bit nervous, I would have thought. Florida, with 99% of the precincts in. Look at that. He does seem to have a 2% lead there. He's on 49.2% share of the vote. That is exceptionally good news for Donald Trump. If Donald Trump manages to take Florida to tonight, then a lot more pathways open up in that mathematical process that he needs to get to the White House. New Hampshire, only 4 Electoral College votes here, but again, he's opened up a lead here, 48.4% share of the vote. And in North Carolina, where there was so much discussion, it became, I would say, the battleground of the last week or so of the election campaign. He's opened up a lead of 3%. They've got 70% share of the vote in here. Only 41% in New Hampshire, so that's a sort of early bird one. But on these projections, he could have an incredibly good night.
Indeed, Emily. Now, we should remember, Virginia, there are many states Mr. Trump has to win to become the next president. Virginia was not one of them. Indeed, he didn't expect to win it, and it now looks like he isn't going to. But it's not a huge setback for him. Florida is another matter. Florida, he pretty much has to win to stay in the race, and even then it might not be enough. But the latest figures from Florida, 99% of precincts, as Emily was saying, and he's still ahead, not by much, but he's ahead. And as Winston Churchill once said, one vote is enough. And it looks like he may have more than that to win. So at the moment, we can't project Florida, but there's no question that Florida is trending towards Donald Trump with 99% of the precincts in. And that will keep this race very much alive. So what are they saying? What are they thinking? What's the mood at the Clinton headquarters? Let's go to Kim Gattas. Kim, what's it like?
Well, this was not the evening that people here at the Javits Center in New York City were expecting. They were expecting not an easy win, but certainly a happier night. The mood here is very subdued. There have been some cheers about states that are safe democratic states. They also cheered about Pennsylvania, which we're still waiting to hear more about, and Virginia, which some networks are predicting will be won by Mrs. Clinton. But this was really not the night that they were expecting here, and I have to say that the mood is very subdued. We're not getting much reaction from Clinton campaign aides at the moment. They were sounding very confident yesterday, still sounding confident this evening, but as I said, the results that we're seeing come out tonight were not the ones that they were expecting. Well, to discuss this further with me tonight, I have Mary Kay Henry. She's the international president of the Service Employees International Union. This is the largest union in the United States. And Mrs. Henry, thank you for joining us on the BBC. This is not exactly how it was supposed to go, is it?
I think we thought this was going to be tight. This has been a very nasty campaign. I think working families all across this country are very anxious to elect a president that is going to help raise wages and create good jobs. And that's why I'm confident when all is said and done.
You're still confident?
I'm very confident that Hillary Clinton will be our next president.
And where'd you draw that confidence from?
I was in Philadelphia this morning. More people turned out to vote than ever before in the history of the city. I was in Florida this weekend. We heard every family in North Miami had voted early. We saw record numbers of Latino families registering to vote and turning out to vote. So I think in city after city, when these votes end up being counted in these states, Hillary will be the next president.
But it looks like it is going to be a narrow win, which is not the best outcome for her, even if it's better than a loss. How is it possible that someone with her experience, with her background, with her history, is in such a narrow, tight race with Donald Trump, who has offended so many people, but has also appealed to a lot of voters, rural area voters, middle-class white voters. Where has she gone wrong?
I don't think that she's gone wrong. I think that what's happened is that the politics are broken in this country. The economy isn't working for the majority of the nation. And our efforts in the grassroots have been to connect with voters and help them understand that if they turn out and vote, they can elect champions up and down the ballot that are going to actually improve our lives, create good jobs, raise wages, make sure we pass immigration reform, and deal with criminal justice reform. Those are the issues people wanted these candidates to talk about, and they're anxious to get on with an agenda.
But didn't you expect that the Get Out the Vote operation would deliver a better result at this point in the night for her in places like Florida, where she is struggling to keep up with Donald Trump and may lose the state?
Well, when you think about the history of Florida in presidential elections, Florida has always been a tipping state and has always been a state where every vote counts. And that's why we're so proud that 200,000 more people registered to vote in that state. And I think it's heading in our direction. When Broward County is counted, and when the I-4 corridor, where Puerto Ricans have registered in record numbers, I think we'll see a decisive win.
Mary Kay Henry, international president of the largest union in the United States, still sounding confident, still hoping for some of those big urban centers to deliver for Hillary Clinton. But as we've been saying, this is not exactly how the Clinton campaign was expecting that tonight would unfold, but still a few hours to go.
Indeed, there is. Kim, thank you for that. Your guest there is still confident of a Clinton victory. But some of the pictures we were showing there at the Clinton HQ as you were talking, well, if a picture tells 1,000 words, these 1,000 words are not good for Mrs. Clinton. People looked pretty miserable there. We've got over 50% of the precincts in Georgia, and Mr. Trump is 17 points ahead. Now, Georgia, you would expect to go Republican, but there was a lot of chatter in the media that Georgia could be in play. On that result so far, it's only in play for Donald Trump. And Ohio, he's still way ahead there too. So I think we have to say, without projecting, that the trend in Ohio and Georgia is towards Donald Trump, states that he needed to take to stay in the race. And he is very much in the race tonight. I want to catch up on Florida and then the Senate race. Norm, I'll come to you first. We are pretty close to 100% in Florida. Mr. Trump is still that bit ahead, but we're not able to project it. Why?
Because there are still votes that won't be counted until tomorrow, and there are some votes, some votes out in southern Florida, but it's not looking good for Mrs. Clinton. The lead is not shrunk enough that you could say this is going to change. In the Senate, we have Richard Burr, the Republican senator from North Carolina, who is one of the targets for Democrats, who has now been called a winner by MSNBC and some others. I should note that Fox News called Virginia for Clinton. So
yes, it looks like you got that one right.
But what we're seeing, Andrew, is in some ways a nationwide phenomenon, which is in part, you know, what a lot of people had thought, but early research didn't suggest would be the case, that there was something akin to what we used to call the Bradley effect, where we had an African-American popular mayor of Los Angeles who ran for governor, and all the polls said he was going to win handily, and he lost. And the idea was that people didn't want to say to the pollsters that they weren't going to vote for an African-American. In this case, we have a reverse effect. People who didn't want to say to pollsters that they would vote for Donald Trump and who now are doing it. And this is going to shake the polling industry, obviously, not as much as it will shake the country.
But they should have known. We've had shy Tories in Britain. Yeah. We've had bashful Brexiteers. And now it looks like we got timid Trumpettes.
Yeah, but we also have
secret Trump voters.
I was going to say, we also probably saw a skew in how the polling sample was. I think we're seeing a very high turnout that people did not expect, especially from working class white folks who people thought maybe they stay at home. So I think that the turnout model was probably more off than anything else.
Which to give the Trump campaign their due. They have said both of these things all along, right? That the polling was skewed against them and that there were people who didn't want to tell pollsters that they were going to vote for Donald Trump who would actually turn out and do so. Now, look, if this pattern continues during the course of the night, there are also going to be not just pollsters, but a lot of political strategists, people like Ben and people like Susan, who are going to sit back and think, is that get out the vote machine, is the field offices, is the infrastructure of a campaign actually necessary if you have a candidate like Donald Trump who just manages to get an awful lot of free airtime? It's going to shake the political industry. It is an industry in this country.
It's very hard to predict what the likely electorate will look like, and that's why polling is so hard to predict. But what's interesting is that Trump threw the science of politics out the window this election cycle. He ran on a message and a prayer, and part of that is coming home tonight. So there will be a reevaluation.
I want to go back to Jeremy in just a second and get more on Florida that we're still trying to work out. But if this hasn't so far been a great night for Mrs. Clinton, it's not been a great night for Senate Democrats either.
No, so now we had the Senate Democrats up 1 earlier with a net up 1 with that Illinois vote, but now that they've lost the North Carolina vote, seat to Burr, the Republican, that is looking tougher for the Democrats now in the Senate. That was an interesting race because there's one issue that we haven't talked about in North Carolina, and it may well be part of the reason that North Carolina is so close. I talked earlier about how America is changing demographically and economically. It's also changing in social, cultural ways. And one of those ways has been the discussion during this campaign of LGBT rights. America moved with lightning speed by the standards of this country on social issues, towards gay marriage. But when I was down in North Carolina about a week ago, people were telling me, look, the whole discussion of gay and lesbian and transgender rights has made a lot of social conservatives uncomfortable. North Carolina became ground zero of that debate, and we may be seeing some of the backlash as well in these more rural conservative communities against a social change that, again, makes some people in America feel this is not the country that their father and their grandfather and their parents knew, and they don't feel quite comfortable with it.
Although it's amazing because the Democrats months ago were using that as an issue to get early voting down there, to really do the ground troops, to really change, to actually kick out the governor, the current governor. So that is, originally they thought they would have a win because of the issue, and now it's looking exactly the other way.
There's no question that Richard Burr winning in North Carolina is a major setback for Democratic hopes of getting the Senate. All eyes still, though, on Florida. We have the exit poll. Jeremy Vine will give us the details.
Yes, Andrew. Well, it might be echoes of 2000, this, where Florida was just caught for ages in limbo because there was no way of working out whether it had gone to George Bush Jr. or Al Gore. We just highlight it on the map with its 29 juicy Electoral College votes. 99% of the votes have been counted. But the reason for the delay is that even with 99% counted, you still can't tell who the winner is in Florida between Clinton and Trump. Yes, it really is going to be between less than 1% margin between those two. And maybe we're about to show how it is that Donald Trump has sprung this Florida surprise, if that's what it is. Just look at the voting history. Florida was unconvinced by Bill Clinton when he was first elected in 1992, which harks back to the older, more Republican character of the state. So you can see it stayed Republican in 1992 despite Clinton's victory. It then went with Clinton in 96 when he was re-elected. And then you've got the 2 Bush elections, it went Republican. It's a brilliant weather vane state now for election victors, because then it went for Barack Obama both times as well in 2008 and in 2012. And if we just have a look at the map here, as I say, you can basically see what the votes have done. There's a little bit of lack of shading around Miami, although 95% of the votes there have been counted. But you see here this effect where you've got these powerful rural areas which seem to be turning out. I'm going to hand back to Andrew. You've got some news, Andrew.
Trump on 54% share of the vote to Clinton's 42% share of the vote. He has, in other words, on this projection, taken one of those key battleground states, landing him 18 Electoral College votes. As I said at the beginning of the night, this is somewhere he has campaigned tirelessly. I've seen him myself on the stump, and those rallies have been energised by the message he was taking to many voters there who are upset by the state of the economy in this Rust Belt state. So here you have it. Ohio has been projected for Donald Trump on 64% of the precincts in. They are confident, in other words, to call it for Donald Trump at this point. And I just want to remind you of the kind of races that we're watching. Ohio's now out of the list. But of these 9, these are all the key battleground states. And let's start with Florida. He is in the lead in all of these. It's too early to project, so we're not going to make any calls. But as things stand on, let's be honest, 99% share of the vote in, he has got a 49% to 47% lead there. OK, that's Florida, where he is ahead. You have seen Ohio already projected for Trump. We'll pass over that and come on to some of the other ones. North Carolina, it's telling us it's too early to project. We will not be calling this, but he has a lead, 50% share of the vote for another 15 Electoral College votes. Let's carry on through. Michigan, now we were hearing the Detroit paper saying that it was Clinton's, but as things stand, only 29% of those counted. He is in the lead by 5%. These are all looking rather positive. This is a good night for Donald Trump in terms of the state of the races. New Hampshire, another one, he has a 3% lead here, 45% of the precincts in this one northeastern state that he thinks he might be able to take. And I think we've got one more, Wisconsin, which they never really thought, the Democrats never really thought was in play until this week. When he started going to places like Wisconsin, even Minnesota, Michigan, there were people who were laughing at that. They just thought he didn't have a plan. That was exactly what they were saying. He doesn't have a game plan, doesn't have a campaign plan, he's just going anywhere. Well, maybe he was just going anywhere, but these places are now putting him in the lead as the votes come in so far tonight.
All right. No, I just want to go over to the Trump headquarters, because Mr. Trump hasn't just won Ohio, he's won it big time, a 12-point lead on that latest projection. And in modern times, the way Ohio goes has been the way the country has gone. So let us go over to Laura Trevelyan at the Trump headquarters and get some reaction to this quite stunning victory for Mr. Trump in Ohio. Laura.
Look at you. It is indeed, Andrew, and you can hear the crowds cheering. And joining me to talk about this Ohio victory and the state of the race is Jerry Falwell Jr., evangelical leader, president of the Liberty University in Virginia. If I can ask you, first of all, your reaction to Ohio.
I think that's huge for the Trump campaign, and it's really encouraging to see the numbers. I'm very optimistic about the results tonight.
And Florida too, looking extremely close, but a slight Trump lead.
It looks like he's holding on to it in Florida. That's absolutely essential, and it's going to go right down to the wire. It's definitely a nail biter.
He's outperforming all of the polls. What do you attribute that to?
I think there are a lot of people who never voted before and who supported Trump, but were never asked by any pollster who they were supporting because they've never been on the radar before. That's just my view.
In the evangelical community, you yourself have taken some heat for supporting him because many Christians have said that he is not necessarily the most moral of people, having been married 3 times, having admitted on a tape to groping women. But do you think the people who are supporting him care?
I don't think he admitted to groping women. I think he said that women would let famous people do that. But
either way, it's not especially Christian.
It's not, well, but see, that's just the thing. Evangelicals believe that all people are sinners. We're all sinners. We've all done wrong. We all need forgiveness. And Donald Trump, the Donald Trump I know has a big heart. He loves people. He loves this country. And he, I just don't see that. The evangelicals were largely, vast majority were supporting Trump well before the evangelical leadership was. The divide has only been in the leadership of the evangelical, not the rank and file.
I think that's what we're seeing. Jerry Falwell Jr., thank you so much for joining us here. So that's the view there from a very prominent evangelical leader. And here at Trump headquarters, the mood is buoyant right now.
Thanks, Laura. Some of the other networks are calling Colorado for Hillary Clinton, but I think that was expected. I don't think that will cheer them up too much, particularly given the scale of Mr. Trump's victory in Ohio. Michelle, Mr. Obama won Ohio by 3 percentage points in 2012.
Yes.
On our projections so far, Mr. Trump has won it by 12. That's a 15-point turnaround. It's huge.
It is an enormous turnaround, and I think it speaks a lot to the state of the economy and a lot to the state of people's philosophy and where Mr. Trump said he was going to do the most for America. He has been pro-trade. He's been against trade, but he has talked about bringing steel back, bringing manufacturing jobs back. We see that being a very important issue in states like Ohio, in Pennsylvania, which is obviously a nail biter.
Easier to say than do.
Exactly, much easier to say than do. If Mr. Trump wins, and we are looking at a Trump presidency, the question will be what happens under his presidency in an era of globalization when, in all reality, the chances of manufacturing coming back or even having the type of economy that the United States had 50 years ago, it's just not going to happen.
I mean, it's interesting going up to Ohio and words like NAFTA and the World Trade Agreement organization are dirty words up there. But the other reality of the American economy, as of economies around the world, is that this is a story as much of technology as it is of trade. A lot of people who have lost their jobs in the steel industry have lost their jobs because a robot or a computer chip has taken their jobs. Now, that is not going to change. And how America deals, whether there is a President Trump or whether there is a President Clinton, how America deals with that technological shift is interesting. Norm, I want to get your reaction, though, to Ohio. Of the battleground states, Ohio was not the one that the Clintons had that Hillary Clinton had the most hope of taking, but still, the size of Donald Trump's win in Ohio is extraordinary.
And they didn't expect that they would win Ohio. They thought it would be very close. But one of the things we have to say now is we started the evening looking at all the different paths to 270 that the candidates had, with Trump having only a few. Now we're down to Clinton having only a few. That's right. And fundamentally, she has to win the states that were in the bag for her that remain. Michigan, which looks dicey right now. Minnesota, which looks better, although there was an exit poll there that showed it more closer. Colorado we have. Nevada, New Hampshire, which is not looking very good right now either. And if she loses one or two of those, including one or two of the small ones, that's it. Now, beyond that, if she pulls it out, it will be extremely close. And we know that Donald Trump will contest it, and we know we're going to have a long and bitter and difficult period ahead. And we also know now, almost certainly, that the Republicans are going to retain control of the Senate. Just the way things are going, Missouri has gone very substantially for Trump. I doubt very much under those circumstances, given the way the country is going, that Jason Kander, the Democrat, will pull that one out. So we may well have unified Republican government. And then it's going to be interesting because you have a split in the agenda between the congressional Republicans and Donald Trump. And you also have a Republican Party that has built itself around repealing and replacing Obamacare, but does not have a plan to replace. And they're going to have to scramble. And that's going to be, we're going to have a lot of difficulty in this country for months and years ahead.
The other critical thing about this is that if Donald Trump were to win the White House tonight and the Republicans would hold on to the Senate and the House of Representatives, that means a huge amount more of his agenda can get done. And critically, there is a vacant seat on the Supreme Court that he can fill, and then potentially another one as well.
And, Kathy, many people have felt that is the most important issue with regard to this election.
It often is.
Who is going to be on the Supreme Court, and what will the future of personal rights and civil liberties be in the United States?
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you because I think, Emily, we can call Virginia now.
Virginia has been projected for Hillary Clinton, giving her 48.2% share of the vote to Donald Trump's 46.7%. This was a closer and more tightly fought race than I think her or her campaign team were expecting, but she has clinched it. And as we were talking about, some of the early lead for Donald Trump came from the Republican precincts, the more rural precincts that voted red. And in that last 10, 15%, she has made up the difference. They've got 96% of the precincts in, so it pretty much came down to the last few counts. but she has won. She has taken Virginia, projected for her on 48.2% share of the vote. That's, I'm just working out, it's less than 2%, so she's won it there by a smaller margin than Obama won it by. So
indeed, it tightened rather than...
It has tightened, and this was somewhere, and we've talked about this, and Kathy's talked about the different demographic here. North Virginia becoming richer, the rural parts of Virginia becoming just, a little bit less populated, and yet, she has not found this race in Virginia any easier to win than her predecessor 4 years ago, although the Clinton campaign right now will be incredibly relieved just to have that number of Electoral College votes safely in.
Well, it keeps the race open. It's a night of ups and downs for more downs for Mrs. Clinton, more ups than we expected from Mr. Trump, but the race isn't over yet. Let's take you outside Times Square, show you what's happening there. The crowds are gathering in even bigger numbers. Our broadcast partner, ABC News, just across the way from us, putting up the results there. As you can see, an exciting time here in the heart of Manhattan as this results programme just begins to gather pace. Let's go and get some more news headlines with Clive Myrie.
Andrew, many thanks. Polls have closed in the last of the key swing states that will determine who becomes the next president of the United States. So far, Donald Trump appears to be performing better than the polls had predicted. Within the last few minutes, it's been announced that Mr. Trump is projected to win Ohio. Laura Bicker has the latest.
Donald Trump is in his campaign headquarters in New York, waiting to see if he has a path to become president of the United States. The big battle was always going to be in Florida. Voters have re-elected Republican Senator Marco Rubio, who ran for president against Donald Trump.
This is an extraordinary place, Florida. It is the collection of all of the things that make us the greatest nation on earth, of people who have lived here for decades, of the descendants of slaves, of the children of immigrants. Florida is America, and it's such an honor to be able to represent this extraordinary state.
Decision Day 2016, and the campaign may have been ugly, but voters turned out in their millions. Around 15% of them told pollsters it was their first time. As dusk fell across the East Coast, the lines were still long. Of course, this is America, so in Colorado, you could even stay in the car and vote. A high turnout could be a good sign for the woman who wishes to be the first female president. Hillary Clinton voted near her home in New York, a state she has won.
It is the most humbling feeling, Dan, because, I know how much responsibility goes with this, and so many people are counting on the outcome of this election, what it means for our country, and I'll do the very best I can if I'm fortunate enough to win today.
Just a few miles away, her rival also cast his ballot.
It's looking very good.
As the votes are counted, there were signs of just how bitter, how divisive this campaign has become. At least one couple are no longer talking to one another. Meanwhile, for the candidates, there is a tense evening ahead. As counting gets underway, they can only watch and wait. Laura Bicker, BBC News, Washington.
Iraqi forces say they've retaken the first neighborhood close to the center of the city of Mosul as they continue to battle so-called Islamic State. Our Middle East correspondent Quentin Somerville is one of the first broadcasters to reach the newly recaptured Saddam district on the northeastern side of the city.
With heavy armour and steady caution, Mosul city was breached tonight. Iraqi special forces pushed forward in the dark and under fire. We've just moved about 5 kilometres from the east, right inside Mosul city centre. We're about 3 kilometres from the Nineveh ruins, which really is the heart of this city. As you can hear, this is still a very active area. It's far more dangerous than where we were before. The Islamic State were here this morning.
Quentin Somerville reporting there. Prince Harry has issued a strongly worded statement criticising the media for its treatment of his girlfriend, the American actress Meghan Markle. In the statement, he confirmed the couple have been in a relationship for 2 months, but he says it isn't right that she's been subject to what he called a wave of abuse and harassment, some of it with racial undertones. Here's Nicholas Witchell.
It is a very clear message to the British press: back off.
The story isn't going to go away. And I do think that issuing such statements just encourages those that knew nothing about it to find out about it.
Now, a giant sinkhole has swallowed a 5-lane street in the center of one of Japan's biggest cities. The collapse happened in the middle of the night in Fukuoka City on the southern island of Kyushu. It began with 2 smaller holes that grew steadily until they formed one huge depression around 30 meters wide. That's it. Now it's back to Andrew and Katy.
It's 20 minutes to 11 here on Times Square, New York time, on election results night 2016. Let's give you an update on the state of the race on the BBC billboard. Our drone camera picks it up over Times Square. 122 Electoral College votes for Mrs. Clinton, 168 for Donald Trump. The winning line is 270. And it is still wide open for either of them to become the next president of the United States. Now, just before we went to the news, I think before I even do that, we want to go back to Jeremy, find out about Florida, but before we do, Colorado?
For Colorado, it has just been projected for Hillary Clinton, giving her 49% share of the vote to Donald Trump's 44%. This has mostly been Republican since the war, but you'll realise that Obama won it twice. It's got the highest percentage of college graduates in the US, but it's still got 46% working class whites, but it has come good for Hillary Clinton. Colorado then joins the blue tally, 9 Electoral College votes. Obama won here by 5%. It looks like she's done pretty much the same sort of thing. And this is how the map looks. Colouring up here in that part of the southwest, Colorado, New Mexico, slightly more of a changing Hispanic demographic might be helping the Democrats here. The rest of the central part of the country, all colouring up for Donald Trump. Look at their tallies. Don't forget they need 270 to win. It's the first person past that post, the magic number of Electoral College votes. Clinton is short by 139. She's got 131. Donald Trump is short by 102. He's got 168. He is in the lead at this point, but I'm looking at my watch. In 15 minutes, we will get these states closing at 11 o'clock, which should automatically add on at least 70 or so Electoral College votes, pushing her tally up. But there are a lot of undecided races, which are the ones we keep coming back to here.
It's clear, Katy, when you see Virginia is very tight for Mrs. Clinton. Colorado, she does pretty much on track, what was expected. There is, as yet, no consistency coming out of these results.
No, I mean, that's what's interesting, because Colorado, she's doing well, presumably from those urban growing areas like Denver and Boulder, Colorado. We've got a growing Hispanic population in Colorado as well. We've got an affluent urban and suburban population in Colorado, exactly the same as Virginia. So what's the difference between what's happening in Virginia? It's possibly that the difference is in the southwest corner of Virginia. You can see the little bit of Virginia that sticks out there, which is coal country, working class manufacturing country. The coal country really, one of the biggest policy differences between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump has been on the issue of fossil fuels. He says full steam ahead with coal, with oil and with gas exploration. She wants to make American houses dependent on renewable fuels. It's a big difference between them. And the military bases. Colorado has a military base though too. So it's puzzling to me how this is shaping out. And the only thing we can think is that we've had an uptick in performance in those ex-urban and rural areas where people really feel that Donald Trump is the only one who is going to manage to make their world stop getting worse.
Here's the bottom line, Andrew. Trump bet on using racial resentment and economic populism to get white working class Americans who make up 40% or more of the electorate. And it turns out they voted like a bloc, like a minority group almost. And that, along with the fact that our politics are so tribal, driven by the negative partisanship that you mentioned, where Republicans who otherwise were appalled by Trump were still going to go along with him, is what's making the difference here. And none of us saw that coming in the same way. And I don't think even the Trump people did.
But here's where I disagree with you on that. It's not just racial resentment. I mean, that's not the entire
and
thing
economic
behind the
populism.
Trump. It's the economic populism
Sure.
I think is more important here. You've had promise after promise, year after year being made to folks that we're going to get this economy turned around, we're going to have more job creation and economic growth, and we haven't seen that. And that's what I think that the pollsters have not really been able to gauge is the
Well, there's been quite a
level
lot of job creation. The unemployment rate's 4.9%.
Well, you still have 94 million people out of the workforce than when Obama started as president. You have millions more on welfare. But I think the point is that people around the country are looking at this and saying, I don't want the establishment anymore. I want to change.
Well, and we also have a large number of people who are underemployed, and again, I think I've said it since day one, and I've coming to see it come to fruition tonight. A large, just as Norm just said, we saw a large block of white males vote as a minority group, and quite actually will be a minority group in the United States very soon in the future.
All right, I'm going to interrupt you because we need to go back to Jeremy Vine. He was telling us all about the Florida exit poll. It's such a key state. We need to hear from him again. Jeremy.
I never mind being interrupted by the result from Ohio. I've got to tell you that. My goodness, that was sensational. And I shall come to Ohio in just a moment. But we've got a chance, haven't we, to look at why people have voted the way they have. And we mentioned that Florida was reliably Republican. It went Republican in '92, and then it started to switch and go with the candidate who won. So it's an awful lot at stake, not just those 29 Electoral College votes, but whoever takes this state, bellwether status suggests that they may be set fair for the White House. Now, there's probably only 1% in it. The narrative with Florida wasn't it, that yes, Trump would get his rural voters out and so on, angry and older white voters. But in the cities around Miami, in places like Orlando and Tampa, then lots of minority voters and so on would come out for Hillary Clinton. It hasn't worked out quite that way, according to the exit poll. And let me show you exactly what I mean. So we just come to the wall here, and let me just bring on particular areas in Florida and have a look at how they voted. So we firstly look at urban places. How did they vote? And the answer is that, as expected, 55% went for Clinton, and 41% of voters in these urban areas went for Trump. So far, that's pretty much as we expected. And actually, if we go way outside the urban areas, we go to rural areas. Let's have a look here. So this is rural voting now, and overwhelmingly going for Donald Trump, 63%, 35% for Hillary Clinton. What's fascinating is the third one. This is in Florida, remember. Now, these are the suburbs. How did the suburbs in Florida go? They were supposed to go for Clinton. That was the whole narrative that was building up. They didn't. They went for Donald Trump by quite a margin. So this idea that this is all him just supercharging rural voters and they all march into the polling stations, not so. He's getting closer to the cities with his support, at least in Florida. Let me clear this down, and we'll take a look, if we can, at Ohio as well. Now, Ohio has now been called for Trump, and you can see really how important that is to him, because the last time it went Republican, the winner in that state, George Bush Jr., became president. So we'll look at sex and race in Ohio, white men in Ohio, gender, I should say, shouldn't I, to avoid any confusion. So this is how white men, actually, can we track it back to white men? Here we go. So let's start with white men here. And this is how they voted in Ohio. 30% Democrat, 63% Republican. Isn't that remarkable to see Trump with that kind of lead? More than 30% among white men in Ohio, who, by the way, are the vast majority, white voters, the vast majority in Ohio. Much, much less of an issue with minority voters in Ohio for the Republican Party. Now we look at white women. And isn't this also fascinating? Again, the narrative was, well, women will go for Clinton. But actually, in this election, white women in Ohio, in some states, they may not have done. They haven't in Ohio. Trump won among white women in Ohio by 51% to 43%. Some really interesting figures there, I think, Andrew, for you to chew over.
Yeah, very interesting that. I mean, it's the figure
The
women's figure. Let's go down to Florida now, to Regina, who's in Miami, Florida, with us. Regina, I imagine that those people in southern Florida, the Democrats down there, which is that stronghold, the Democratic stronghold is down in Miami, they're feeling a bit nervous at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, I spoke to a senior aide for the Clinton campaign here in Florida a couple of hours ago, and she said you need to wait for Broward, you need to wait for Palm Beach County before you can really see what's going to happen in Florida. But really, as we've seen in the results that have come in so far, Donald Trump still has his lead. It's interesting that Gary Johnson has about 2 percentage points, which is more than the difference between the two candidates as well. And one thing that I was looking at in some of the early indications was that the white evangelical vote, although the percentage of the white evangelical vote overall has gone down, about 85% or 81% of white evangelicals have gone for Donald Trump. Now, I'm joined by two guests, Catty. Both are Republicans. Pastor Robert Warren, thanks for joining us, and Frank Carrasco. Now, let's start with you, Pastor Warren. It could be that the white evangelical vote in Florida just outweighed the minority vote, which the Democrats have been banking on.
Well, I think the Republicans have had to bank a lot on the platform of the Republican Party. Not only Mr. Trump, but the platform. And the platform stands for many things that we feel are strong in the Christian faith, such as abortion and, in leadership when it comes to the Supreme Court. So we have, I think when it came down to it, we had to make a decision on who we would vote for based upon what the Word of God teaches us to stand in. So that's what we've done.
Let's bring in Frank. Frank, you're a Republican. Can you tell us who you voted for?
Yeah, this is my first election where I've actually voted for the Democrat. I voted for all the other Republican candidates, except that I voted for Hillary Clinton for president. Donald Trump is completely illegitimate as a candidate. He has no political experience. We don't know what his positions actually are or what he's actually going to accomplish in office. We know that whatever he does, I cannot in good faith foist him upon the world.
Now, I met some Republicans throughout the country, but also here in Florida in my reporting, who felt the same as you, but when push came to shove, they couldn't bring themselves to vote for a Democrat. And it seems that many of those might have done the same here in Florida and not gone for Hillary Clinton, but in the end thought, I'll stick with the Republican.
I had a hard time. I went down the ballot, and when I got to the president candidates, I stopped for a second. I said, I'm going to vote for the other candidates first before I went back to the president candidates, and I had to vote Hillary Clinton. I could not, if Donald Trump wins this, I couldn't know that I had any hand in it. I couldn't rest at night with knowing that.
What do you think this tells us about Florida and conservative values that the pastor was talking about?
I think a lot of it is a protest vote. We are, as a nation and as a state, really upset at the establishment, Republicans who have let us down on a lot of occasions, as well as the Democrats. And Hillary Clinton does represent a lot of the establishment. And so, similar to maybe what happened in the UK with Brexit, a lot of this is a protest vote.
Okay, thanks very much, Frank Carrasco, and thank you very much, Pastor. You think your man's going to do it tonight?
Well, I'm sure hoping so.
Okay, well, we'll find out.
Yes.
So it's interesting there that two Republicans with two very different views on the presidential candidates. But if Donald Trump does indeed win here in the state of Florida, it could be because people like the pastor here and his congregation came out in great numbers.
Okay, Regina Vaidyanathan down there in Miami for us with a couple of her male guests. Let's talk a little bit more about how women are voting in the course of this election. Claire Shipman is a surrogate with the Clinton campaign. She's in our Washington bureau at the moment. Claire, this isn't the way I imagine you expected this night to go.
No, not so far. I mean, obviously, when you talk to the Clinton campaign now, they're still looking at all the multiple paths to victory, but I think they had hoped to have it locked up by now.
You've spent the last few months traveling around the country talking to women voters, trying to rally female support for Hillary Clinton. But actually, when you're looking at these numbers, these exit polls returns from a state like Florida, it looks like she hasn't done that well with women there.
Well, it's interesting when you look at the breakdown, and I was listening to your analysis earlier about the white female vote in Ohio, and I would be curious to see that broken down into the college-educated and not college-educated, because what we've seen so far is that she's had a fairly commanding lead among college-educated voters and even white college-educated voters and certainly minority voters, but the white non-college-educated voters have been really much more Trump supporters, and I'm not sure what that breakdown looks like in Ohio yet. But there's no question that women are and have been her natural base, and women will be the reason ultimately she wins. We're certainly hoping, but I think that it's also the case that it has been really a struggle for her at some points to ignite that base. There's been the likability factor for her. She's been accused of not being inspirational, but I think we've seen as this campaign has gone on that there have been key moments where she's really started to resonate both with voters my age, but also younger women. For the convention, for example, as people finally started to let that stereotype fall away that has been in place for 20 years and really understand what she's done in public life. And I think that they are hoping, and certainly we're all hoping, that women will be the reason she's going to win.
But that doesn't seem to be the case tonight. I mean, even if you look not just at the Electoral College vote, but you look at the popular vote, and I think we've got the numbers, we can put them up now, with 54% of the precincts in, Donald Trump is still ahead, 49% to 47% in the popular vote as well. I mean, I imagine in your conversations tonight with the Clinton campaign, this is just not what they wanted.
No, in the past, look, they're looking at Michigan and Wisconsin and New Hampshire. Obviously, Florida would be nice. I think Minnesota, Nevada. I mean, these are all key states that obviously the campaign knows that that they need to win. But I think that, again, they're hoping, and you just heard your reporter talking about Broward County. Look, they're watching all of this as closely as you are, and it's certainly, again, not where they expect it to be right now at this moment.
Okay, Claire Shipman, a surrogate for the Clinton campaign. Claire, thanks very much for joining us.
Well, we are only about 5 minutes away from polls closing in the West Coast, that huge avalanche of Clinton support she can expect from California through Oregon into Washington. And we had thought, or many people had thought, that at this stage, as the Western support for Mrs. Clinton moved into her column, that would take her over the 270 mark. But in fact, no matter how well she does out there, it is still not going to do that. And we've only got 4 minutes to go, Emily. It won't do it, will it?
It won't. We began the night talking about what a difficult path it was for Donald Trump to carve himself to get to the White House. And now we're starting to ask it from the other perspective. Clinton is on 131. She is still short by 139. In other words, even if all this West Coast came in for her, she still wouldn't quite be up to that mark of 270. So what is her path to the White House, given the kind of races that he now appears to be ahead in? This is how the map has coloured up so far. Everything in blue is hers. Everything that is in grey has not given us a result so far. We're going to add in, as we did last time round, the campaign polls. This is not voting, this is how the campaign polls decreed or guessed that the safe states would settle. Now you can see she's got much more blue on the map. She's up to 222, but she's still short by 48. And this is where it gets quite difficult, because we've already said that Florida, where Trump is ahead, might go for him. And we've said that North Carolina, where he's currently ahead, might go for him. And we've said that Arizona, where he's also looking to be ahead, might go for him. So at this point, if those ones, we're still waiting for results from those places, but suddenly Trump is short by 17. That is very little indeed. Let me take the blue button now and show you what she has to do. She has to take Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. She has to take some combination, probably. Let's give her Pennsylvania, which is 20. She's still short by 28, so she probably has to take Wisconsin and Michigan, Michigan and Nevada, Michigan and Iowa together. So she has to get, of these battleground states, more than she did at the beginning. Suddenly, we're asking the question the completely other way around, and we're saying, well, if he's actually ahead in these places that we thought she would take quite easily, becomes a bit tougher right now.
And Andrew, we should say that Politico, which is the big political website, is now calling Florida for Donald Trump. Now that's Politico. We haven't got it from...
and some others are too. We're not quite ready to project Florida yet.
But it's not looking good.
No one can say it isn't going that way. Let's go over to Clinton headquarters and John Sopel. John, tell us the mood there now.
The city of Detroit
funereal, disappointed, dismayed, disbelieving, and actually I would say that some people have already started to drift away into the New York night. The party that they had anticipated has not materialized, and I think you're seeing an awful lot of people kind of just looking at the way things are going and looking at the picture of the map as it stands and thinking it's not going to be. And, you know, an incredible feeling for Democrats who thought, fighting Donald Trump, how could they possibly lose? Maybe the same sort of feeling that the politicians who called the referendum on Brexit in the UK had, that they thought they wouldn't lose. But there is clearly a feeling with conventional politics that it is failing to deliver for enough people that it should do, and this is the response that someone who comes along as an outsider and says, I'm going to shake it up, whatever the flaws they may have had in their personality, is resonating more than a Hillary Clinton who has been a conventional politician for 3 decades.
John, throughout this campaign, we have talked about how few routes Mr. Trump has to the White House. I think we're now beginning to look at how few routes Mrs. Clinton has to the White House.
I think exactly as Emily said, I think the boot is now on the other foot. We're now looking at what would Hillary Clinton have to do to win, and her paths seem to be narrowing. As you see the way the votes in other states have unfolded, that she really has to do very well now. Well, there's a big cheer going up. I'm not sure what that's for, but I think that people are cheering to keep their spirits up, because I think they know overwhelmingly that this is not going
I think, John,
in the
California
right direction.
has come in. California has come in for Hillary Clinton, which is not exactly a surprise. But nevertheless, it's the biggest state in the union. So if you've won it, why wouldn't you cheer?
But there was never any prospect that she wasn't going to win California. It's what's happening in the Midwest that is of much more concern. People thought that Donald Trump, what are you doing going to Michigan and Wisconsin? Well, we're now waiting and we're seeing why he went there, because that does look like very promising territory for him.
All right. John, thanks for that. Our North American editor, John Sopel, there at the Clinton campaign headquarters, just came into life for the first time in a while as California was announced. Let's get the details from Emily.
The point of that cheer, I think, was bigger than California. This has put Hillary Clinton into the lead for the first time in quite a while. And for people watching the screens in those big parties, just to see your candidate now come alive, come ahead in this race, I think is a big moment, and it will be a relief, even if it's a temporary relief. Clinton is now short by 80 Electoral College votes. Donald Trump on 172 is short by 98. So he now has the higher mountain to climb based on the states that have actually been called tonight. He's just added Idaho to his tally. Hillary Clinton has added California and Hawaii to her tally. So it takes her a little bit closer, but she's still short by 80. And as we showed you before, apart from Washington and Oregon, which are more likely to settle in the blue camp when they come in, a lot of these other ones, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan and Wisconsin even, those seem to be putting Donald Trump in the lead. If you start taking those out, she's got much narrower chances of getting to the White House. But at this point, as everyone in the hall realised, she's now ahead. It's a good tally if you're a Democrat tonight.
Well, they should enjoy that for the moment, because she may not be ahead for much longer. Here's a dramatic development. It's just a projection. But it's a projection from the New York Times, the bastion, the home of liberal journalism in the United States, an incredible supporter for the Democrats and for Mrs. Clinton. They're now saying that Donald Trump has a 95% chance of being the next president of the United States. Norm?
Well, actually, they have this crazy sort of dial thing. If you look on the web itself, the person who's running it says there's a 66% chance that Clinton wins the popular vote and Trump wins the Electoral College. So I'm not sure I would take the upshot at this point with what they've got on their website too seriously.
Well,
but
we were taking the upshot seriously earlier when it showed Mrs. Clinton winning.
No, and 538.com, which is the one website that said this is much more volatile and gave her less of a chance of winning, has it much closer to even. But I think we need to point out that in Pennsylvania, a state that was almost a sure thing for her is not a sure thing. Mm-hmm. She's won by a big margin in Philadelphia, as you would expect. The numbers from the rural areas coming in are, as we've seen in other places, stronger. Wisconsin, we know that the results are pretty much in from Milwaukee, which is a Democratic stronghold, and she's going to struggle to win Wisconsin. If she loses Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, which is a real possibility now, then she loses the White House. And right now, she's got to win 3 states that are in toss-up category and don't look great for her.
Okay, so let's just think, Katia, stand back a little bit at the moment and see where we're going here. If the New York Times is right, it's no more certain to be right than many others. But first of all, Donald Trump did a hostile takeover of the Republican Party and won the nomination against what most mainstream opinion thought was impossible. He'd be gone by New Hampshire and go back to making his reality TV shows or whatever. Now, at the very least, he is a small way away from really dissing the whole political establishment in the United States and the media establishment.
And pollsters and strategists and everybody that has commented on American politics for far, far longer than I have. This would be the upset of American political history. If somebody comes into office who has never held political office, made his name as a reality television star, and has frankly not actually offered very many in-depth proposals, has alienated some of America's key allies around the world. And if he still wins, given all of that, I think it is, as much as anything, 2 things: a reflection of Hillary Clinton and how much we've discussed this, how much she is disliked as a candidate, and a reflection of an anti-establishment mood that we are seeing not just here, but that we are seeing in other countries as well. Let's go to Emily, though, because Emily, you've got breaking news on another critical battleground state.
North Carolina has, in the last few seconds, just been called for Donald Trump, projected for Donald Trump, we must say, on 51% share of the vote to Hillary Clinton's 46% share of the vote. They have got 92% of the precincts in. This is a very interesting state. This was won once by Obama, then taken back, as it were, for the Republicans by Romney. And Donald Trump will be very pleased to hold on to this in his red states category here. 51% share of the vote for Donald Trump, giving him 15 Electoral College votes. That is really what his campaign needs right now. It's a big fillip. If he can take North Carolina and Florida, which, as Katia was saying, some networks are already projecting for Donald Trump, then suddenly that whole pathway becomes much, much easier. There were lots of questions about North Carolina, whether they'd allow the votes to be open, the polling stations to be open for enough days to allow some of the African-American vote to come forward and vote in early voting. It's been the focal point of a lot of racial tension as well. And it's a changing demographic, younger, more educated, more mixed. And yet, on a night like tonight, Donald Trump has managed to hang on to it for the Republican Party. This outsider has taken this state and kept it red. That will be a real triumph for him tonight, I think.
Well, North Carolina result is clearly very significant. The biggest presidential race upset in modern American politics was in 1948. You have to go that far back when Harry Truman was thought to have no chance of being re-elected against Thomas Dewey, but he won. And all of the media establishment and the political establishment thought he had no chance. The Chicago Tribune even printed a famous front page saying, "Dewey wins." That's the biggest ever. Until tonight, if Donald Trump wins, that'll then be the biggest ever upset in American presidential politics. So there they are down in Times Square, just below where we are broadcasting to you tonight. Oh, sorry, that's not Times Square. I wondered because it's New York. And I was slightly worried, not worried, but wondering why they were cheering in New York, given the way it's gone. But of course, it's the Trump headquarters, and therefore it is no surprise that they are cheering. I suspect that they are now beginning to think that they have victory within their grasp. Ron.
No question about it. When we started tonight, we said that the path was so narrow for Donald Trump. And of course, as Emily's just told us, the path for her is so narrow. North Carolina was huge, and I think this is a reflection of the social evangelicals coming out and saying, we're upset by a lot of the things that Washington has been doing. We're upset about the transgender bathroom issue here. Now, looking at Donald Trump's path, he's got a chance to win in Iowa. He's got a chance to win in New Hampshire. The path for her is getting smaller and smaller, Andrew, and I'm starting to get the feeling that if I was in Team Clinton camp, I'd be rather concerned.
What do you say?
Well, you know, I think one of the things that is so interesting is that in every presidential election in the United States, we always say that it is the women's vote that elects the United States president. And we have assumed that Hillary Clinton was going to get the vast majority of the votes of American women. But we have also seen this division within American politics between what we call red state feminism and blue state feminism, and some of the hatred that we see, I believe, towards Hillary Clinton on the part of some American women who live in red states are people who feel that American feminism has left them behind, do not respect the decision to, for example, to stay at home, to maybe homeschool your children, and feel left behind by that movement. And a large number of those women supported Sarah Palin, and I believe will support Donald Trump simply because of that one issue. They feel left behind.
Let me make a broader point, Andrew. The exit poll showed that 61% of the people who voted didn't think Donald Trump was qualified to be president. And I think this is a phenomenon that we have to look at globally. People who didn't think he was qualified to be president voted for him. Yes. A sign of a deeper discontent and a backlash against the establishment and the status quo and the leadership. And as we look ahead to Italy, to France, to Germany possibly, to a lot of other countries that are going to be facing leadership challenges, this, not only the fact that they're going to have to deal with maybe Newt Gingrich as Secretary of State, but the fact that they're going to have their own troubles. There will be chills going up and down the spines of leaders in a lot of countries.
But you know, if Hungary elects a pretty hard right government, it doesn't matter that much outside Hungary. Greece elects a Marxist government. It's interesting, significant in its way, but doesn't matter that much outside Greece. When the United States of America, with all its important alliances around the world and its economic clout in the world and its significance, elects a really non-mainstream politician, that is significant beyond belief.
And of course, the thing about Donald Trump is that he's not really hard right or hard left. I mean, you could make a very cogent argument that we have in this election 2 New York Democrats running, were it not for some of the things, the nativist things he has said about immigrants. Let's go out to Ohio, though, because we've been talking a lot about the Midwestern states and whether Hillary Clinton can hang on to that blue wall that is protecting her and giving her still a chance to win the presidency. And it's looking very shaky, that wall at the moment. And of course, we saw the first stones from it crumble in Ohio. Barbara Plett-Usher is there in Cleveland for us. What are they saying up in Cleveland, Barbara?
Well, there was always a chance that Donald Trump would take Ohio, quite a good chance, but the margin by which he's taken, I think, has got quite a few people surprised. I've got a Democrat and a Republican here to respond to that. Tom Kelling, you voted for Mrs. Clinton. How do you feel about the 12 points by which Mr. Trump won?
I'm pretty shocked, coming from a area of unions and stuff like that, to have that big of a margin. It's pretty impressive.
Because the unions were officially backing Mrs. Clinton, weren't they?
Yes, they were. Yeah.
Perhaps the members weren't, though.
Obviously, there were some that weren't, yes.
Probably quite a few. Larry Cahill, you voted for Mr. Trump. How do you feel about his margin of winning? Were you expecting that?
I expected a single-digit win, 7-8 point win. I was absolutely confident he would win because
all due respect to my friend Tom, I'm so encouraged by my fellow Ohioans that they let common sense and logic win out. Can't trust somebody that's been there 30 years and hasn't done anything for 30 years for others. I think they realize a change by someone who's a problem solver, and it's a unifying message that goes beyond Republican, Democrat.
But what's going on here, do you think? Is this Democrat versus Republican, liberal versus conservative?
I don't think so. I think it's very different. I think it's become something where it's not Republican versus Democrat, because really Donald Trump is very liberal.
But what is it then?
I think it's classes of people that have decided there's a silent group here, middle-class people, a lot of urban people, a lot of rural people who have no voice. And I think he's speaking in plain terms for them, not in legalese, not in elitist terms, but in very plain language that people understand and it connects.
A lot of economic pain you think this reflects, Tom? I mean, you struggled yourself about whether to support Mrs. Clinton.
Yes, definitely. Definitely the way the area's been here, it's been down drastically, and I believe possibly that's why a lot of the union members and just people in general went with Mr. Trump, mainly because he's a businessman. He's saying he's going to bring business back, things like that. So possibly that's why people went with him.
But you didn't in the end. Why was that?
I honestly don't believe that he's going to bring those businesses back. This is a man that has businesses out of this country. Why aren't they here? Why isn't he supporting and giving these people in America jobs? His businesses are giving other people jobs for obviously less money and hurting us. So.
Well,
that's a piece of his empire. He's a global businessman. I'm a native New Yorker. I saw how he helped revitalize New York City, made it safe with Rudy Giuliani and development that he did there. That's why people choose to visit New York City and not necessarily Baltimore or Detroit. It's a little different community. Trump was a developer. He hires people. He's a problem solver.
Well, we'll see if people will be choosing to visit Ohio, choosing to visit Cleveland after this win.
We hope so.
The thing that's interesting is that Ohio has always chosen the president since 1964, so we'll see shortly, I think, whether it has done again.
Barbara, thanks for that. An increasing number of media outlets are now calling Florida or projecting Florida for Donald Trump. We're not quite ready to do that, but I think it's pretty clear the way things are going. The next state that attention will be turned to will be Pennsylvania, where things are not going very well for Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania either. So let's go over to Laura Trevelyan. She's at Trump HQ. I should imagine things are going pretty strong there. Laura?
These are two deeply flawed individuals.
Yes, Andrew, and Fox News behind me has called Florida, North Carolina and Ohio, projected that Trump is winning in all three. And joining me now is Todd Phelps. Todd is a Republican from Texas, ran for Congress. Todd, tell me, when we just looked at that board now, Donald Trump is up in the Electoral College, he's up in the popular vote. What's happening?
Well, it's people that have been ignored are speaking. That's what's happening. People that the establishment class has pushed to the side, people that want $30 and $50 an hour inner city jobs might even be speaking, because that's been decimated, and his trade argument is well-founded.
Are we about to see the same country, although it's a changing country, that elected Barack Obama, elect Donald Trump?
I believe so. I think it's headed in that direction, and I think that both Barack Obama and Donald Trump are passionate about what they believe in, and people sense that. They sense the genuine aspect of Donald Trump. You know, the media can pile on and take sound bites to try to paint him in a negative light. But I don't believe what the media says, or I wouldn't be here. I trust the man.
But for those people of Mexican heritage, and he has called some Mexicans criminals, rapists, he's talked about building a wall. For those people who might be frightened by what he represents, what would you say?
I think that's media spin. I think that the way he came across was misinterpreted. I think he cares about the people of Mexico. I think that that's why he went and met with the president. I think that he understands Anglo populations, any population around the world is going to have some folks that do bad things. I don't think that that paints a light on what he thinks about people of Latin American culture. And being a person that has spent a lot of time in Mexico, driven over the border, spent a lot of time in Arizona where there's a federal sign that says don't drive over it. And my good friend that I lived with, who was a Mexican national, said, "Don't drive over it." It's not a blanket statement. They want to paint it as a blanket statement, and he has more Latino support as well that the media doesn't want to reflect.
How do you rate his chances in the upper Midwestern states, which now could be his route to the presidency, to Michigan, to Wisconsin? If he can flip one of those, he could be there.
Well, I haven't been glued to the TV because I've been speaking with some folks, but I believe he's rocking it. I think that what we're seeing, we saw two of the states that the pollster Frank Luntz said he had to have in order for his pathway go in his favor. So to me, I particularly trust that guy, and so I'm feeling good. I'm feeling extremely good.
How do you explain the fact that in all three of the debates, Donald Trump didn't necessarily seem to be as well informed as Hillary Clinton, to have as many answers as she did, and yet he so far tonight is coming out ahead? Do people want a different kind of leader?
They don't want a lifelong politician. And if he was a lifelong politician, he would know every vice president of every country. He probably doesn't. And Hillary probably comes close to knowing that. There's probably a few she doesn't. But I think it's a referendum on, they want someone real. Lifelong politicians are in their bubble. They're not listening. And that's exactly why I got in Austin, because municipally, they weren't listening. And then they said, "Hey, why don't you run for Congress?" And I enjoy the outcome there. But back to your question, it's about people wanting to feel like they're heard.
Well, they're certainly being heard tonight. Todd Phelps, thank you so much for joining us. That's Todd Phelps there of Texas. So you can hear the chant behind me, USA, USA. People here at Trump headquarters started the night thinking that they were going to lose, and now they believe that the White House is within their grasp.
Thanks, Laura. Now, some of the Trump supporters we'd hoped to speak to tonight, having round our table, we can't get them yet because they don't want to leave that party where Laura is. In a sense, who can blame them? What is happening tonight, of course, is being watched with fascination by every government around the world, but none more so than the British government. The British government knows almost nothing about Donald Trump. It knew almost everything about Hillary Clinton, so they'll have to become fast learners. But Mr. Trump has said when it comes to free trade deals, Britain will be at the top of the queue rather than the back of the queue, as Mr. Obama said. And with a Republican Senate and a Republican House, then maybe free trade deal will be something that will come on the British government's agenda rather quickly, because there will be a friendly audience for them in Washington. Let's get more results, Emily.
We've just had Oregon in the last few moments. It's been projected for Hillary Clinton. Not a big surprise here. It hasn't voted Republican since Reagan, but every little bit counts at this stage in the game. 54% share of the vote for Clinton to Donald Trump's 40%. So an emphatic win in Oregon, but as I say, not a state that will come as any particular surprise. It was pretty much factored into those West Coast wins. These are the battlegrounds, though, that we're still watching, and this is where the race starts to get interesting. In Florida, you can see Donald Trump is ahead. 99% share of the vote, and 99% of the precincts in, and he's on 49% share of the vote. Some networks are calling this for him already. Do not expect this to go easily because it was so tightly fought over those hanging chads in 2000. So we might have to wait till the bitter end to get a result from Florida. But you can see he is projected ahead. Michigan also has Donald Trump ahead on 47.8. Wisconsin, right next door, has got him 49% share of the vote. You can see if you start to add in the tallies here, 29 plus 16 plus 10 Electoral College votes, then he starts to look like he's got a real pathway. This is the map as it's coloured up with actual states as they've come in. I'm going to add in the polls, and this is how they've decreed the safer states will fall. And right now, we're going to play with the calculator button. And I'm going to give him, imagine that he's taken those states in which he's ahead. Florida was the first one. Michigan was the second one. Wisconsin was the third one. He's now short by 2, which means, in essence, if he just picks up either New Hampshire or Iowa or any of the bigger ones, he's done it. Look what happens if he takes New Hampshire on that tally. He's crossed the line, not by a lot, But it doesn't have to be by a lot. He's done it. 272, just based on what he's got, on the projections where he's ahead, and on one other state where he's also ahead, New Hampshire. Suddenly, it all looks much more possible than it did at the beginning of the night.
What a change compared to when we started, when it was the difficulty of Mr. Trump becoming president. Now it's the difficulty of Mrs. Clinton. But Norm, if Mrs. Clinton was to hold on to Michigan, if she was to win that, isn't she still in contention?
She wins Michigan, but she's going to have to win Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and she's going to have to win 3 states that now look pretty grim for her. Of the states that Emily picked for Mr. Trump.
As you talk, I'm filling them in so that our viewers can just do the tally.
Yes.
What was the other one you said?
So Pennsylvania, Michigan, put in Wisconsin for her,
Yeah.
and she will win Minnesota and Washington.
She's
and,
ahead in Minnesota.
And Nevada.
Yeah.
And Nevada. So if she does those, she's on a path. But there's a twist here that we need to remember, which is that we have at least one elector for Mrs. Clinton in Washington, and a second one who has hinted at it, who said they won't vote for her. So if she got 271 and the 2 did not vote for her, then she still doesn't become president. So she has this very narrow path, and the other states that have not been called, Arizona and Iowa, at this point look very, very strong for Mr. Trump. So she has basically one path to victory, and he has many others, and that's a total change.
No, would you be looking at a tie at this point? I mean, that is conceivable on this basis, right?
It's possible only with a faithless elector at this point, because she did the good news for her in Nebraska. She won the one district, so she got that one electoral vote.
Norm, is the story here Democrats and Hillary Clinton specifically neglecting those Rust Belt states? She did not visit Wisconsin once after the Democratic primary, and she only went twice between the spring and last Friday to Michigan. She hasn't been there. She hasn't paid her dues there, and it's reflective, perhaps, of a bigger issue, which is the Democrats taking those states, largely white states, working class white states, for granted.
There's certainly some truth to that, but it's also that she didn't expect a wave of this sort. She did spend a lot of time in Pennsylvania, which now is giving her trouble. You know, there's another interesting phenomenon here. Trump and the Republican Party spent very little money on sophisticated get-out-the-vote efforts. Mrs. Clinton had the most sophisticated and expensive get-out-the-vote effort and vote targeting effort we have ever seen. And it really shows that those things only take you so far. He had a motivation for voters that didn't require finding them and getting them out there. They were there, even many of them not thinking he was qualified to be president, because by God, they wanted to make a stand. And that really is a new minority group that is dominating our politics.
All right. Fox News is reporting that Canada's immigration website has crashed. And that's, I'm getting that from Carl Bildt, who used to be Prime Minister of Sweden. So I'm taking it quite seriously. More, Emily.
We've got Utah, and it has been projected for Trump. There was some question mark over whether Evan McMullen, the CIA spy, the Mormon who lives in Utah, might be able to take this for the independent vote, but it has been projected for Trump and given him a whopping 53% share of the vote. So it seems even in this state with many religious people, Latter-day Saint community, that has not been enough to deter them from voting Republican and for Donald Trump, a man who doesn't really conform to their type of candidate for the Republicans. It tends to suggest that this has not been about one candidate or another, but about social values, about retaining the Republican red conservatism of their states. Maybe it all comes down to the Supreme Court and the kind of judgments that will be made there. That's perhaps for later in the night, but as things colour up, you can see what this has done to the tally. Clinton is short by 73, Trump is short by 77. It is an incredibly tight race. All this part of the West and the central part of America, Utah, we just added in there, colouring up in red, and we're still waiting to hear Washington, Nevada, Arizona's in the balance, and all these key races here as well.
Well, that's a very strong result for Mr. Trump in Utah. At one stage, Mr. McMullen, a Mormon, independent conservative, educated in Utah. He had hopes of winning that state, but in fact his performance was pretty poor. I want to go back to Jeremy Vine in a minute to get some more figures. But before I do, Catty, this isn't just looking like a victory, heading for a victory for Mr. Trump, though we don't know for sure yet. It's a lot more than that, isn't it? Big enough as that is.
We spoke about a month ago about the possibility of a wave election in America, and we were thinking that it was Hillary Clinton who was going to be riding that wave. Yep. It now looks like we could be going the other way. We're also looking at a Republican Senate, and we're looking at a Republican House. And with all of that comes the possibility of not just one seat on the Supreme Court, which would swing it back to being a Republican Supreme Court, but 2 seats potentially on the Supreme Court, which really makes it a Republican Supreme Court. We are looking, Andrew, if all of these numbers bear out and what Norm is saying about his predictions for Wisconsin and Michigan bear out, we're looking at an America that is very Republican for the next 4 years, but that is led by a president who, if you take his economic policies alone and his more isolationist, less hawkish foreign policy, is actually not as conservative as this movement that he is leading. Now, this is going to be fascinating. We are certainly looking at a Republican era in American politics, and the impact of that around the world is going to be tremendous.
Well, one of the areas where Mr. Trump has done very well and concentrated on was the Midwest, the states around the Great Lakes, the states that go from Wisconsin all the way through to Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. It is a kind of middle America par excellence, and that is where Mr. Trump has particularly resonated with blue-collar workers. Let's get more on this from Jeremy Vine and the exit polls.
Well, yes, the result from Ohio still echoing around our virtual graphics room because the parsing that we've done of the exit polls suggests he really did get white men in particular turning out for him. Now, at some point here in the Midwest, Hillary Clinton needs to build a firebreak and stop these losses to the Republicans spreading. So let's look first of all at Michigan here, and we'll look at particularly this theme of if white voters are going for Trump, how vulnerable is Michigan to the Republican Party? Now here it is, and you can see it's actually not one of the most white states in that area, but it is 76% white. The US average is 62%. If you come over here, you see the map of Michigan as it's being coloured in, as the voting is counting. And of course, you see Detroit there, and Detroit, wherever you live in the world, you know it for the auto industry and all the pain it's suffered since then with the recession and so on. And that very much sums up some of the feeling in and around the state, some of the disaffection that is powering Trump. So what's happening with those voters, those white voters that are the core of Trump's appeal? Well, the answer is, according to our exit poll, look at this, 64% Republican. Andrew, back to you.
To Emily.
In the last few seconds, they have just called Florida for Donald Trump. It has been projected for the Republicans for Donald Trump on 49.1% share of the vote. Incredibly tight, but not as tight as it was last time round. Last time, you might remember, it was never called at all. 100% of the precincts in, they are confident that this goes in the red tally for Donald Trump, and that is why it matters. 29 Electoral College votes. With that now on the map, he can do practically anything. Let's just have a look at it, and you'll see what I mean. He's coloured in Florida. His tally has shot up to 222. He's now short by 48. If I take you into my calculator mode and show you what that means, if he adds in Arizona, which was won by Romney last time round, if he takes Iowa, won by Romney last time round, if he takes Georgia, where he's ahead, if he takes Alaska, let's put that in, that one is in no doubt, he's only short by 12. What that means at this stage is that he can take Michigan or Pennsylvania or a combination of Wisconsin and New Hampshire, plus we can assume one or two, probably main two there, then he has done it. He hasn't done it yet, and all those races are still very heated and very on. And it's important to notice that at this point, the only states he's actually taken, the only ones that have changed hands, are Ohio and Florida. But we began the night by saying, for Donald Trump to really find his path, he needs to take Florida and Ohio and Pennsylvania. He needs to take some combination or pretty much all three of those. He's taken two of them. Suddenly, it's all looking much more possible tonight.
It does indeed. Let's get some more pictures of the celebrations among Mr. Trump's supporters. And as you can see, not surprisingly, they're pretty happy. Emily was saying there, of course, there's still a number of states he has to take. But if you look at what's happened tonight, it's a pretty fair guess that Arizona, Georgia, Alaska, they are now going to go for Mr. Trump. We don't know for sure, of course, but given the way other states, tougher states, have been that he's done so well, then he must now be pretty confident that some of these states are going to fall. So it is clear, as you can see from the celebrations there, Mr. Trump supporters, Trump headquarters, think that he has won. We don't know that yet, but they see the way the wind is blowing, and we don't know yet where Mr. Trump will come on. No doubt he'll have to pass the 270 mark first, but he's getting close to that, 222. He's not that far away. You wouldn't want to count your chickens before they're hatched, Catty, but if you were in the Trump campaign, you were beginning to think, we've done it.
And I wonder whether that cheer we were just hearing as we were listening to those Trump campaign pictures and watching those wasn't because Fox News has now called Wisconsin for Trump. We are not ready to do that yet. The other networks are not doing that yet, but that is from Fox News. And of course, they'll be playing Fox News at Trump headquarters, so they will have heard that. And I wonder if that's not what that cheer is about. It's looking increasingly difficult for Hillary Clinton to find herself a route to 270. Ben LeBolt, you're watching these numbers come in. President Obama, your former boss, worked his heart out to get Hillary Clinton elected. He was there last night in Pennsylvania. What does this say about President Obama's legacy as well?
Well, here's what is so surprising about tonight, that President Obama right now is at a 54% approval rating in America, which is the highest approval rating we've had since Ronald Reagan in 1988. So there's a real question tonight about who's showing up at the polls. And I think Norm spoke about this earlier, that African-American turnout is a little bit soft. I think when we look at these numbers at the end of the day, it may be a different electorate if there is a President Trump that elected Donald Trump, then Barack Obama. We may have seen soft turnout among African Americans and millennials, and some of the older white voters could be the decisive margin tonight.
How do you account for what you're seeing tonight, Ben, in terms of passing the baton from a President Obama to potentially to a President Donald Trump? And I'm going to say that one of the things I have heard out on the campaign trail, and I've heard it mostly from African American voters, and from women who have said to me that they think there is a section of the American community who just looked at the idea of having Barack Obama followed by Hillary Clinton. They said an African-American man followed by a woman was too much of a shock after 43 white men or 43 white presidents. That was just too much of a change for some people.
There could be some cultural factors driving it. Once we see the exits, we'll have to take a look at that question. There's also a question about whether they're voting against Washington in general. You know, while the president reached out to a Republican Congress, Republicans really refused to work with the president.
Let me interrupt you because we've got more results coming in. And I think, Emily, it's fair to say the jigsaw pieces are falling into Mr. Trump's plan.
I'd expect another big cheer from the Trump campaign crowd right now. We've just had Iowa projected for Trump, giving him 50% share of the vote with only half the precincts in, so they clearly think it's pretty emphatic. And here's why Iowa was interesting. It was the first caucus. It was the one that Trump didn't win. He lost out to Ted Cruz in this. We talked about it being a very religious community, broadly white community, traditional farming territory, the kind of demographic that played pretty well to the Texas Senator Ted Cruz. And yet here we are. Iowa has chosen Donald Trump on 50% share of the vote. It gives him those 6 Electoral College votes. It's not the most number in terms of the races that are going on, but it certainly fills in, as Andrew said, the jigsaw here. It makes it even harder now for Hillary Clinton. If she has to take Iowa out of the mix, she's left with a range of these races here. and many of them she's not ahead in. Arizona, Nevada, he's ahead in Arizona. She might be ahead in Nevada now, but it's becoming much more clear that Trump's pathway is becoming easier. Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, we're waiting for Georgia. He's got Iowa, he's got Ohio, he's got Utah, which at one point was in the balance. He can start to see how everything could fall into place with the next 3 or 4 results.
And some of the networks are already calling Georgia for Mr. Trump, and of course it would be surprising, given everything else that happened, if Georgia did not end up in his column. We're not yet ready to project it, but it would seem that's the way it's going. Pennsylvania is still in contention, a big important state, 20 Electoral College votes. Mrs. Clinton is still ahead there in Pennsylvania. So let's go to Jane O'Brien in Philadelphia.
Well, she may be ahead, but we've got some very, very worried Clinton supporters here. I'm in a historic bar in Philadelphia. This is one of her strongholds, and it was going very, very well at the beginning of the night, but now there's a real tension. And I've effectively assembled the League of Nations here. I have Miriam, who's from Iran. I have Argenta, who's from Poland. Sabi there is from India. Kashir is from Kosovo, and Rahil. How worried are you about
well,
this race?
I am a little bit worried. I was really looking forward to Hillary winning and being the first woman president, and now we just have to watch and see, but it's very worrisome.
Now, obviously, you've been talking about immigration all night. Is this why you're worried?
I mean, he's a threat to the present and future immigrants of the country, and it's an actual real threat because he's a complete wild card, and we don't know. We've seen what he's expressed about immigrants, which doesn't help us at all.
But you're in this country legally. Why would you be worried?
I'm extremely worried because he essentially stands for everything, against everything that we believe in and why we're here in the first place. So, I mean, it's just the basics of what we believe in, and it's always been about a country that accepts everybody from all walks of nations, and essentially we now have a president potentially that's against everything we believe in.
Miriam, is that what you feel?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a last generation Iranian American, and coming here was filled with opportunity. I was able to get my degree in medicine, and part of the reason why, fervent reasons why I love this country so much is the diversity, and that you're able to get whatever opportunities that you strive for as long as you continue to work hard. So I think that, this is very sad, and I think that, people should be given a chance to come here and work for what they believe and get the opportunities they can.
And this is also a historic moment for you. You are hoping still, because, nobody has been declared a winner yet. Let's remember that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that this election in general is historic, considering that a woman was nominated for presidency. I'm very proud as a woman. I think that there's still a chance, and if not, this still goes down in history as a major event. Having a woman out there, Hillary Clinton, representing the rest of us is a beautiful thing. So hopefully we can move forward together as a country and learn from this.
Rahil, you were saying that, jokingly, I think, that you would catch the next plane out of here if Trump wins, but I mean, you are joking.
I am joking because this is such a great nation, and I have so much pride. And as an immigrant myself and my family, we came over here because America is a nation that thrives based on its diversity, and the fact that we have someone who could potentially become our president who spews rhetoric about hate against immigrants, hate against diversity. It's a scary thought, and that's why I said that in the joke.
Well, all of you, thank you very much indeed. You've been absolutely terrific, and thanks for giving us your views here on a very contentious evening. Back to you.
Okay, Jane, thanks very much there for us in Philadelphia. And of course, we still don't know the result in Pennsylvania. We're going to start getting reaction now from around the world, of course, to the news from here in the United States. Donald Trump is not there yet, but he's looking increasingly likely to get to that magic number of 270. It's news that Europeans will wake up to, Asians are already digesting, and that they are watching very closely, of course, in America's southern neighbor in Mexico. The BBC's Katie Watson is there. We've joked this evening a little bit, Katie, about how we've been watching the peso during this campaign. It goes up and down according to how well it looks like Donald Trump is doing. But what's going to be the reaction there in Mexico when they wake up to the news tomorrow morning, potentially, that Donald Trump has made it past that magic number of 270 Electoral College votes?
Well, I don't think many Mexicans have gone to bed. They're watching very closely. I've just been in a bar where they started the evening, pretty upbeat in the last few weeks. Speaking to people here, they really felt that maybe Donald Trump wasn't going to win. And of course, he doesn't have many fans here in Mexico. As the night's gone on, that certainty certainly changed. People here have become a bit more worried. We've seen the peso. I mean, the peso's been tied to the what's been happening in politics in the United States in the past few months. It dropped as much as 10%. That's the biggest fall since 1994 when Mexico devalued its peso. It was a huge crisis here. So, that's a big concern. And I think that's what the main issue is here in Mexico. Yes, politically, it's been very damaging. But really, what does it mean if Trump does win for the Mexican economy? And that's what Mexicans are very worried about.
One of the things that Donald Trump has proposed, Katie, as I'm sure you know, is banning all remittances from Mexicans who are here in the United States illegally back to Mexico. It's a big source of revenue for the Mexican economy. It's not clear how he could actually do that. First of all, he'd have to identify these people, and then he'd have to impound all of their remittances. But it's, I imagine, the kind of thing that would make Mexicans think that a Donald Trump presidency is not going to be great for the Mexican economy. And what about all those Mexicans who are here illegally? What happens to them under a Donald Trump presidency?
Absolutely. I mean, remittances are worth about $25 billion. They were last year. That's more than oil bringing in terms of foreign revenue. So it's a massive deal for Mexico, and it's a massive concern for Mexico. Not only that, Donald Trump has been talking about renegotiating the North American Free Trade Agreement, and that's a big concern for Mexico because that's done, it's done very well. So, Mexico and the United States are neighbours, but they're huge trading partners. So that is a massive concern for any Mexican, whether they have family in the United States illegally or legally. I was talking to a Mexican who's also got American nationality who voted in these elections. He came in this evening guaranteeing that Trump was going to win. He had it down, and it looks like at the moment that's what his predictions are coming into play. But for the average Mexican, whether it's remittances being brought over from the United States to help families here, or just general trade, it's a huge concern for people here, for everybody here.
Okay, Katie Watson there in Mexico City. Mexicans, of course, watching this very closely. One of the things that Donald Trump, by the way, Andrew, never rode back on, because he's rode back on some of the more controversial things he said, like the ban and total ban on Muslims. He never rode back on the wall. He says right up until the end that there will be a wall. It's a big point in his campaigns, and that the Mexicans will pay for it. The Mexican government has said they wouldn't. The question is going to be, if he has the Senate and he has Congress, could he go to the Senate and to Congress and say, right, I want the money for building that wall?
Well, he would need the House to pay for it.
He would need the House to pay for it, but he has a Republican House.
Who knows? Let's just go to Democratic headquarters tonight here in New York and get some pictures. It is obviously not a happy scene. People crying there in tears. Some of the younger voters and supporters of Hillary Clinton there. I think it's probably come as a shock to them, which is why it seems to be hurting so much. People shaking their heads. Really stunned into silence there, because I guess as they moved in to tonight's results coming out, they were expecting that their candidate would be the next president of the United States. It's got a sense there of more of a wake than anything else now as they try to come to terms with it. So there we are, Clinton headquarters. We don't know yet who has won. Mr. Trump hasn't passed the 270 mark, but it's clear from these faces that a lot of Hillary Clinton supporters are concluding that the game is up for tonight and that their woman will not be the next president. Let's get more reaction from the markets. Let's go back to Singapore. Our correspondent, Karishma, is there. What's happening in the markets now?
Well, there's a real sense of disbelief, I think it would be fair to say, amongst many of the traders here at this Singapore trading floor, now that it looks like Mr. Trump has an increasing chance at victory. And I think you're seeing that reflected across Asian share markets. Most of the major, in fact, all of the major Asian share markets are down significantly. We've seen Japan's Nikkei down by about 4.2%. Now, that's as a result of the fact that you're seeing many investors in Asia rushing to safe haven stocks and currencies like the Japanese yen. There's a real risk aversion right now that traders have been telling me about, and the sentiment is really souring. And now, why is that? That's because a Clinton victory was seen as broadly positive for Asia's economies, because it was, as one analyst put it to me ahead of the election, very much a case of the devil that you know. Mrs. Clinton is very well known out in Asia. She's been Secretary of State. She's traveled out to these parts before. But certainly Mr. Trump is seen as the great unknown, and that brings with it uncertainty, volatility, and also some of the comments he's made on the campaign trail about slapping 45% taxes, import tariffs on Chinese goods, for instance. All of that is concerning many Asian investors, I should say, and that's what you're seeing reflected across share markets and currencies in Asia today.
All right, well, thank you for that. Clearly, there's going to be ructions in the financial markets when they open in Europe, first of all, London, and then in New York. In a moment, we're going to speak to Robert Reich, who was the Secretary of State for Labour in the Clinton administration. But let's go back to Emily. What's the arithmetic looking like now?
It's not over yet, but I've pulled up 3 races which are incredibly tight, which matter right now, and Donald Trump is ahead in each of them. Look at Wisconsin. He's on 49% there with 75% of the precincts in. Look at Arizona, 49% there. She's 3 points behind with 54% of the precincts in. Look at New Hampshire. He's ahead just slightly, almost 2 percentage points. They've got 67% of the precincts in there. If he gets these 3 states, you can add up the tally. He's got himself another 25 Electoral College votes. Let's just put that into the maths. Now, Georgia has just been called, okay? This is the projection for Trump on 52% share of the vote. It gives him 16 Electoral College votes. Now, if I take you back to that map, we go into the calculator mode, I'm going to add in the ones that we were just looking at. Wisconsin, Arizona, New Hampshire. Look what that does to the maths now. If he gets those 3, and we've just had Georgia called, he's short by 1. He can do that with any of these states. He can even do it with 1 bit of Maine. 1 congressional district gives him 1 more point, and he's crossed the line. It's very easy for him now.
So there we are, Mr. Trump heading towards 270, but he's not there yet. And of course, it's not impossible they'd both end up with 269, just to complicate things, then throw it to the House of Representatives. Let's speak to Robert Reich, the former Labour Secretary of the Clinton administration. He comes to us from Berkeley in California. Mr. Reich, the Democrats have been in the White House, I think I've got this right, for 16 out of the last 24 years. Why have they lost the support of blue-collar workers?
The Democrats really turned their backs on a lot of the working class in their pursuit of suburban swing voters, upper middle class voters, also becoming very, very dependent on big money. As inequality has widened in the United States, the Democrats, like the Republicans, the official Republican Party, went after the affluent because the affluent could support their campaigns. This astounding turn of events tonight, I believe, is very much an anti-establishment revolt, if you will, not unlike Brexit. The establishment part of the Republican Party, remember, does not like Donald Trump. Wall Street does not like and does not support Donald Trump. Big corporations in the United States have been supportive of Hillary Clinton by and large, not Donald Trump. And so that you have to look at this not only as the Democrats deserting white-collar, or at least blue-collar, rather, America, but also as a lot of America, mostly blue-collar, basically deserting the establishment and abandoning the establishment, saying to the establishment of the United States, we are no longer going to settle for stagnant wages and for declining hopes.
would you agree, Mr. Reich, it's not clear how the Democrats get these voters back?
No, it's not clear at all. I think that there is going to be, to say the least, a lot of soul-searching in the Democratic Party, as there has been and will be in the Republican Party. I mean, there's a massive realignment. If you look at both parties, Bernie Sanders, who was the primary challenger for Hillary Clinton in the Democratic Party, took 22 states. This is the most unlikely candidate anybody came up with to be a Democratic challenger. And then here you have Donald Trump almost at this hour winning the presidency of the United States. Again, the most unlikely challenger to the typical Republican candidate. I mean, he has as much to do and as much in common with Mitt Romney or George W. Bush as he does practically with most Democrats. I mean, I can't describe for you the extent to which America is surprised and shocked, even again, including most of the business class, most of the Republicans who have been assuming that the polls and the assumptions that underlay all of official Washington and official New York were that Hillary Clinton would be elected president.
How much, Mr. Reich, will Congress, even if it's a Republican Congress, be a constraint on Mr. Trump's tax and spending plans? Because the Congressional Budget Office projects a massive increase in the budget deficit and the country's national debt if he was to proceed with his plans. And can he start a trade war without the support of Congress? Because there must be great fears now that if he means what he says on trade policy, we're moving back to Smoot-Hawley in the 1930s and a beggar thy neighbor policy.
Yes. Well, congressional Republicans, and let's assume for the sake of the argument that the Congress stays in Republican hands, both the House and the Senate, I think they will be very resistant to Donald Trump's budget plans because most Republicans still believe in deficit reductions, in small government. Donald Trump is very different from all of that view. Donald Trump has a gigantic budget deficit built into his economic plan and is not small government at all. At the same time, most Republicans in Congress are free traders. The business class of America are free traders. Now, here it becomes interesting because under most of our trade laws, the president does have a great deal of discretion to renegotiate them or even turn his back on them, basically repeal those trade laws. And that would put Donald Trump in a clash with Congress, but the president does have that power.
Robert Reich, thank you for being with us tonight and going through some of these issues, and we'll talk more about them when we get the picture is clear. You get a sense from listening to Robert Reich there that there could well be a clash between a Trump presidency and even a Republican Congress.
It's certainly true that there could be a clash between a Trump presidency and members of the Republican business-leaning establishment. The question will be whether the House of Representatives, many of whom support Donald Trump and which has been leaning more conservative over the last few years, decides to fall in line with President Trump. And it's hard to see President Trump, and it's hard to see why they wouldn't do. Let's go back to the Trump headquarters now. Look, you can see the crowd building there. They're going to start waiting anytime, I imagine. They'll start wondering when Donald Trump is going to come and address that crowd. He would normally wait until he gets to actually 270, and then the process unfolds that he will come out and address his supporters. We understand at the moment that he's spending time with his family, talking to them before actually going to that Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. The BBC's Laura Trevelyan is there for us. Laura, what more are you hearing there?
Well, Katie, I do have with me two loyal Trump supporters, Pastor James Davis from Ohio and also Joe Borelli, a New York City councilman. So, gentlemen, it's quite the turn-up. Pastor, you're from Ohio. Donald Trump won that by nearly 10 points. What happened?
Well, what I think is that his message resonated. We're a Rust Belt state, and in that regard, we've lost a lot of jobs to the manufacturing leaving and going offshore. And when he began to speak to that, there was, like he's always says, it's a movement. And people got behind that message. And maybe it didn't resonate in the polls so much coming into it, but there was a huge groundswell that we kind of knew was there of people that would come out and support him in the booth that wouldn't necessarily support him in public.
Joe Borelli, behind us, the TV screen is projecting that Donald Trump is just 16 Electoral College votes away from the White House. Does that surprise you?
Look, I'm someone who supported Donald Trump since 2013, but even I have to admit right now, I'm surprised to some degree that we've won. You know, the message was always...
You haven't quite, but nearly.
Look, the message was always right, though. The message is the insiders versus the outsiders. And Trump is someone who really cornered the momentum of people who are just frustrated with a system that never seems to benefit them. And those are the people, as the pastor said, in Ohio and in Pennsylvania and Michigan, those are the people that feel frustrated and who've now come out.
But the popular vote is looking to be pretty close, so we're a divided nation if President Trump wins. Pastor, if President Trump-elect comes here tonight to address all of us, what tone do you want to hear him strike?
Well, of course, you know, you want him to celebrate, but you also want him to have a message of healing and bringing the country together. And I believe that he's going to talk about that, about now the little guy or the people having their republic back, because it's been in the hands of the folks that control it, and we thought we've been a part of it, but we've been on the outside of it. And so I agree with my councilman and friend here that that now it's being put back in the hands of people that will send our message to him, and then he will resonate that and lead accordingly.
Joe, this has been a very divisive and bruising campaign, and Mr. Trump has had a lot to do with that, setting the tone of it. Can he govern for all of America if he's elected?
You know, sure. You know, there's been times where he's said things that myself and others have sort of disavowed and said he didn't use the right terminology. But, you know,
when you're president, it's a mighty big megaphone.
Oh, he's got a big megaphone, certainly, but you know, if he chose the wrong words when describing the immigration system, it doesn't detract from the actual concept that the immigration system has a problem and needs to be corrected. So enough Americans realize that maybe he doesn't say the right thing all the time, maybe he doesn't always choose the right words, but we need a fundamental change in the direction of the country, and that's who the voters have now chosen.
And Pastor Davies, we were chatting earlier, you're hearing that Donald Trump has done better with African Americans than Mitt Romney did. He was criticized in the campaign for having a rather patronizing tone. You guys have never had it so bad. What have you got to lose in your inner cities? Vote for me. Did you agree with the tone of that?
You know what? I agree with it to the degree that he was telling the truth. And some people had a problem with the tone and the venue, that it wasn't necessarily in black communities where he was making those statements, but wherever he talks, people listen. And so I believe that African Americans begin to hear his message, and as a result, they came out 2-3 times more than what they thought. At one time, all the media was saying it's going to be less than 1%. Well, I'm standing here, and there are thousands of others that have stood with him. We stood with him from the beginning. You know, back when he announced that we were going to be there, and now across the nation, we're getting ready to see. We haven't seen the full exit polls yet, but we believe it's going to be a big number.
Not sure that we really believe a lot of what exit polls tell us necessarily after tonight, but Joe, the tone that he struck on foreign policy, on NATO allies suggesting that they should have to pay their way, do you think if he is elected president, he would be that blunt in person?
Well, to be frank with you, the agreement that NATO countries signed when they formed the NATO alliance guaranteed, I believe the number was 2% of their GDP, and some countries have not lived up to that. So I think he's very factually accurate. Where the chips fall when it actually comes down to dealing with other countries, I think you might see a difference. But he wasn't wrong to say that other countries are not living up to what they were expected to pay under the original NATO agreement, and that's just a fact.
All right, Joe Borelli, Pastor Davies, thank you so much for joining us here at Trump headquarters. Appreciate your time. So there's the mood here at Trump headquarters. People really can see that the Trump presidency that maybe at the beginning of the night they didn't think was a possibility, that now they feel that they can almost reach out and touch it. Andrew and Cathy, back to you.
Thanks, Laura. This is turning out to be the most remarkable political night in modern history, anywhere in any country. Donald Trump promised Brexit times 10. We thought Brexit was in itself a remarkable event, but it looks like he's delivering on his promise and he's beating Brexit. It may not be times 10, but it's certainly times 2, 3, or 4. I cannot remember any other election night that has ever been like this. Donald Trump is now 26 Electoral College votes away from being the next president of the United States. And there are a number of states which suggest he could do that. He's a little bit ahead in the Nebraska 2nd District, a state that splits its votes. That would only give him 1, but it's 1 towards it. Mrs. Clinton is just a little bit ahead in Pennsylvania, but Mr. Trump is catching up. He's ahead in New Hampshire. He's a little bit ahead in Michigan. Wisconsin, many have now called Wisconsin for Donald Trump. Is there any way, as things stand now, that Hillary Clinton could be the next president?
It looks very, very, very difficult at this point, and the paths seem to be closing. I think this comes as a huge surprise to Democrats across the country tonight. It comes as a huge surprise to pundits.
To pollsters?
To pundits and pollsters. And I think, look...
To everyone. Even the Trump people, they're surprised by this.
And one interesting thing is that it looks like Hillary Clinton could win the popular vote tonight. In fact, the New York Times is projecting that she may well but lose the Electoral College and therefore not become president. So a President Trump is going to have to do work to bridge the divide in this country, and he really used his campaign to heighten the divide in this country. So it's going to take a long healing process.
Is Mr. Trump a healer?
Well, he may not be a healer, but, you know, go back to his original positions before he decided to run for president, and he was pretty much a Democrat. So it's not, we know he changes, and I say that, you know, a little tongue-in-cheek, but we know he is willing to change his positions, and I think that being so ego-driven, the fact that he will be the one to get something done, I think he's willing to really kind of give up on a lot of the things that he ran on.
This is a huge achievement for Donald Trump.
It's tremendous. I mean, Donald Trump crushed it tonight. I mean, again, we started off the night saying his pathway is very, very narrow. And now we're saying
Mrs. Clinton's pathway now.
6 hours later, we're saying that Mrs. Clinton may not be able to make it or probably won't right now as the odds are looking. But credit to where credit is due. He stayed focused. He kept on message, I think, which was very important for the last 9 or 10 days. And no one ever thought that would happen. That was almost the November surprise. And he grinded it out, and so did his team.
And it's worth remembering, of course, that Donald Trump has done this without the full backing of the Republican Party. They didn't throw their weight behind him. Without, for example, President and Laura Bush, who didn't even vote for him. Without the star power of Michelle and Barack Obama, who have campaigned relentlessly for Hillary Clinton. He's done this pretty much by himself.
Yes.
I mean, the interesting thing about Donald Trump is there are really not very many Donald Trump surrogates because this is a campaign about one person. And some people said to me early on in the course of this campaign, watch what this tells you about American television viewing habits, because people on the East Coast and the West Coast failed to appreciate the degree to which Donald Trump was familiar to ordinary Americans in the middle of the country just from The Apprentice.
But this reliance on one person, I mean, that's really a dangerous way to govern. You know, he said during this campaign that he's his own top foreign policy advisor. So if he steps into the Oval Office, you know, he'd be the first president in history to rely just on himself as his top advisor, and he'll really have to grow into the job and change his mentality on that fundamental question.
You know, a couple of points. One, I had a Turkish friend say, "Welcome to my world." This is very much like what we saw in Turkey. The urban sophisticates, well, forget the coup. We had a vote where the urban, sophisticated population voted massively against him, and the rural, nationalistic, religious population brought him into power. And we're having that kind of a divide here.
Indeed.
But look at the role of Mitch McConnell now, who's in a very tough position. Trump's going to be pushing Republican leader. Trump's going to be pushing him to do things that a lot of Republicans don't like. And we're also going to have the Democrats in the Senate who will filibuster any of these initiatives that they would view as reckless. And you're going to see pressure on McConnell to blow up the filibuster rule entirely.
We have to go by Donald Trump started this campaign. And listen, I'm someone who didn't see him. I didn't support him. I didn't see him winning. But the fact is he did say, I'm a deal maker. And that is part of the skill set that he will bring to making deals because, again, he's willing to compromise.
We are moving into uncharted territory here. This is what makes it so fascinating. The fact is, most people, including ourselves, we have no idea, really, what a Trump presidency will look like and what he will do or what a Trump administration will consist of, who will take the most important positions. But something has happened in American politics tonight that we're all grappling to try to understand. Let's go back to Jeremy. He's got lots of figures.
Yes, and actually looking back at that Ohio result and looking at whether it might be replicated in other states around it here in the Midwest, so-called Rust Belt states. We mentioned earlier Michigan, and we're focusing here on the vote of white people in Michigan. And what seems to be happening here with Trump and why he's been successful is that in states where there is a white population that is higher than average in the USA, average is 62%, Michigan is 76%, then he turns out voters and he wins. Now, could he win Michigan, which was blue last time? Let's just have a look at what he's done among those white voters. 64% going to Trump. It looks very, very good for him because this is the majority of voters that we're talking about. This is white men we're talking about. Democrats, 28%. Now, if we put up white women, we might well find Trump in the lead there as well. He was in the lead among white women in Ohio. So in certain states, he has absolutely super mobilized the white vote. And that leads you to wonder whether he might even take Wisconsin. Hillary Clinton didn't go to this state when she was campaigning. It wasn't even really thought to be on the Republican target list in lots and lots of scenarios. But look here, the racial profile of Wisconsin, it really is. It's 20% ahead of the rest of the USA in terms of its white population, 82% white in Wisconsin. And again, we look at our exit poll, and again, you see the strength, how Trump is powered through these states. 55% of white men voting for him, white men in particular, and a big, almost 20-point gap with Hillary Clinton here. So there'll be a lot of analysis of this result. But what he's done is he's turned certain groups of voters into cohorts, and they've acted in a really super concentrated way to get him elected, if that is what's happened. And he's almost, as somebody said earlier, he's almost got white men in certain states to behave like a minority. And this has done a brilliant job of work for him. And these two states, if these come in, if they're confirmed for Trump, there really is no way back for Hillary Clinton. So there's going to be so much analysis of this voting. It's absolutely remarkable. It's the opposite of center ground politics, Andrew, isn't it?
It certainly is, Jeremy, the very opposite of it. And of course, during the campaign, there was a lot of talk about inequality in America and how the top 1% had done so well, but average wages had barely grown at all in real terms over the past 30 years. Only recently did we see a bit of a spike. Well, Mr. Trump's victory is going to do something for inequality right away. That's because the financial markets look like they're heading for a massive crash when they open in Europe and the United States. And if you're wealthy with assets and stocks and bonds and so on, you're going to take a major hit when they open. Now, of course, they could easily reverse. But for the moment, Catty, it looks like there's almost like a meltdown beginning on being predicted in the Dow.
It's starting to look like that. Dow futures have tumbled. S&P 500 futures have plunged 5%. We're getting the same story from markets in Asia as well. I'm trying to roll through my Twitter feed fast enough because this is happening. This news, of course, is coming into these markets very fast. You're right. It can bounce back up again, but don't be surprised if when New York opens tomorrow, we don't see a similar sinking on the Dow or the dollar, I imagine. We're going to see the dollar. The dollar, of course, has been very strong against sterling recently. You all know that, having come over here and finding it terribly expensive.
We may have a stronger sterling before the end of this programme.
We were starting to look at, one-to-one. It's certainly not going to be looking at that way. So I think you're going to have a very big impact on the financial markets. Now, that doesn't necessarily have to last.
No.
But I think it's going to be the instant reaction of traders and investors is going to be negative to the prospect of President Donald Trump.
Let's go back to Kim Gattis at Clinton headquarters. I described it earlier, Kim, as looking like a wake. I would think that description still holds.
Yes, absolutely. The mood here is very grim. People holding hands, hugging. Some of them, teary-eyed, not quite ready to declare, to admit defeat, but very, very grim here. Even if she still squeaks by and has a very, very, very narrow win, they will be asking themselves, how could this happen? How could it be that she didn't have a better victory, a bigger victory? And of course, we're still looking, of course, at the possibility of a loss and a Trump victory. I've spoken to some of the supporters and her close friends, and they say that to them this looks terrifying. They told me that, yes, they were very upbeat yesterday and still putting a brave face on today. They think that she can still win if she gets Michigan, but it is getting very, very narrow. And I think that a lot of questions will be asked about the ground operation, about the internal polling, and frankly about polling in general. I mean, I think that's the story of the night as well, because a lot of the exit polls were wrong initially. But also this issue of the connection between her and the voters, the connection between the Washington establishment and, middle America that Donald Trump has so well connected with so well. I remember speaking to a Clinton aide just a few weeks ago when I asked how did they feel about the prospects. They said, well, we think that we will win. And if we don't, then perhaps we don't know this country anymore. And that is the other question, that they will be asking themselves today. Were they this disconnected that they didn't judge properly exactly what the message was that they had to give to the voters, how to connect with them? For a very long time, Clinton's message was mostly negative. It was the anti-Trump campaign. And only in the last week or so did she bring this positivity, this upbeat tone. Only in recent days did she start talking, did her campaigning improve really? And already you can hear people say that if she had done this from the beginning, perhaps it would have served her better. But of course, still waiting for the final result. Still occasionally some cheering here when there's a bit of good news that shows up from here and there, but it is very grim. And it has turned very quickly, because remember when we spoke earlier this evening, I was telling you that her aides were feeling upbeat. They were telling me that things were looking good. They didn't know how good, but they were confident. And something has gone terribly wrong when it comes to how the Clinton campaign has carried out its operation, even its ground operation, underestimating the surge of voters for Trump and how that would cancel out their own surge, the surge in their favor that we saw in states like Nevada and Florida with the Hispanic voters.
All right, Kim, thanks for that. Latest reports there from the Clinton headquarters. One small ray of hope that Mrs. Clinton still had was Pennsylvania. It's worth 20 Electoral College votes. It was a state that, to begin with, people thought was going to be a stretch for Mr. Trump to win. Through most of the counting tonight, Mrs. Clinton has been ahead. But now, with 94% of the precincts in, Mr. Trump has just taken a small lead. And so it could be that as more of the rural areas of Pennsylvania come in, Mrs. Clinton obviously doing well in Philadelphia. She will have taken Philadelphia. She will have taken Pittsburgh too, the other big city in the west of the state. But the rural areas in between, remember, that's where they shot the deer hunter. It's very different from Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania. They are now coming in for Mr. Trump, and that looks like he could well just get that too. And if he gets that, Emily, he's not there, but he's pretty much there.
What have we learnt tonight? That it might be time to throw professional political polling out the window for a while and go back to Paul the Octopus and his 8 tentacles. It seems as good a chance as any of getting things right.
Is he here?
We're getting him. We've fast-styled him. We're going to call him up. This is why, if you've just joined us, this is the state of the race as things stand. Everything that you wake up to coloured in red has been taken by Donald Trump. Everything that you can see coloured up in blue has been taken by Hillary Clinton for the Democrats, and everything that is in grey is still in play. Those are the big battles we're waiting for. But this is what we're looking at, the 270 Electoral College votes that is needed to win the White House. And as things stand, Donald Trump is only short by 26. Hillary Clinton is short by 61. Her race, by the maths, given the state of the races that we're being looking at, is almost impossible now. Her race is getting much, much harder. So I've put this in a calculator mode. I've put the pen in blue. So I'm going to colour in states that she could still win. We think she could still take Nevada. That gives her another 6. It means she's only short by 55. We could give her Minnesota. That looks as if it's going her way. That's another 10. She's now short by 45. Let's give her Maine. And Maine won, a congressional district here. It splits its vote. It splits the Electoral College. She's still short by 42. As Andrew was saying just then, Donald Trump is even in the lead in Pennsylvania. He's in the lead in Minnesota. He's in the lead in Wisconsin. Let's imagine that the lead in Pennsylvania is very tight at the moment. She can still claw that back. OK, she's got it. Hurrah. Does that do it? It doesn't. She's still short by 22 Electoral College votes. And now we've got to give her something to get her over the line that is not really in play, like Arizona. At one stage, it looked as if it might be in play for the Democrats. Not tonight. He's ahead in Wisconsin. He's ahead in Michigan. He's ahead in New Hampshire. He's ahead in the 2nd Congressional District of Maine. So even if one of those comes right for her, and let's imagine it's Michigan, she still can't do it. She still hasn't done it at this point. She has to take Michigan and Wisconsin, or Wisconsin and Arizona, or Wisconsin and New Hampshire and Maine 2nd District as well. It's getting increasingly difficult to see how she manages to pull that off when, just to take you back, she is short by 61 Electoral College votes at this stage in the night.
Thanks, Emily. Now, the Democrats have held on to the Senate seat that was up for grabs in Nevada. It was vacated by the retirement of Harry Reid, who was the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, a veteran politician. So that meant there was no incumbent. It was up for grabs. But Cortez Masto for the Democrats has won, beating Mr. Heck for the Republicans. But they already had that. It doesn't help them gain the Senate because that simply gives them a seat that they already had in there. One seat that Mrs. Clinton has to win tonight if she has any chance, and that is diminishing. One area is Nevada there, and we haven't yet heard from it. It was a state that was in the Clinton column, at least leaning that way. Let's go to our correspondent, James Cook, in Las Vegas. What are you hearing, James?
Well, in terms of the results here, Andrew, at the moment, just 15% of precincts reporting here. Hillary Clinton has a slight edge at the moment. But as you say, the main news in the past few minutes, that breaking news that Catherine Cortez Masto has been elected to the Senate, replacing, as you say, Harry Reid. So not a gain for the Democrats, who look like at this stage they are on their way to losing the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the presidency as well. If Hillary Clinton wants to win, she's going to have to pull off an escape act that would wow the crowds here on the Las Vegas Strip. It's looking increasingly difficult for her to do so. But let's have a discussion about what this means, particularly for Latinos, because people said that this was going to be the election of Latinos and this was going to be the moment when they stepped up and voted for Hillary Clinton. We're joined by Leo Murrieta, a political analyst here, and Ana Castro from Mi Familia Vota, which is an organisation getting the vote out. Ana, first of all, well, we should note that the election of Catherine Cortez Masto is actually historic. She's the first Latina ever elected to the US Senate.
Yes, a part of our democracy is being able to see ourselves in our elected officials, and having a diverse electorate is key to actually ensuring that policies that benefit Latinos are actually enacted.
Donald Trump has promised to build a wall along the border with Mexico, a giant wall. He's promised to crack down on immigration. He's promised to deport 11 million plus undocumented or illegal immigrants in this country. If he's president, what does that mean for Latinos in the United States?
The reality is that Latinos turned out to vote in historic numbers in this election. The work was only just beginning here on November 8th. The wall, there is a wall in the southern border, and what he talks about in terms of his rhetoric of deporting 11 million people is not going to happen. We are here to stay. We are here to mobilize. Our kids are going to keep voting. We're going to keep voting. This is just the beginning of a lot of work.
I mean, you say there's a wall. To be fair, there's fencing and walls at certain points. There clearly isn't one all the way along. But Leo Murrieta, the thing about the wall is that, and the immigration policy, is that are we wrong to try to judge the Latino vote as a block, as a homogenous vote? Because I've spoken to quite a lot of people who say, well, I came here legally, why should others be allowed to come in illegally?
Well, what we know is that the Latino vote is not a monolith. And every single campaign has to sit down with Latinos and Hispanic voters all across the country and talk to them about the issues that matter to them. And poll after poll shows that immigration isn't always the top issue. It's jobs in the economy, healthcare, education, making sure that our families and our children have a brighter future than the ones that our parents had. So we're similar to every single voter, but every election, every campaign needs to take that into account, that we are not a monolithic group.
And if Donald Trump does become president, what do you think that means for communities that are growing? This is a growing demographic. Everyone said this is the demographic that you have to win elections. Is he proving us wrong?
Well, no, because what we're seeing is actually history in the making here in Nevada. We are the first ever Latina elected to the United States Senate that nobody thought would happen. The conservatives, the Koch brothers, spent millions upon millions of dollars. They gave up on Trump's presidency. They gave up months ago, and they decided to pour all of their money into races like Joe Heck, who aligned himself early on with Donald Trump. And in Nevada, that lost.
Okay, well, thank you both very much indeed, Leo Marietta and Ana Castro. Thanks for talking to us here. I have to say there's not a great deal of celebration from Latinos in this city. If Donald Trump becomes president, it's going to be an extraordinary period for that demographic. And this, I think, is going to be, if he does win, and it looks really as if the path for Hillary Clinton's victory now is so incredibly narrow, as if she's walking along a precipice at the top of a mountain, this will be a defining feature of the next 4 years, how he implements these pledges that he says he would put into place and which so many people regard as essentially unworkable.
Okay, James Cook there for us in Las Vegas, probably the group that is going to be watching this most closely and trying to figure out what it means for them are people that are in the United States here, not legally, because of course they're the ones who could be the first targets of Donald Trump and his policies of trying to get them out of the country. Let's go back down to Miami. The BBC's Rajini Vaidyanathan is down there in Miami for us. I imagine that people down there in southern Miami, where you are, mostly the Democratic stronghold, Rajini, they always knew that Florida was going to be tight, but as they're watching the rest of the country go towards Donald Trump, what are they making of this wave? But it's not Hillary Clinton's wave, it's Donald Trump's wave that's sweeping America tonight.
Well, Kathy, I don't think it was a surprise that Florida was going to be close. Throughout the campaign, both candidates made several stops here because the polls were indicating in the final stretch that the two candidates were virtually neck and neck. Now, I'm joined by two young millennial voters, Ali and Ferocia. I'll start with you, Ali, because, Ali, I met you at a Donald Trump rally in Miami, a couple of maybe 5 days ago or so. Thanks for coming along to meet us again tonight. How do you feel at the fact that Donald Trump's won this state?
I feel good about it. I didn't think that it was a surprise. You know, at his Trump rallies, you see a lot of people coming out. And I originally saw him months ago when it was between, Ben Carson, Ted Cruz. Everyone showed up for Trump. People were leaving for, sadly, Ben Carson, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio. And, I think the Republican Party had a good sense of confidence with Donald Trump.
Do you think some Trump supporters were just not willing to tell people out in the open that they supported Donald Trump? Certainly when I was in Tampa over the weekend, I met a young woman who voted for Donald Trump, and these are her words. She said she was ashamed to have voted for him, but she thought that he was the lesser of two evils. I met you at a rally where there were thousands of supporters, but have you found that some people didn't come forward and say they supported him, and that's why perhaps we're seeing what we're seeing?
Oh, for sure. I would consider myself that way for the most part, too. As a millennial, people are pretty quick to say, Donald Trump is not a good person, he's not the right choice. And it's hard to depict what is the right choice in this election. So I can definitely say that people were afraid to admit it because of the harsh things he said about women, so on and so forth.
Let's bring Ferocia in. Ferocia, earlier when you found out that Donald Trump hadn't won Florida, you were pretty upset.
Yeah, I
won Florida, pardon me.
Yes, yeah. Well, I can say...
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there because I think we have a result, but hopefully we'll come back to you later, Ferocia.
Thanks, Regina. We do indeed have another result, Emily.
Nevada has been called for Hillary Clinton, giving her 6 more Electoral College votes. She'll be pleased, but to be fair, it is a little bit like too little, too late. It colours in the whole of this West Coast here. It puts her short now by just 55, but this still becomes really, really difficult, and here's why. She now has to get a combination of any of the places that Donald Trump is still ahead in. 55 is quite a lot to be short by at this stage. Even if she gets Pennsylvania, she's still short by 35. That means some combination of all of these has to be in her tally. If she takes Minnesota, she's still short by 25. If she takes Maine, the 1st district, which is likely to go Democrat, that's fine. It takes her up to 22. I don't know, she could take New Hampshire, let's imagine. She's short by 18. But you see where we are now. She still needs 2 of the states that are left. She needs Michigan and Wisconsin, or she needs Michigan and Arizona, and she needs Wisconsin and Arizona to get her there. She's done it, but that is looking really, really tough right now. All we've had in the last few moments is that one, Nevada. So it adds into her tally, but it doesn't change things. For this race to change now, all the places that are still battlegrounds that show Donald Trump in the lead have to be turned round. So in every remaining precinct, she has to start to take the lead in those states, and then she could amass another, 30, 35 or so Electoral College votes. But to ask for all those races to be wrong at this stage in the day is quite a big one.
It is indeed. And we used to say that about Donald Trump's chances as well.
Yeah.
How things have changed. In terms of the vote, almost 75% of the country's precincts have now reported. 42 of 50 states we have projected. Mrs. Clinton has 51 million votes. Mr. Trump has 52 million votes. I round up these figures. That's pretty much broadly right. He's 1 million ahead. But supposing Mrs. Clinton in the end was to win the popular vote, not clear that that will happen, but but Mr. Trump wins the Electoral College vote, for a divided nation, that would be terrible.
Well, take a look at the vote in 2000, Al Gore, George Bush. We faced similar situations before. It will be incumbent upon a President Trump in that scenario to reach out to the portion of the country that he alienated with this campaign, whether that's Hispanics, women, others that he campaigned against at portions of this campaign. And I think it will take a long time to undo that damage and to try to win trust of that population. There's a great divide, too, between the cities and the rural areas that he'll have to try to bridge.
But Susan, you talked earlier about him being a deal maker and being somebody who was prepared to compromise. But we have also heard accounts of somebody who, for example, said that if he is elected president, would sue the women who have accused him of sexually harassing them. We've heard accounts from Richard Branson, for example, of somebody who said that vengeance was a top priority of his in life. Do you think he is somebody who is prepared if he's elected president? And obviously the scenario changes when you get into the White House, as you know, Ben, and you get into the Oval Office, and the responsibility of the president cloaks you. Is he somebody, do you think, who will, as Ben is suggesting, reach out to those people who voted for Hillary Clinton and the people he's specifically, the groups in the country who he has alienated with some of his rhetoric?
I mean, it will be a humbling experience even to Donald Trump. There's no question about that. I mean, he's on his way to become the next president of the United States. What's also important is Donald Trump's ego, and I think he will want to go down as a very good president and someone who got things done. So maybe perhaps driven in part by ego, maybe in part by awe of the office, he can actually go and get something done. Do I think he's going to sue those women? Actually, I don't, because I think he will. One thing that we learned about Donald Trump is he will listen to advisors. It came very late in the game, but when he saw a way to win, which is when those Hillary Clinton emails or the letter with John Comey came out, of the director of the FBI, that's when he all of a sudden got very serious. He dropped another $10 million in his campaign. He was told there you could win, and he became disciplined. So, again, I'm as shocked as anybody, but I have to believe, or I at least have to hope, that he can do something positive for this country.
So, first, we need to say it's not quite over yet.
No, it
it's
isn't.
Almost. I'm pessimistic about Mrs. Clinton's chances in Pennsylvania, where almost, ironically, she got more votes in Philadelphia than Barack Obama got the last time.
And he had pretty much a clean sweep.
And that was usually the key. Now we're getting just a massive increase in votes from other places, and she might lose narrowly. In Michigan and Wisconsin, we've got the college towns, Ann Arbor, Madison, that might help her a little bit. So we've got to take that into account. But I want to make a larger point about Mr. Trump, which is not so much about deal-making in the United States. His almost deeply embedded in his personality is if somebody attacks you, you hit them back harder, because if you don't, it's a sign of weakness. Now, remember when we had President Duterte in the Philippines call Barack Obama a son of a whore and say even worse things about others? A president has to just sort of swallow hard with some of those things and not retaliate. It's going to be very difficult to imagine a foreign policy where if your modus operandi is if somebody hits you, you hit them back harder, when you've got a lot of delicate alliances to work with. And I think that's where the choice of people, if he is a president, that he will have for his foreign policy positions, if he does go for the people who've been closest to him, Michael Flynn, who's clashed with almost everybody in foreign policy, a Rudy Giuliani or a Chris Christie as Attorney General, maybe a Newt Gingrich as Secretary of State, where we're going to see some of the challenges.
These are polarizing figures, you say.
Let's not forget one thing here. It's not like Donald Trump hid any of these traits away from the American public, who is on their way to electing him president. So the American public knows what they got, and it's not, we're not going to find these things out about the secret, Trump ego.
I have my own breaking news to announce, and that is that Donald Trump, so far tonight, has not claimed the election has been rigged. That may surprise you, but we've had no complaints that the election's been rigged so far. Throughout this campaign, there was much talk about how divided America is. Throughout, as the results have been coming in, it has pointed out how divided America is. As Mr. Trump, if that's what we're going to have, begins his presidency, and as Norm says, it's not over yet, there will be continued talk about it. Let's go back to Jeremy and get an idea of the divisions of the United States.
Andrew, we can look now at the actual votes and the exit polls and just have a portrait of how the country split when it came to deciding between these two candidates. So let's first look at this, the split between men and women. Absolutely straightforward, this. Men tended to go for Donald Trump, 53%, 41% of men across the US in this election going for Hillary Clinton. But then you ask women how they voted, and it switches around. So there's and it's a good 10, 12% gap here. So it's absolutely dramatic and clear, isn't there, that Trump and Clinton divided the reactions of men and women. That's the first thing. Now, let's take another way of looking at the population. Here we look at age. And here we see, and this in a way is I guess, predictable, but it's still worth pointing out that there was a big lead for Hillary Clinton among the younger voters, where Trump only got 40%. But then you move to over 45s, and Trump takes the lead. So Trump is 53% to 44. So you see, again, straight down the middle, division between the two candidates. And here is the most toxic one, the division on ethnic lines. Let me just come around the front of this to show you. If you look at the far end here, you see a huge advantage for Hillary Clinton among Hispanic voters, 65% to 29. That's talk of building a wall and all of that stuff. Obviously, Donald Trump wasn't even trying to curry favor there. Have a look at black voters here, African-American voters. Look at the lead that Hillary Clinton has, 80% over Donald Trump in the voting at this election. Barack Obama's was greater for obvious reasons 4 years ago, but this is remarkable. Only 8% of black voters went for Trump. And then take a look here. And this is now white voters. And this is how Trump has, if he has won this election, this is how he's done it. By mobilizing white voters in far greater numbers, 58% to 37%. So this is probably the most difficult territory of all, the division between the two candidate supporters on ethnic lines. Andrew.
Jeremy, thanks for that. And while Jeremy was explaining the divisions in the United States, we're getting reports that at the Trump headquarters here in New York, obviously in a exuberant mood as these results come in, they started chanting of Mrs. Clinton, lock her up, lock her up. We heard that many times during the campaign itself. And if you wanted a symbol of a divided America, shouting of your opponent, lock her up, would seem to me to be a pretty potent symbol. Speaking of divisions, New Hampshire has still to report, but Norm, it seems very divided. Did you tell me there's 15 votes in
15 vote a difference between the two of them at this point, with 82% of the precincts in. So it's still not clear to me where the vote is out in New Hampshire, and that's for electoral votes. But obviously, if we're talking about a contest where you may be able to find a path to victory with 271 or 272 electoral votes, that makes a big difference. I think for Mrs. Clinton, what may be the real downfall for her is the failure in Pennsylvania. If, in fact, all that we're seeing now, which is fundamentally that the only votes that are out in any large numbers are in the rural areas, she doesn't have really a path to win if she loses Pennsylvania.
And we've got a quick photo. Let's try and see if we can bring this up that's come in from the Trump headquarters. I wonder if we can put this up on the screen. It's a photo that's showing, there you go, Donald Trump, Mike Pence, I think that is on his right there, watching clearly the returns come in. I don't know if this is at the hotel somewhere else, but I imagine this is at the hotel, and I imagine he's starting to think about the victory speech that he might be able to give at some point during the course of this night. He's going to have to be weighing that up anyway, hasn't he, Andrew?
I think he would only be human to do so.
It would be only human.
It used to be that the Electoral College had an odd number as its total, which meant that you couldn't have a tie. But then in 1961, they gave 3 votes to Washington, D.C., which hadn't been included in the Electoral College before. And lo and behold, that took it to an even number, which means, Emily, it's arithmetically possible that each could get 269.
What we really need right now is an interesting turn of events, isn't it? Something just to excite the night a bit.
Because it's been a quiet night so far.
Yeah, it's been so quiet, we've been wondering what to do. This is a way, mathematically, that it could end in a tie, and I'll show you what I mean by that. I've pulled up 3 states where the races are still ongoing, and you can see just how tight they are. Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Minnesota. Minnesota, she's got a clearer lead in. She will expect to take Minnesota tonight. As you heard, Pennsylvania incredibly closely tied there, just 0.4% of a decimal place between them. Michigan, just 0.9% there, giving Trump a lead. But let's imagine that she manages to turn them around and she takes all these Electoral College votes, 16, 20, and 10, 20, 30, 46. OK, I'm going to take you back into the map. She is short by 55. Just remember which ones we've now coloured in for her. Minnesota we've given her. Was it Pennsylvania? Yeah. We gave her that one. She's now short by 25. And Michigan. Now, she's short by 9. New Hampshire, neck and neck at the moment. Not very many votes in that. She could take Maine as well. She could take the 1st district, not the 2nd. She could also take the 2nd in Nebraska, which is basically the city of Omaha, an urban area. And now look at this. She's short by 1. She's on 269. We gave her quite a lot of stuff there, which is definitely not in the bag. But at this point, she has to take Wisconsin or Arizona to win, or he has to take those, and they're both short by 1. And I will leave you and the constitutional experts to explain to us the process that ensues once they're both on 269.
So that's fine, Emily. Thank you very much for that. I think it's called a hospital pass in. It's called a hospital pass in rugby. Well, let me explain what happens. If it is 269, 269, the decision then goes to the House of Representatives. But the House of Representatives, they don't vote as individuals. They vote as states, and each state has 1 vote. So the representatives will have to meet, say for California, decide how they're going to vote. California gets 1 vote. Rhode Island, a state rather smaller than California, also gets 1 vote. And the consequence of this, I would suggest, Norm, given that the Republicans are still going to be in control of the House, that is, if it does go to the House of Representatives, Donald Trump is the president.
And not just that the Republicans control the House, and by the way, the Democrats are going to be disappointed in the results there as well. They'd hoped at least for double-digit gains, and it looks like it's going to be in the low to mid-single digits. But Republicans, because they have many advantages in smaller states, smaller homogeneous states, have a much bigger advantage in the number of states that they control than they do in the overall number of representatives. So Donald Trump would almost certainly win under those circumstances and probably win the presidency handily. Now, you know, this is where the Senate control, though, comes into play as well, because the Senate votes separately on the vice president. And they don't do it by state. They do it as individuals. So if the Democrats had somehow managed, and there's still a tiny chance that they could pull out a victory in the Senate, and they got it to a point where they had even a slim majority, you could end up with a Tim Kaine vice presidency. Now, you know, we're talking fanciful at this point and extremely unlikely to happen. And the Democrats are, I think, very, very, very unlikely to win that majority in the Senate. But it's an interesting twist on American politics.
And the numerate among you will have noticed that if the House votes state by state, there are 50 states. That's also an even number. So theoretically, it's possible the House could divide 25-25. So what happens then? Well, the Speaker of the House becomes president for a period.
Yeah, you need 26, you need an absolute number, and that has to be decided by March. Now, it wouldn't happen that the Speaker would become president because the Senate would almost certainly choose a vice president, and then on Inauguration Day of January 20th, the vice president would get inaugurated, and he would, under the 25th Amendment, become the acting president. So it's also possible that the Republican House could look at Donald Trump and say, you know, we'd rather have Mike Pence.
Right. Well, we're not actually quite there yet.
My brain's getting tired on this. They didn't make it easy, did they?
It's 1:45 in the morning in New York, and we've been looking at this for a long time. I'm not sure how much bandwidth my brain has at the moment, but that's why we have Norm here, so that he can fill us in and keep us on the straight and narrow. Let's go to the Clinton campaign headquarters and find out what is happening now, rather in some hypothetical future. Kim Gatters, it sounds incredibly quiet there at Clinton HQ.
Yes, it is very quiet. What you're hearing is the sound of the big screens and the American networks and their coverage of the event. But the crowd has thinned out. People are sitting down on the floor. We've seen people cry. We've seen people hugging. They simply cannot believe that this is actually happening. They were expecting to celebrate a victory. They were expecting to celebrate the first woman president of the United States. And it's not done yet, but the path, as you've been saying, is looking very difficult at the moment for Hillary Clinton. And there's a lot of hat scratching going on. There'll be a lot of questions being asked, even if she gets a narrow victory, about how did they underestimate the mood in the country to this extent? How did they miss this wave of Trump support? Because I've been traveling with them for the last few weeks and months, and of course you always run the risk of being spun by campaign aides, but they were genuinely sounding upbeat. They were not trying to manage expectations, even though they had said for the last few weeks that the polls would tighten. They said yesterday that this was looking very good. And it wasn't just, putting on a brave face. Putting on a brave face is what they're doing tonight, even though we haven't really heard from any Clinton aides over the last 4 hours as they try to digest what they see unfold in front of them. And I remember speaking to a senior Clinton aide about a few months ago after she'd won the nomination. And I said, how do you feel about this? And this one person, how do you feel about the prospects? And this one person did say that he was worried about the third and fourth party vote, that he was worried that this would dilute some of the support for Clinton or take votes away from her. And we've seen that in some places. But that one person did say there is a lot of anger out there. And perhaps this was not an understanding that was shared by enough people within the Clinton campaign, because they also underestimated the Bernie Sanders movement, of course. They didn't see that coming in the primary season. They did not expect to have such a difficult primary race against a senator from Vermont who was previously barely known. But he led this movement, and he tapped into that same anger, but on the left. And Now what we're hearing from some of the people close to the campaign, but not from inside the campaign, is that they're putting a brave face on this. They're watching this unfold. They are trying to see whether it's still possible for her to win. Ken Salazar, the head of her transition team, spoke to an American newspaper and said, it's not over yet, but what we are seeing unfold is astonishing.
Okay, Kim Gattas there at the Clinton campaign headquarters. And just to pick up on that third-party vote, as Kim says, it hasn't been huge in many states, but importantly, it's been millennials, it looks like, who have been voting for those third-party candidates.
For the Libertarian and the Green.
For the Libertarian and I imagine particularly for the Green Party candidate, the same people who were drawn to Bernie Sanders and who have said all along that they were not excited by Hillary Clinton's candidacy. And in critical states, it could well be that in voting for third-party candidates, they deprived Hillary Clinton of those states. I mean, Ben, you know, millennials were Barack Obama's coalition. They were his base. That's what propelled him for victory in 2008. What happened to that vote? Why couldn't he pass? Barack Obama, it seems like, is very good at getting Barack Obama elected. It's not necessarily the case that he's getting very good at getting other Democrats elected.
Well, first, let me apologize on behalf of my demographic. I think it sounds like they made a similar mistake to one that voters made with Ralph Nader in 2000, where that could have been the margin in the state of Florida for Al Gore. I think it was a mistake. I think Hillary Clinton embraced many of Senator Sanders' policies during the general election and throughout the course of the primary. If you were looking for somebody who was going to fight for the middle class, who was going to make college affordable, who was going to make sure that there were good-paying jobs for all Americans, no matter what zip code you came from, I think Hillary Clinton was your candidate. But it looks like the millennial numbers tonight were a little bit soft, and a few too many of them may have gone to third-party voters.
Or not voted at all.
To candidates.
I mean, that's been the danger. It's been mobilized. I mean, when campaigns depend on people who tend not to vote, you do run into trouble.
You also run into trouble when you rely on someone else's coalition. I mean, the Obama's coalition was there to elect President Obama. And one thing you heard Democrats say in the off-year elections on the years that the House and Senate candidates up where the president wasn't, they felt frustrated that they didn't get the Obama machine behind them, that it wasn't lent out, that it was only for President Obama. So they didn't have a lot of practice test running that coalition. But frankly, it was on Hillary Clinton to put together her own coalition. She should have realized that.
And actually, you know, the Democratic Party throughout the United States under President Obama's time in office has been pretty much decimated. They've lost more than 800 legislators in local offices. They've lost governorships. They have the least numbers of people in the House of Representatives since Second World War. I mean, the President Obama has not left the Democratic Party at a nationwide level in great shape.
And
I
they
think,
thought they could make it work
that.
because his numbers were so high, his favorable numbers in a time where both candidates for president were so upside down and so high, their unfavorables, that with his favorable numbers, they thought maybe he could help bring it in. And that's what we were looking at. Let's face it, yesterday or earlier today, we were thinking that, oh, Hillary Clinton's going to do very well, in part to President Obama.
Is it not possible?
And it turned out it wasn't translatable.
There are a lot of people who voted for Mr. Obama in 2008, probably today voted for Mr. Trump.
There may be a certain percentage that did, but I think what happened tonight is, for the Republican Party, this is more of a short-term bet. You know, if Donald Trump was elected with older white voters, as the country becomes more diverse every single year, the people who turned out to vote for Donald Trump were simply a different electorate at the end of the day. And you could still see Hillary Clinton win the popular vote. So with fewer African Americans as a share of the vote and fewer young voters as a share of the vote, it's some of the demographic that will be voting for the final election cycle or final election cycles that may have elected Donald Trump.
But we keep on hearing that the Republican Party, because demography is against it, because it's an increasingly white party, that it's a party in decline. Yet as we sit here tonight, the Republican Party could be heading to retake the White House. It has already retaken the House and will probably retain the Senate. It controls, as we went into tonight, 31 out of 50 gubernatorial offices throughout the state. If that's decline, I could name a list of centre-right parties in Europe that would regard this as success beyond their dreams.
Well, one thing that's, I think, going to be troubling for Democrats, you're right, first in one sense. You look at a state like Iowa, there were people who voted for Barack Obama in 2012 who, in fact, voted for Donald Trump. And we'll find in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, counties that went very strongly for him that went for Trump. But we also know that in North Carolina, for example, a sizable number of votes were suppressed by the laws and the way in which they handled the election sites and precincts and the voter registration. Now we're going to have a Republican Party that as a national party has a struggle building a larger majority, but it's going to have a Supreme Court that will allow very, very tough voter ID laws. It's going to have a party that is going to find all kinds of ways to make it difficult for Democrats to get their voters out and to make them work. So what happened to Democrats, every time you win the White House, you tend to lose in Congress the next time around. You tend to lose in the midterm elections. This makes 2018 very interesting.
Yes.
But Republicans may find ways to hold on.
Because we knew that this was the hardest cycle for Republicans to hold
because
the
Democrats
Senate.
are up next time.
In 18, it looks very likely that they'll hold the Senate. And with the leads that Speaker Ryan's made, he can even increase his
We'll
majority.
see that. Hold on. Money talks. We don't have commercials on the BBC, but we do keep an eye on the financial markets. It's just coming up to 6 minutes to 1 here in New York, East Coast time, which means that it's very soon the European markets will open, followed by the London market. So let's go to the BBC's North American business correspondent, Michelle Fleury. Michelle, what's the latest from the markets?
Andrew, about the fact that investors, the financial markets were hoping for a Hillary Clinton win, but as the prospects for Donald Trump have brightened, you've seen the markets really turn sour. I think it's a case of much like Brexit, where investors were caught wrong-footed. We're seeing that again now. If you look at the Dow futures, the S&P 500 futures, all of them trading down around 4% lower. We're seeing the Mexican peso, which we talked about earlier, hitting all-time lows. All of this in reaction to what now looks like increased prospects for a Donald Trump presidency. And as you were talking about, if the Republicans take the Senate and the House of Representatives, that's a clean sweep. That's also something that the markets are concerned about. They like the idea of the divided government, in part because it maintains more of a status quo. It's harder to get big changes through. That's something that investors will be anxious about, the uncertainty that all of this brings. In particular, what this will mean for global trade, for example.
All right, Michelle, thank you for that. The Mexican peso hitting a record low against the dollar at the prospect of a Trump administration. The FTSE 100, the major British benchmark on the stock exchange, its futures there predicted to be down 4%. Nearly all the major stock markets, I've not seen them yet, but the DAX and the CAC in France, most of them, I'm pretty sure, are going to be falling when they open in just over an hour or so's time. What are they making in China about it?
Well, let's get more global reaction because, of course, one of the countries that Donald Trump actually had a lot of support in was China. The Chinese, despite the fact that Donald Trump has said that China is a currency manipulator and could launch the currency war, actually he gets pretty high approval ratings there. So John Sudworth is there for us in Beijing. John, what are they making of this, do you think, in China today?
Well, I think all along, if you look at the state media coverage of this election campaign, there's been a sense that, really the Chinese elite see themselves as stuck between a rock and a hard place, that there is, of course, no love lost here for Hillary Clinton. She is seen as the architect of the American pivot to Asia, which was seen by many in China as a policy of containment. They know that she's long been critical of the Chinese human rights record, for example. So she's a known quantity, and it's not a quantity they particularly like. And as you say, there's been a lot of interest in Donald Trump. There's a certain amount of recognition of him now amongst the Chinese public. But I think, again, the political elites are far from certain. Certainly some of his more strident comments on international trade, bashing China probably harder than any other American presidential candidate ever has over things like currency manipulation, trade protectionism, threatening to put tariffs on goods. Some of that, of course, they may be able to dismiss as just rhetoric ahead of an election. But I think it's the sense that he is an unknown quantity that worries many. Don't forget, the Chinese leadership craves stability beyond anything else. They know that their futures are linked to America's prosperity. And I think there's a sense really that given that, Hillary Clinton is the devil they know, if you like. And I think there will be a large amount of nervousness in the elite political circles as a result of a Trump presidency if it's confirmed today.
Okay, John Sudworth there in Beijing. Let's cross over to Moscow. Of course, this is a country where Donald Trump also has something like an 82% approval rating. Sarah Rainsford, this is going to go down well, isn't it, in the Kremlin?
I think it will. I mean, officially speaking, President Putin has been asked about who he preferred to see as president of the United States, and officially he said he would work with anyone who would work with Russia. But I think the odds are that he's hoping that Donald Trump will be a far easier president to work with than Hillary Clinton would be. Certainly, Hillary Clinton is a known quantity here. She's seen as a hawk. She's seen as anti-Russian. I think personally, President Putin has had a very difficult relationship with her in the past. As for Donald Trump, there's been something of a bromance between the two men over the past couple of years. There have been some very warm words from Donald Trump in particular, talking about President Putin as a man he thinks he can work with, admiring him as a strong leader. And I think that's obviously something that Russia will welcome. There is a real problem in relations between the United States and Russia at the moment, and there is the potential that Donald Trump in the presidency might theoretically heal something of the rift.
OK, Sarah Rainsford there for us in Moscow. And it's worth pointing out that President Obama himself, Andrew, is heading off to Europe to meet with Angela Merkel and other leaders just next week. Those are going to be very interesting meetings.
You kind of feel they may want to meet Donald Trump instead, because they don't know him at all. That's part of the problem. No world leader, starting with the British to the Germans, perhaps with the exception of the Russians, know much about him. It's coming up to 1 o'clock in the morning here, Wednesday morning. We are coming to you live from Times Square. There are the pictures outside in the heart of Manhattan. This